Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and today's video I'm going to be doing a ranking Left 4 Dead video, and by that I mean I'm going to be doing a Left 4 Dead tier list where I'm going to be ranking the special infected from worst to best. We haven't done a top 5/top 10 or even a tier ranking video, as a matter of fact, in a long time. In fact, this is going to be my very first time doing it in this sense of the word, with the ranking it from worst to best, because normally I would just do top 5 or top 10, which would be like a select few items or select few things. And now what I want to do is I want to do a rank from worst to best or best to worst. I want to mix things up with those types of videos. So hopefully you guys can respect that. If you guys end up enjoying today's video at any point, because you guys have been enjoying the Left 4 Dead stuff so much, please definitely consider dropping a like. It's always greatly appreciated. I'd be more than happy to provide you with more Left 4 Dead content in the future. But yeah, we're going to be starting to do some more videos about top 10/top 5/ranking. And hopefully you guys end up enjoying it. We're going to be doing about the game that we're all loving right now at the moment, which is going to be the Left 4 Dead series. And what we are going to be doing is we're going to be actually taking Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2 and putting them together, just because Left 4 Dead 2 is basically just Left 4 Dead at this point. It's remakes and remasters of all the other maps too, so it's essentially one game, and it's overall more better and full with jam-packed content, so we're going to be looking at it from that sense. So let's take a look at these three qualifications that these special infected have to meet in terms of how I am ranking them. We're going to be looking at what's like to verse the infected, what's going to be like playing as the infected, and then also we're going to be adding in, because it's, Spooktober and it's October, it's one of my favorite months of the year, and we're going to be doing a horror element, we're also going to be adding in scare factor. So playing as, versing as, and then also just how creepy/scary they are. So let's begin with the least spot in terms of the least preferred special infected. This is going to be the Boomer. The Boomer is a classic. He's obviously from Left 4 Dead 1, but the thing is, though, is that he's got really no thing going for him. He's not really that scary. I mean, sure, he looks a little bit weird and disturbed, but he kind of looks like goofy. He looks more like kind of dorky than he does look intimidating. His music is not nearly as creepy as any of the other special infected. The way he just looks like a really ugly fat dude. I mean, that's literally all he is. He's immediately an insta-kill with pretty much every single gun in the whole entire game, so he's very easy to kill, which makes him not really, once again, that threatening. And really the worst that he can do is kind of just surround you and inconvenience you, but he's not just scary/intimidating by himself, which makes him not really that much of a threat in my eyes, because there is a psychological effect. Like, if you're scared, you're on edge, you're more prone to error, which can allow it to go into the infected's favor. So, with the Boomer, since he's also extremely weak, nobody likes playing as him. So overall, the Boomer is just that kind of classic, just like noob, friendly. He's just there to be there. Just that special infected that nobody really cares for. It's kind of like, he's just the worst of many. He's the weakest link, and, the worst of something that is in a game. So the Boomer, nobody really likes, but hopefully the Boomer will once again, shine through despite all the suffering he's been through and still be a good special infected one day. Who knows? But yeah, so that is going to be the Boomer. Now it's going to be moving on to the next infected. And this infected is going to end up being the Smoker. So for the Smoker, the reason why I'm putting the Smoker here is because, once again, he's just another classic character. He's a classic zombie from Left 4 Dead 1. He overall definitely has a lot more intimidation/scary factor than the Boomer does. His music is a lot more eerie, especially when you also keep in mind when he grabs you, because there's different music for when you're near a special infected versus when they're actually attacking you. And both types of music for the Smoker are definitely pretty eerie, especially if you were new to the series or you're just, a very jumpy person. He definitely has that spooky vibe about him. And his face definitely looks disturbing due to the warts and just the freaky-ass tongue. Now, playing as him, he's not necessarily my favorite cup of tea, because he is more of a campy character, and I never really liked that. He's kind of like the sniper or the marksman of the group. He essentially is using his tongue as a giant reaching tool. Now, he could be versatile in that sense, where you can actually pull somebody to a ledge or even completely knock them off the map if you grab them with your tongue right. But overall, he's more of a campy playstyle. And the thing is, your tongue does have a reaching point where eventually it cannot grab somebody if they're too far away, or if they cut around a corner and then the tongue breaks. It just doesn't work as easily as it should. So the Smoker is kind of like a little bit garbage in that sense. But versing him, he can get you. Versing him, you actually can get easily screwed over by a Smoker. If they're off sniping and it's the AI, especially if you're on like the more veteran modes, you know, if you're not careful, these things will get you, especially if you're at the end of the game, and it's like maybe just like you and one other person, so you don't want to definitely go running off in your group. However, though, I just think that there's definitely a lot more intimidating special infected that are out there on this list. So yeah, that is going to be the Smoker. Now let's move on to the next special infected. So the next special infected is going to be from Left 4 Dead 2 this time, and this is going to be the Spitter. The Spitter is kind of another weak-ass, you know, zombie that doesn't really do much in terms of like what she's able to end up completing towards the survivors. Because her music is not really that scary. I mean, it's just kind of meh. I mean, sometimes it can, you know, throw you a little bit off guard if you have your music blaring. But if you're in control of your music volume, she's not really that intimidating based off her looks nor her music. And so she's just kind of meh. And her ability, yes, once again, is just kind of another campy ability. Now, in this sense, you're seeing something from the gameplay where she can be comboed very well. And if you have somebody like a Smoker or a Hunter pinning one down and you spit on them, you actually can be able to do a lot of damage, and you can actually be able to end up screwing the enemies over. That's that way, especially if they're campers. But if they're not necessarily campers and they definitely can keep themselves away from you at a distance, you really are going to have to rely on accuracy / just luck. And versing them, they're not really that intimidating because they're one of the more weaker characters. And if you have like something like a shotgun, you're just going to insta-kill the Spitter, and there's nothing really that the Spitter can do about it. So the Spitter is okay. Definitely not as bad as the Smoker because she requires less accuracy. But the Spitter overall is just not really my cup of tea, and I could kind of just go without her. The next special infected that I'm going to be going over, and I really hate to put this guy here because it's not exactly a bad, you know, special infected. They're all good in their own ways. But the thing is that this guy, even though I love him for the memes, I unfortunately have to put him here just because fundamentally there's characters that are much better. And this is going to be the classic, the good, ya boy, the Karma Charger. The Karma Charger is definitely a piece of work. This guy, if you get caught by him on like NSenr or some other elevated map, you know, you're going to be basically insta-killed. Like, if he is in the right spot, he will insta-kill you. There's no way, you know, if and or but about it. Like, he is a very versatile character. If he fundamentally wants to sacrifice himself, which I've seen Chargers do multiple times, because the Chargers are ballsy, they will insta-kill themselves to kill you. And like I said, if you're playing something like NSenr, there's no way you can avoid them unless you just happen to get extremely lucky. And these guys definitely have a lot more of an intimidation factor / scare factor. I personally think the Charger does look very intimidating. The warped, you know, disturbingness shape of his body definitely makes him more intimidating with the one giant big arm, but then the one little arm, he looks deformed and just creepy looking. And plus also his music is definitely on par. His dun 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 dun. Like where it goes from slow to really fast, just eerie music when you know he's nearby you. And then you hear that whoo, and you just know he's about to get you, and then he crashes into you and he's got you pinned. The music definitely puts you on edge and makes you very uncomfortable, or at least it does for me. So the Charger is just one of those guys that is like a mini tank. He can definitely be very effective, especially due to his speed. He can just chase after you, insta-kill you if you really want to. Definitely very intimidating. Playing as him can be fun. I mean, it's a little bit niche, but definitely is. And if you're on Veteran and you're like, you know, playing something like the campaigns, like I said, that will kill you if it's in his favor, depending on what you picked, it definitely can end up messing you up. So that is where I put the Charger. Let's move on to the next spot. The next spot that I'm going to be picking is going to be the Jockey. Now, this little shit I do not like whatsoever as where I'm playing against him, because these things always seem to kill me. The Jockey is a small hitbox, so it's very, very hard to be able to hit him. The thing is literally the speed of lightning, it feels like. It sometimes feels like it's faster than the Charger, and combining that with his small hitbox makes it impossible to shoot him, and with him jumping all over the place, I mean, he's literally got like an exosuit built into himself. The Jockey is just very, very annoying to go up against, but you gotta respect that the fact that he is a very useful character when you're playing as him in versus. Because of the fact that you are small, because of the fact that you are speedy and hard to hit, it's also good to be able to use him. So he's annoying to go up against, but he's fun to use. Or he's at least you know, a good character to use. I don't personally have as much fun with him as, like, let's say something like the Hunter, which will be later on in the list. But he definitely can be useful and contribute to the group. He's just kind of like a more campy hunter, if that makes any sense, because he can't jump nearly as far, and his his ability is mostly to move you into danger. That's kind of essentially what he's trying to do. He's a combo character, and he can take you away from your group and really mess you up. His music and his posture and his look definitely is one of the more scary out of the whole entire group. I would say the Jockey definitely is one of like a top 3 in terms of the creepiness factor. That gaping jaw, that hunched over back, and that horrendous, just eerie ass, just creepy ass, scary ass laugh that he does. That definitely makes him one of the creepiest special infected that you can run into. The Jockey is a top 3 for scare factor for sure. His music, his look, his laugh, everything. Playing as him and playing against him, though, it definitely could be better. But I will say that he definitely is deserving of being up higher on the list than the others. The next special infected that we're going to be having here as we move on, this is going to end up being the Hunter. The Hunter is probably my favorite of the original special infected, like the original, as in like the first 5, other than of course the Tank and the Witch. But I would probably say overall, I personally prefer the Hunter. The Hunter is just a classic. The Hunter is that one special infected from Left 4 Dead, other than I probably would say the Witch. That's probably the most iconic. The Witch, the Tank, and the Hunter are probably the most 3 iconic zombies that you think of in Left 4 Dead, just because they're so memorable. The Hunter has that ear-piercing screech that he does. He can jump super far. He can jump super high. Very dangerous and very lethal. He's very fun to use in versus mode. And he's also even fun to go up against because he has that scare factor about him. His music is definitely intimidating. And overall, even though his look is subtle, he's got that mysterious, really cool, eerie vibe about him, which makes me like him. So that is going to be it for the Hunter, and now we've only got a select few infected that we're going to be having left. So if you can guess, it's going to be either the Witch or the Tank, but the question is which one? Which one am I going to be putting here at the end of the day? We could either go for the Witch for the more scary / eerie / creepiness factor, or we can go for the Tank based off the pure gameplay element, because that's kind of what they have going in favor for them. So what makes it more important in Left 4 Dead? Fear factor or gameplay? Welp. I will tell you that at the end of the day, for me, no matter what, it's always going to be gameplay. So unfortunately, as much as I would hate to do this, the number 2, we're going to have the Witch. The Witch, other than the Jockey, is probably the second scariest special infected in the whole entire series. The only reason why the Witch is slightly less scary than the Jockey is just because of the fact that she's not nearly as aggressive and not nearly as sinister. If you leave the Witch alone and you know what you're doing, the Witch is not honestly a threat. She theoretically can be either your worst threat or your least threat, because she doesn't attack you whatsoever unless you provoke her. But if you provoke her, she could either down you or even insta-kill you depending on what difficulty you are playing. Anything under Expert, she will knock you down. Expert mode, she will insta-kill you. And she's such an interesting character, she's the only special infected you cannot play as in the series. So unfortunately, she doesn't have that going for her, where you can play as the Witch, because I can't rank it off based on playing if it doesn't exist unless you have a mod, and I'm not going to be basing this off of mods. So, purely playing against her, she definitely has that really terrifying music, that just horrid cry that she has that definitely puts you on edge. And she looks creepy as hell. The only reason why she's less than the Jockey is just because the Jockey's more aggressive, which makes him much more annoying / horrible to play against, making him therefore also more creepy. So, fundamentally, at the end of the day, that is the Witch. She's scary. She definitely has a fear factor going for her, but you can't play as her. And theoretically, she's only a threat if you attack her, which nobody really has a reason to attack her unless she's just in the way or you shoot her on accident. So that is why, at number 1, we've got to have the Tank. The Tank is the most balanced / fun / just overall great zombie in the game, because you can play as him. He's the boss zombie that you can play as / verse against. He will always attack you if you run into him. And he's definitely a threat. He really, really is. He's got the most HP of any special infected. He's pretty damn fast if he wants to be. He has ranged attacks and close attacks, with the fact that if you're playing on anything under Expert, he can pretty much hit you in a couple shots, and you're pretty much toast. And if you're playing on Expert mode, he will actually incapacitate you in one hit, just like the Witch does. And the Tank is funny. The Left 4 Dead 1 Tank was much more selective. The Left 4 Dead 2 Tank is a lot more aggressive. The Left 4 Dead 1 Tank would select one person at a time and kill them and then move on. The Left 4 Dead 2 tank would knock a person down and then move on, which means that they can end up getting more people before he's likely to die, causing you to die sooner. Because in Left 4 Dead, if you down and everyone else is down, that's the same equality as if you were dead. So Left 4 Dead 2 tank is definitely a lot more intimidating and aggressive, at least in terms of his AI. In terms of look, they look both pretty damn intimidating. I mean, a big hulking giant-ass zombie, and the Left 4 Dead 2 one definitely looks more decrepit and decayed, or decaying. So his music, very intense. I wouldn't say eerie. It's intense, rather. Like, you know, the dun, 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 because he doesn't have an incapacitating music. He just has this one song, but it's definitely intimidating. You know what's about to go down when you run into this guy. And when you play as him, it's probably the most fun you'll ever have in a while. You can throw rocks at people and snipe. You can chuck cars or any machinery that you see nearby. You can run pretty decently. You can fling people around and insta-kill people, essentially, if you flung them off the edge of a mountain or you flung them off the edge of a cliff, which makes it so that way you are pretty damn strong. And when you face against him, you know, it's really fun. You know it's intense. He's always at the end of the finales. And he's the final boss. He is the boss. It's the end, you know, game. It's the show. You know, it's really, really fun to me to have that last hurrah, the last epic battle, especially if there's multiple tanks, such as like in Swamp Fever or The Sacrifice or Last Stand, when it's a lot more intense. And plus also just the tank, he's just cool. He's fun to play as, he's fun to play against, and he definitely is pretty damn intimidating. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are going to be ranking all the survivors in Left 4 Dead from least to best. We're going to be going over what makes them fun, what makes them enjoyable, what makes them overall good characters, and we're just going to be ranking them, in my humble opinion, from least to best. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, and you guys do want to see some more Left 4 Dead 2, or just more ranking videos in the future, definitely please consider dropping a like, comment, subscribe. But yeah, you guys really killed it on the last one, so if we can once again try to end up hitting somewhere around 4 likes, that would be greatly appreciated, since you guys really loved the last ranking video where we ranked all the special infected, or if you guys haven't seen that, definitely go check that out. But yeah, guys, let's begin with ranking all the survivors in both Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2. Alrighty, so coming in at the least popular spot in terms of the least favorite Left 4 Dead crew members, this is going to end up being Rochelle. Rochelle, for me, honestly, and a lot of others, including you guys as well, we can all probably unanimously agree that Rochelle is the least fun character in all of the Left 4 Dead series. I mean, there is only 8 to choose from, but Rochelle, I feel like unanimously, if you were to put a poll out there, a lot of people would rank Rochelle at the lowest because of 2 main reasons. Number one, she has literally no story going for her compared to any of the other 7, and also, as well, she's boring. Even if she does have a story, this remaining story that she currently has had over the last 10 years is just boring as hell. We know that she is a reporter. We know that she basically ended up doing news broadcasting stuff back when the apocalypse was just getting started. And she did end up doing news reports when, like, the virus started happening with, like, all the different places such as CETA and, you know, the military. But that's really pretty much all we know about her. Otherwise, she's just kind of like that mom figure in the group. And the thing is, that's not really badass or fun to play as. You want to play as somebody like Bill or Francis, you know, some of these big, badass, bulky dudes. But then you get somebody like Rochelle, and women can be badass, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that women aren't badass. In fact, you're going to understand why I'm ranking Rochelle so low, but Zoe higher up on the list, because obviously we all like Zoe. But Rochelle, she just plays like a mom vibe, and I don't think anyone really likes to play a zombie apocalypse game with a mom character, even though she's not, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, Rochelle is just one of those characters that I'm kind of indifferent about, and I'm pretty sure a lot of others are as well. Alrighty, so now going on to the number, technically 7 spot, but this is ranking the second to least worst, and this is going to be Lewis. So with Lewis isn't exactly bad per se. Rochelle is really honestly the only bad character on this list, but the characters had to go somewhere, so I had to put Lewis here just because Lewis doesn't really have anything going for him in terms of that fun, badass, and enjoyable character vibe like a lot of other characters do. Like, for example, Ellis, he's funny. Bill, he's badass. You know, Francis, he's just kind of a smartass. You know, all these other characters are very enjoyable and likable. And the thing is that Lewis is just that drug addict that just steals your pills and says pills here. So, Lewis is not really that enjoyable. He's annoying, he's kind of whiny, he's bitchy, and he's overall not really that enjoyable of a character, and he's more of a meme more than anything. So Lewis is just okay, but he is, like I said, just kind of like whiny and bitchy, and I could kind of just go without him. The only thing he's got going for him is that we can make fun of him, essentially. But yeah, so I had to put Lewis there. Now let's move on to the next. So this is actually going to be, in my opinion, my second least favorite of the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. And this is going to end up being Nick. So with Nick is a interesting character, and he almost is on par with Smartass, but he's not quite Smartass. He's more of just an ass. See, the funny thing is that let's take somebody that's very similar to Nick, such as Francis. Francis and Nick are very awfully similar in terms of how they act, how they behave, and just kind of that asshole mentality. But the thing is, though, is that Francis portrays it a lot more well than Nick does. Francis is just an asshole, but he's a funny asshole. Nick is just an asshole. He's not funny at all. He's just kind of more like just an ass. So the only laugh I can get out of Nick is just being like, oh, ha ha ha, you know, he's just being an idiot. Francis has actually got funny one-liners, such as his jokes about how he hates everything. Like, it's just more memeable and jokey that way. Francis is not taken nearly as seriously as Nick. Nick is just kind of uptight about everything. But I will admit, Nick has had his moments. In fact, one of my favorite things from the whole Left 4 Dead series was when Nick did his quote in the intro, where he's like, I have not come this far to die now, which is one of my favorite video games quotes of all time. It's probably my favorite in the Left 4 Dead universe. And Nick can be badass in his own ways, and he is kind of like cool in a sense. I can see where the whole entire con artist, you know, almost kind of like dickhead vibe goes with, and some people like that, but I just can't get around it. I don't like Nick in that way. I'd rather just have Nick try to be more natural about it, but the thing is, though, is unfortunately his natural state is almost at the same time feeling forced. So in that turn, I just never really liked Nick. Nick is kind of my least favorite other than Rochelle. The only reason why I like Nick more is just because Nick has more going for him than Rochelle ever did. Rochelle is just kind of just there. Alrighty, so now going on to the next spot, this is funnily enough going to be Francis, who we just talked about. Francis is just a better version of Nick, in my opinion. Francis is kind of like that ass mentality, but instead of being a asshole or just an ass, he is more of a kind of like a funnier, like, oh, just a smart asshole type of guy. He's just like, he memes around and he still definitely has that ass mentality. And I've probably said ass like several times, I apologize. But it's true, that's the best adjective I can use to describe him. He's not a dick, he's not annoying, he's not whiny, he's not bitchy, he's not mean. He's not a bad guy, he just trolls. He just screws around, he just says whatever he feels like, and he just kind of just messes around. But the thing is, I can tell he's being jokey, and I can respect that. Because Francis is more of like a actual nice guy than Nick is, even though they both have had their moments. Because there is moments where Francis has had, you know, moments where he's cared. And if you've read the Left 4 Dead last comic book they made, which was about the sacrifice, I almost said The Last Stand, but the comic about the sacrifice, that the storyline wise going into the backstories of all the characters, Francis kind of is that bad, you know, like stereotypical bad boy guy. But he portrays it very, very well. You know, leather jacket, guns, you know, I mean, really, honestly, at this point, the only thing he's missing is a pair of, you know, like, machine guns that he can end up having strapped to his giant steed on a horse and just riding into battle. Like, he could be that type of, like, war veteran type of guy, and he could honestly take a lot after Bill. But unfortunately, he's just more of that stereotypical biker, badass persona, which I can respect, but it's just okay. I mean, I like a good old badass, but there's some characters that portray it better, which we'll get on more with the list. So after Francis, we're going for a little bit more of another direction, but still definitely badass in their own regard, and this is going to end up being Coach. Coach is really, really good at having a fine balance between funny, likable, and badass all at the exact same time. If you haven't caught on, basically we're ranking these not only by opinion or just kind of personal bias, but at the same time, the way I'm looking at it is I'm also ranking them based off of how cool they are, how funny they are, and what really their story is, or if there just is any of their story at all. And the thing is, though, is with Coach, he does all three of these extremely, extremely well. Not necessarily all of them are perfect, though. He's kind of a jack of all trades where they're all good, but not one really excels the other, so he's just kind of average at everything, or a little bit above average, I would say. He's got that nice, kind, likable personality where he gets along with the characters very well, but he can also end up having funny moments where he talks about, going to Whispering Oaks and, like, interacting with Ellis, and end up, singing at the final stage of Dark Carnival. But he also had his badass moments where he destroys crap, like in the intro where he destroys that jockey and the other zombies. He basically has a fine balance, and that's really all he's got going for him, though. He's kind of a little bit of everything, but doesn't really excel at one particular thing. So that is going to be Coach for you. And now we're going to be moving on to our next set of characters. And my next character, this is going to be my personal favorite character in the whole entire series, other than another character which will be later on this list. But for Left 4 Dead 2, this is specifically my favorite. I'll get into my Left 4 Dead 1 in a moment. But for one of my favorite characters of this whole entire series, this is going to end up being Ellis. I really enjoy Ellis because Ellis is just funny and likable as hell. He doesn't necessarily have the badass vibe at a giant scale like Bill or Francis does, but he makes up for it with his personality and his humor. Ellis is extremely likable because of how lighthearted he is. He doesn't have like a indifference to the apocalypse. He obviously still cares, and he can end up putting up a fight, but he makes it funny along the way, telling stories about his friend Keith and keeping it lighthearted, keeping high hopes up, willing to end up helping everybody, just kind of like almost forgetting about the zombie apocalypse for a while, but when there is something that, like shit hits the fan, he will end up actually becoming his inner badass, and he'll end up destroying things like the tank or the witch, and who doesn't like a good old hillbilly? Like, we all love Ellis secretly near and dear to our hearts, and he's probably the most likable Left 4 Dead character in my opinion, other than Coach. Alrighty, now moving on to the number 2 spot. This is going to be my favorite Left 4 Dead 1 character, and I'm pretty sure it's for you guys as well, and this is going to be Zoe. So the reason why Zoe is up here and not, let's say, Ellis, is because Zoe has more of a developed story than pretty much any of the other Left 4 Dead crew. Because, once again, if you've read the comic, you know her backstory, and Zoe is basically a person that was sucked into the zombie apocalypse against her will. Yes, I know this has happened to everybody, but some of the other characters, they fit more of it, and it's like it was expected for them to end up having something like this alongside happen to them. But the thing is that Zoe was one of those characters that you think wouldn't have a pair of balls to be in a zombie apocalypse, but no, trust me, she does. She's got that sweet, likable, college girl personality, and can be very, very nice, and that's why she gets along well with like people like, for example, Ellis. But at the exact same time, she does have her inner badass going for her when she ends up wanting to take out the special infected and destroying crap, and that's in her way, pulling out a shotgun and just proceeding to pump lead into a tank. That is very, very cool to me, and I really like that. Rochelle doesn't have that going for her, unfortunately. Rochelle is just kind of like panicky, like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, emergency, emergency, emergency. Zoe just doesn't just give an F, and she just flat out will lay lead into that tank, or she'll destroy the witch, or she'll just destroy any of the other infected if she needs to. And Zoe, that's one of the reasons why I like her. She's likable, and she also ends up having the badassery, but she, unfortunately, even though she does have humor, she doesn't really have too much of that going for her, but she does make up for it with her other traits. Not everyone's going to end up having every single trait that I'd like, which is humor, likability, and badassery. I mean, really, that's only like Coach, honestly. But they all end up doing certain aspects well, and that's what makes them in the spots that they are. And now going in at number 1, even though I don't particularly like playing as him, he still is a really awesome character, and you gotta respect him. And this is going to end up being Bill. Bill, the original OG, the face of Left 4 Dead, in my opinion. Left 4 Dead 1 ended up having the original crew, and if you didn't pick Zoe, to have the fun, likable, college girl, if you didn't pick Francis, the stereotypical badass biker dude, if you didn't pick the memeable, funny black guy Lewis, you ended up picking the veteran, the tough as nails, the classic good old snarky old man Bill. Bill is really, really enjoyable because I mean, personally, I'm a little bit biased because I end up enjoying cringe humor or like casual dad joke humor as much as I enjoy dark humor. Yes, I know, a very weird breed of in-between humor. But I like Bill's like sass because it's that stereotypical dad humor, but when it's aged like a fine wine, it's almost like you take the teenage, college student level guy like sexual jokes and insults, and you merge it with the classic dad wits, And then you end up getting into the old man stage, which is where Bill is at, where he's got the perfect balance of that. Bill is overall just a cool character, very fun, very likable, and his humor is subtle like a fine wine. I really do enjoy myself some good old Bill every now and again while I'm playing in my games if I can't play Zoe or something. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are going to be once again ranking some more items in Left 4 Dead 2. The last two videos that we have done for we ranked the Special Infected and also the Survivors. You guys killed it with the light gold I was asking for, which thank you, I appreciate it. And I was hoping that before the video does begin, I do want to end up mentioning the like thing right away. Don't get the wrong idea when I say this, but it's just the YouTube algorithm basically making me do this. I hope you guys know I have a good heart when I say this. But if there's by any chance that we could try to hit around the same like goal, maybe possibly a little bit higher by like 1 more like, so instead of 4, if we can get 5, that'd be very much appreciated. I believe we can do it. I really think we can. So if you guys could do that for me, that would be forever grateful. But anyways, guys, yeah, so basically what we're going to be doing is we are going to be now ranking all of the weapons in the Left 4 Dead series. This is going to include the secondaries, this is going to include the melee weapons, this is going to include all primaries, all special weapons, etc, etc. So we're going to be beginning with basically pretty much all the beginner stuff, and then eventually we're going to be moving on to the more advanced stuff. And this does include the new guns, by the way. This will include all the old ones and then all the new ones that have been added in with the Left 4 Dead Last Stand updates. So yeah, guys, once again, if you just happen to end up enjoying today's video, please end up dropping a like. And let me know if you want to see more videos like this. And just in general, let me know what Left 4 Dead ranking video you want to see next. But anyways, guys, let's begin with the very first weapon. So coming in at the #1 spot, this is just going to be the default pistols. Now, this does include the dual-wield version, by the way, because the pistols technically do have, I guess you could say, 2 variants. There is the single one and the dual-wield one. These have unlimited ammo, and they're just basically the starting gun. They have nothing really going for them. I mean, the only other gun that is secondary-wise that has range is the Magnum, which we'll get into later. You know, but yeah, basically, these are your good old, you know, reliable. This is your Mustang and Sally. These are your just default guns that you get within the game. I mean, technically, you get 1, and you have to get 2 later on. So, unfortunately, this thing is not just default OP. Some campaigns give it to you at the beginning, like NSenr, but some of the other campaigns will make you have to work for getting the dual version, such as No Mercy, by playing through the campaign a bit. So the default pistols, I gotta put them here. They're just a starting gun. They don't deserve really to be anything but that. Alright, now coming in at #2, this is already going to be an interesting pick because these are some weapons that are going to be like uncommon, but they can be useful, but I'm putting them this low on purpose just because they're more of a novelty item and they're not really practical. So the second weapon that I'm going to be having, this is going to be the chainsaw. I like the chainsaw. It's a badass weapon, don't get me wrong, but the one problem with this thing is that it runs out of time. It runs out of usage because it runs on gas. It's the only melee weapon on Left 4 Dead 2 that will expire. And so the problem is right there is that if you're essentially caught in a jam where you're running out of fuel on the thing, eventually what's going to happen is that it's just going to run out of ammo, and then you're going to be defaulted back to a singular starting pistol. So basically, you're essentially getting a temporary upgrade just to go back to the weakest weapon in the game. And the chainsaw doesn't really last that long. It's just not really worth it. It's a fun novelty item, like I was saying, and it definitely can do work. Like, you can shred a horde with it. But other than the occasional just usage, I almost never see somebody use the chainsaw. Almost never. So the chainsaw is a really good melee weapon for nicheness, but that's really all it's useful for. So the chainsaw is okay, but it's got to be on the lower tier of guns because it's not really that useful in practicality's sake. Alrighty, now on the contrary, coming in at #3, this is just going to be every other melee weapon in general, because other than the chainsaw, all the other melee weapons are the exact same. They have the exact same range, they have the exact same stats, and they don't do anything different from each other. So instead of picking a certain melee weapon over the other one, I just decide to end up just saying all of them. So this goes sword, the crowbar, the axe, everything. Literally every single melee weapon. And if you guys ever want me to end up doing a ranking the melee weapons video, like cosmetic-wise, even though they function the same, I can definitely do that. So maybe that will be an upcoming video, who knows. But yeah, every single melee weapon just in general as a whole is here, because the best they can do is just be melee weapons. The best bet you're going to want to use is going to be a primary weapon. The melee weapons are good for if you're trapped in a corner, and they definitely are a reliable secondary, but you wouldn't lead with these. These are still a secondary weapon after all, so they're not bad, but these aren't your primary, so we're just going to have to put it down here because there's nowhere else to put it. Alright, and then next is going to be the Magnum. The only reason why the Magnum is going to be considered the best secondary in my eyes is just because it's stronger than the default pistol, and it can definitely end up being like almost like a mini shotgun, and it has more range than all the melee weapons. So if you're in an instance where, like, let's say you run out of primary ammo and you're down to your secondary, this is going to be the one. This is going to be the secondary you're going to want to have on you if you have to use something. Because it's got range, so you don't have to worry about getting close like a melee weapon, but it's stronger than the default pistol. It can insta-kill a boomer. It's really, really good at taking down some of the things like smokers that are at long range. You can use this if you're in a jam to get through a horde that's climbing around and getting in your way. So yeah, the Magnum at the end of the day, it's not, like I said, a primary weapon, but it definitely is like having a mini primary weapon, or essentially being like a shotgun in your back pockets. So that's the Magnum. Let's move on. The next weapon that I'm going to be having, this is actually going to be our very first primary weapon. This is going to be one of the few that you actually will get off spawn, and this is going to end up being the Mini Uzi. So out of all the weapons that I could have picked, why would I pick the Mini Uzi to be the worst primary weapon in the whole entire game? Just like the logic with the other guns, it's just the starting SMG. Other than the exception of, like, let's say the suppressed SMG and the pump shotguns, this is just one of your starting guns. You're always going to find a Mini Uzi as a spawning primary in the campaigns. Almost always. I've never seen a map that has the Mini Uzi not being the primary weapon. It's a very rare exception, but the Mini Uzi is your default SMG, so therefore it's going to be weak, and therefore you're not going to want to keep it. So the Mini Uzi's got to go in this spot. I had to put it somewhere. Then the next gun that I'm going to end up having is going to be the OG pump shotgun. This is once again the other OG weapon that you got from Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. This is just your default shotgun this time, so instead of having with an automatic, you have a shotgun. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, a lot of these are just going to be rankings based off of the sheer willpower or the strongness of them. But yeah, so the original pump shotgun, it's better than the SMG in my eyes, just solely just because I like the shotguns better in Left 4 Dead. I feel like they're very versatile and stronger, and you can clear out a horde better. But if you're having an SMG, unfortunately, since it requires more shots to kill, and you can sometimes end up being kind of almost in a way where you're swiping, which is basically like we're trying to shoot a whole bunch of zombies at once, and really all you do is just waste ammo and weaken a lot, where a pump can go kill one guy, kill another guy, etc., etc., etc. So I've always just preferred the shotguns, so I decided to just end up putting the OG pump in here. The next one is going to be the suppressed SMG. The suppressed SMG is a little bit better than the Mini Uzi, but it's still just basically one of the default SMGs. The suppressed SMG, you're going to see pretty damn common, just a lot like the Mini Uzi. It's only a little bit better in my eyes, just solely because of the fact that it's got a little bit more ammo, and the fact that it does end up having a suppressor, and that just basically makes it quieter. And even though that doesn't necessarily do anything for the stats of the gun, it just is nice to not have such a loud gun and not having the muzzle flash everywhere. Because muzzle flash definitely is a key important thing with this thing. I really do like how the suppressed SMG just does not have nearly as much muzzle flash because of its barrel. So that's why I put it in here. And then funnily enough, the next gun that I'm going to have is the Chrome Shotgun. The Chrome Shotgun is another default shotgun that you find almost all the time in the game. But it's once again slightly better than the OG pump shotgun. This is the Left 4 Dead 2's pump shotgun of choice. And so yeah, the Chrome, it's literally just a better version of the original pump shotgun. It's just pretty much just straightforward like that. So yeah guys, now let's move on. Alrighty, so this is actually going to be the very first gun out of all the brand new Last Stand guns that were added into the game that I'm actually going to be having ranked here in this list. And this is, funnily enough, the very first gun I ever happened to find, and I liked it at first, but it was just for the novelty's sake. But this is going to be the new sniper rifle that is based off of the AWP from CSGO. So, the new bolt-action sniper rifle, I don't really particularly like this thing because it's specifically a bolt. I thought it would be cool having a bolt-action sniper rifle, because considering the fact that all the original sniper rifles we've had in the game were semi-autos, I thought having a bolt would be really, really cool. But nope, in hindsight, it is just a novelty item, and it's cool to have it, but I fundamentally do not like using it because I like spamming the hunting rifle and the military sniper. I much rather would use those than use the bolts version of the sniper rifles any day. And also, by the way, just so you know, I'm also going to be ranking the next bolt-action sniper rifle right after this, just because I don't like the idea of the bolt-action sniper rifles. They're fun, don't get me wrong, I'm glad that they're definitely in the game now and they're a new weapon, but it doesn't mean that I have to end up saying that they're pitch perfect. So yeah, both of the new sniper rifles, unfortunately, are the weakest of the new weapons, and I just have to end up putting them at this spot, just because the semi-auto and the, just more spammier weapons in the game overall are just more useful to me. Just more useful to everybody. Alright, now coming in at the next spot, this is also going to be a brand new gun, and then this is going to be the MP5 SMG. The MP5, funnily enough, is actually another really good gun in this game, but is kind of like a novelty item. The MP5 doesn't spawn in too often, I've noticed, by the way, because since it is technically a new gun and this game is old, I don't know what the spawn rates are on these things, but the MP5, I don't even find that often to begin with. Like, out of all the new guns, I would say the MP5 is like one of, if not the least, of these new guns that I find. I find the new assault rifle all over the place. I find that fairly often. I can find the sniper rifle, the AWP, pretty often too as well. But the MP5, not so much. The MP5 is a harder gun to find in the game, and fundamentally, it's really just a slightly different version of the suppressed. It's basically the suppressed SMG. It's got the same amount of ammo, 50 rounds, and it works pretty much identical. I mean, there is muzzle flash, and it is new, but if we're talking about just fundamental-wise, it really is just okay. I like the MP5, don't get me wrong, it definitely is the best SMG out of all the games, but I don't think it's necessarily the best gun in the game, if that makes any sense. Alright, so now going on to what I would like to call the novelty or the special primary weapons. This is actually going to be the M60 LMG. So the M60, once again, just like the chainsaw, the reason why I don't put it higher is because it's a temporary weapon. It runs out of ammo, and once it runs out of ammo, you can no longer refill it. It gets the 150 shots. It's one of the strongest weapons in the game, and it fundamentally can kill everything. You can even put special ammo on it. But the problem is like I said, it just runs out of ammo, and when you drop this gun, you're completely screwed. You don't get another primary, you just get nothing. So this is even worse than the chainsaw, because the chainsaw at least gave you a pistol. The M60, you run out of ammo with this thing, you gotta pick up another gun, otherwise you got no primary weapon. So yeah, I put it up high because it definitely is strong, and the secondary, since you will always have one on you, you'll always default have a secondary. It's not like you'll have only one primary and then therefore have no ammo whatsoever in this game or no way to defend yourself. But if there was no guarantee that you would guaranteed have a secondary or at least one weapon on you at all times in this game, I would have to rank this like one of the, if not the lowest gun, just because you would essentially have it where you would be defenseless after like the 150 rounds in like 30 seconds. It would be one of the worst guns if that was the case. But since you don't have a restriction on whether or not you default spawn with a secondary weapon or just have a means to defend yourself right off the bat, I am putting it up here. And right after this is going to be the next one, which is going to be the grenade launcher. The grenade launcher, definitely just like the M60, a absolute dump truck of a weapon. The grenade launcher is one of the strongest weapons in the game, and you funnily enough can put special ammo on it for that one shot, which would be the incendiary and the frag rounds. But the grenade launcher, the problem is with this gun is that it will splash damage you and it can kill you. It hurts you, it hurts your teammates, it hurts you just as much as your enemies if you're not careful with it, and you reload after every single shot. So the idea is boom, reload, and it has a lot of ammo, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correctly, I believe this does let you refill ammo on it. I don't remember, correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't used it in forever, but I think you can refill the grenade launcher. And if that's the case, it definitely is good. But let's say you theoretically could not, because I'm not sure and I can't quote it on that. I don't want to rank it on something I'm not sure about. Let's say that does run out of ammo after its use. It has a lot of ammo regardless. So the grenade launcher will give you a crap ton of shots before you do have to move on. But the problem is the fact that you can kill people, especially if you're on a higher difficulty. If you're playing anything higher than advanced mode, you're not going to be able to use this thing. Even if you play advanced mode, you can't really use this thing. I mean, you can, but you have to be a careful player, because if you're not anything like higher than normal mode, you're essentially going to do a big chunk of you and your teammates' damage. And it's only really good in certain scenarios. So that's going to be the grenade launcher. Let's move on to the next weapon. The next weapon is going to be the Scar H. I like the Scar. It's probably my least favorite assault rifle, just solely because I don't like the Scar all too much. I mean, not every single gun in Left 4 Dead is a pure carbon copy of a gun. and sometimes they are their own gun. But the SCAR just feels kind of like just any other generic assault rifle. I don't really like it. It's cool. It's a good gun. It's not a bad gun, but it's just not my favorite. I mean, this list is going to be a mixture of the stats of the gun, just how useful they are, / my influence from the community, and just also my own general opinion. I'm trying to kind of have a blend of all of those, so I hope you guys understand. But yeah, the SCAR is my least favorite assault rifle. That's pretty much just all I have to say about it. Alright, the next weapon is going to be the M16. This is going to be my next favorite assault rifle. The M16, it's an OG from the first game. It's really, really good. It's always been a good gun. You know, it was the go-to assault rifle back in Left 4 Dead 1. If we were ranking specifically the Left 4 Dead 1 guns, this would be a different list, and it would definitely be up higher. But it's Left 4 Dead 2 and Left 4 Dead 1, and, you know, together now, so the M16, unfortunately, has some keeping up to do. And it definitely doesn't happen to be king anymore, because if this was Left 4 Dead 1 guns only, this would probably be, like, number 2. But, yeah, since this is Left 4 Dead 2 guns included, it's not necessarily that good anymore. Still a good gun, just can't be number 1. So after the M16, the next gun is end up going to be the model shotgun, or in this case, the original Left 4 Dead 1 semi-auto shotgun. This gun was my favorite gun back in the original Left 4 Dead, because if I had to pick one, this was the go-to gun. I've always liked the shotguns better than the assault rifles in the game, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. They're just more fun, they're overall more useful. And the model shotgun is my favorite gun in Left 4 Dead 1. It's not my favorite in Left 4 Dead 2, or just the series throughout, but it definitely is up there just because of how it functions. It shoots fast, really, really strong, good old reliable, just great shotgun. And I gotta rank it up high just because this thing is a killing machine. It's really, really good. So coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Spaz 12. The reason why I rank the Spaz 12 just slightly higher than the model is just because of the fact that I've always liked the Spaz in real life. There's literally no difference between the model and the Spaz in Left 4 Dead, other than just the fact that I cosmetically prefer the Spaz. The Spaz in real life is a fun shotgun. Like, let's be honest, it's a really, really cool gun. It's one of the classics that you can think of shoddy-wise. And the model, it's fun, but the Spaz just fundamentally is better in terms of just how I feel. It doesn't have a stat difference, it just looks cooler, so that's basically my opinion. This one's subjective, that's why they're almost neck and neck. But yeah, I rank the Spaz 12 here. Let me know what you think. Alrighty, now we're going to be coming down to number 4. We're really getting close to the end here. Number 4, this is going to be one of my favorite guns, but fundamentally, it's not the best, so I have to put it lower than I actually want to. And this is my baby. You guys know who it is. This is going to be the AK-47. This is by far one of, if not my favorite guns in the whole entire game. The AK-47 is my favorite gun of all time. Not my favorite shotgun, but just my favorite gun in general. I like the AK-47 a lot. I love the look of these things. I love the feel of these things. I like the real-life version of this thing. The AK-47 is just a badass, awesome gun that anybody wants to use. I mean, if you're a guy, you've always wanted to shoot this thing. The AK-47 is just by far the funnest and most great gun in this whole entire series. And I would love to make it number 1, but there is just a couple other guns that have to be ranked higher just because they function better and are much more useful just for the sake of the game. So yeah, we're going to be moving on to those now. So coming in at the top 3, this is end up going to be at number 3, the hunting rifle. The hunting rifle is, funnily enough, one of my least favorite guns in all of Left 4 Dead. But I gotta admit, this is a really strong and good gun. The fact that the semi-auto sniper rifle is so good is just because of the fact that it's super strong, super spammy, and super accurate. It's pretty much almost every single good quality in a gun. You've got the range because you have the ability to hip fire from long range, plus you've got the scope so you can take shots with much more accuracy. It's one of the few guns that allows you to aim down sights. So you can actually be able to get your shots off really, really good, and you can get like headshots, and you can get shots down range with the fact that you have the scope. And also, other than the fact that you have the scope, other than the fact that it's pretty damn good hip firing too as well, it shoots the fastest out of any of the sniper rifles other than, of course, the semi-auto. And it just overall is a nice, spammy, accurate, high damage machine. If you had to aim down sights every single time, it would be a lot lower because of the way that Valve games work is, unfortunately, you know, you can only hip fire, which is not necessarily a bad thing in hindsight, but it definitely does lose that creative aspect or the full use of the sniper rifle. But yeah, so even though you can't, like, I guess you could say traditionally snipe, and you're kind of stuck just hip firing and only aiming down sights in niche scenarios, it works for this game and actually makes it a good gun that way. If it actually did function the way that it would make it quote-unquote a traditional sniper, it would actually be fundamentally worse, because Valve games, you pretty much rely on hip fire. But yeah, so that's going to be the hunting rifle. Now let's get to the top two. This is going to be a pretty interesting one, because you guys probably think you know what the answer is, but I promise you it's not. It's actually not. So this is going to be, for number 2, the military sniper rifle. It's just a little bit better than the hunting rifle. The military sniper rifle is by far the best of the original guns pre-updates, because the military sniper rifle does what the hunting rifle does, but better. It came out with basically better features than the original hunting rifle. It has more ammo, so it can get more shots. Still really spammy, still really accurate, still shoots really, really, really fast. And if you're in a situation where you're trying to end up running something like, let's say, an expert campaign, you want this gun in your inventory. It's great for taking out herds, it's great for spamming downrange, it's great for just getting picks when you need to get them just to be able to survive. Because like I said, if you're running in a situation like expert mode, or you need to just happen to get long range on somebody, it's even good in versus in that sense. If you happen to have this gun, you're going to be a shoo-in. But there is, funnily enough, one more gun that we still got to rank, and funnily enough, it is one of the new guns. You guys will like this, how that one of the new guns actually managed to get number 1. So yeah, let's talk about the number 1 spot, shall we? Because this actually shocked me when I found out that this gun could do this, because that's why it's in this spot. So, the number 1 gun that I ended up picking for the best Left 4 Dead gun, this is going to end up being the Krig, or in this case, what I previously called in my video where I was showing all the new guns, the Galil. Basically, this is the brand new assault rifle that's in the game, and this thing is amazing. I love this gun, and I will tell you why. You should also love this gun. This gun is extremely strong. It has a 50-round magazine, making it one of, if not the best assault rifles, because of the fact that it has the most ammo. The AK, which is my second favorite, has only 40, so this gun has a lot more ammo. It has the ability to perform just as well as the AK with its accuracy, its hip fire, its damage. Fundamentally, this gun is really, really good because it has pretty much all the stats. But here's also another thing that I really like about this gun. It shoots hella fast. Out of all the assault rifles, this gun shoots extremely fast. This thing is almost like a SMG in terms of its shooting speed, and it shoots extremely fast. It's like basically a bullet hose. This thing will get you led down range, and it will allow you to kill something like a hunter or a boomer or a smoker absolutely with zero issue. I love this thing, and the thing that put it at number 1 is this last feature, which is going to be the scope. You may have thought that the scope didn't do anything and it was for just cosmetic purposes, but I'm going to be telling you that is not the case, because the scope actually works on this assault rifle, and as well, you can see around you. When you use this scope by putting in your main scroll wheel button, which would be my button, I don't know what your control layer would be, but basically the default button for me is the scroll wheel. When you push that button in and you activate that scope, it is absolutely crystal clear. It is basically just tight hipfire spread with the range of a sniper scope, and it is just amazing. You are basically getting a fully automatic assault rifle with the most amount of ammo and the fastest fire rate that I've ever seen, with the ability to end up having zoomed in, clear hipfire spread. What else could you want from a gun in Left 4 Dead? I mean, this fundamentally is basically the perfect gun. I love this thing. I'm so glad that they finally add something like this into the game. And I'm glad that I have one of my new favorite guns. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are once again going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. Thank you guys so much for the support on the last video. The last video, I actually requested that you guys would be able to actually reach a higher like goal. In fact, me having a like goal is actually just so unlike me. I normally just take what I can get, but not only have you guys been reaching the like goals, but the fact that you guys went above and beyond the like goal in both the videos, just all the videos in general, thank you guys. I tremendously appreciate that. If we could actually hit that same like goal again on today's video, that'd be tremendously appreciated. We might just keep the same like goal for a while, because I think 5 is fair. So yeah, if we can end up hitting 5 likes, guys, I would be more than happy to continue the Left 4 Dead ranking video. So if we can hit 5 likes, that'd be appreciated. But anyways, let's get on with the main video. So With Left 4 Dead 2 ranking videos, we've done so far guns, we have so far done characters, and we have so far done special infected. This time we're going to be taking a different change of pace. Most of the time a lot of people want to know about the main stuff, but I think I want to go on the side of the more intriguing stuff because a lot of people don't talk about it, and that's going to be game modes. So I am actually going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead 2 game modes from least to best. Now there is going to be a few exceptions for this video. First off, Mutations mode is not on this list at all because Mutations mode is a variety of different modes. Mutation is basically a playlist for other party game modes that you can end up playing, and they're all drastically different. So Mutations are actually going to be its own individual video where I'm ranking all the mutations from worst to best. So Mutations is actually not even on the list whatsoever, because otherwise it would just be way too hard to rank every individual possible mutation mode. So we're going to be saving that for another time. So instead, the list that we're going to be ranking is going to be Realism mode, Realism versus mode, Scavenge, Campaign, and Survival. These are going to be all the modes that we're going to be ranking here today, and we're going to be ranking them from least to best. Now, some of these game modes, unfortunately, are kind of like repeats of each other, and that's why it's going to be kind of a little bit hard to rank them. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about the brand new game mode. We actually forgot about Versus Survival. It's been so long since Left 4 Dead's had content, I actually legitimately forgot, my bad. So yeah, we're also going to be ranking that on the list. Anyways, enough of me being derpy. Let's get on with the actual list, shall we? So we're going to be taking all these game modes, whether they're combinations or not, and we're just going to be ranking them from least to best. If you end up enjoying today's video, once again, if you just guys happen to end up enjoying, please consider dropping a like, comment, subscribe, as I always mention in my videos on a regular basis. But yeah, guys, so let's begin with the list. So coming in at the least favorite game mode spot, for me personally, because this is a personal list, I'm going to be putting in Realism mode. Realism mode is honestly the most competitive mode that Left 4 Dead has to offer, because Realism mode is literally just hardcore Left 4 Dead. With Expert mode is definitely a higher difficulty, but Realism mode is for like the uber sweaty guys that want to like prove a point and flex. Because the thing is with this mode, right, is that there's no silhouettes of your teammates. There is also going to be no respawns via the closet. So you can't see your teammates and you don't even know when they're really dead. And that's my two biggest things with it. Because not being able to see your teammates to know whether or not to help you, and also not even being able to bring them back without a defibrillator, it's just a pain in the butt. So I personally am not really that big of a fan of this mode. And I have played it before, and unfortunately you have to play it to get some of the achievements in the game, which is kind of annoying because for me, who's an achievement grinder, I don't particularly like playing this mode. It's not a bad mode, and I can respect the mode, but I just don't personally like it, and it's not honestly my cup of tea. So that's why I'm putting Realism at pretty much the bottom spot, but I know that there is people that like it out there, and I know that it does have its place in Left 4 Dead. So that's going to be for Realism mode. Now let's move on over to the next mode. Funnily enough, the next mode is actually going to be a combination of one of my personal favorite modes with my least favorite modes, and this is Realism Versus. Realism Versus is just Versus mode, but with the Realism rules, and unfortunately, because of the Realism rules, that makes this game mode not really that fun, because Left 4 Dead is a cooperative game, and this does end up having that cooperative sense, where if you want to verse each other, this could be a way that you can end up being cooperative and you can end up being overly sweaty and almost having this be like a competitive mode, because you're versing other people as the zombies with the rules, stipulations, and policies from Realism, such as not being able to respawn without defib or not being able to see your teammates' silhouettes. And the unfortunate thing with this game mode is that if somebody's playing as the Infected, they're going to have more fun than the Survivors, just solely because Infected can still see you through walls, and Survivors can't see you, nor can they see your teammates, nor can they see their own teammates. So all they can see is them unless it's a direct line of sight, which makes me not like this game mode because it's too much in favor of the Infected. Now, if you like playing as the Infected, you'll love this mode, but it's just not really that fun because the Infected definitely are going to have an easier and more enjoyable time, and I just don't really like thinking of Left 4 Dead in the competitive sense. in that regard. I like speed running and I definitely like achievement grinding, but I don't really think of Left 4 Dead as like a cooperative thing that you're going to see on like a major tournament with MLG COD commentators. Jesus Christ, I cannot pronounce that word. It's like when I try to end up pronouncing MLG and LMG sometimes. I always mix those words up. But yeah, so basically, like, I don't want to have like a whole bunch of COD casters and trying to make a big deal out of it. I just want to play my game, my version of competitive. I think that's what we all really want with our games. Like, we like being competitive, but in our own ways. And for me, I just like doing it that way. So realism versus, I just don't really particularly care for. That's why I'm placing it where I am placing it. So coming in at the next spot, this is actually going to end up being Scavenge. So with Scavenge, for those of you guys that don't even know what this mode is, I feel like I have to explain because some people may or may not know because you may be new to the Left 4 Dead videos. I'm not just going to assume you guys have played this game or know about it, just in case you are new. But basically the premise of Scavenge, guys, is essentially what this game mode is that there is going to be a set of infected and a set of survivors. You are in a designated area, kind of like in survival mode, where you're going to be trying to get jerry cans or gas cans and trying to fill up a generator in order to end up having the highest score out of the lobby. It is round-based, so like let's say that you end up playing as the survivor, right? Your job is to fill up as many gas cans before you die into that generator. Same thing for the infected when they eventually switch, and whoever ends up having the most points at the round before the survivors die wins that round, and whoever has the most wins the game. The infected, your job is obviously to kill everybody so that way they can't end up beating that score. The one reason why I like this game mode in particular compared to realism and realism versus, because you still don't have to worry about the try-hard rules that realism applies. I like the ability of what realism provides. I really do. I'm not trying to poo-poo realism at all. It's just not my thing I want to play on a regular basis. It's just this one thing I want to play once in a blue moon. So Scavenge is one of the game modes that is actually a lot more on the casual side of things. I'm glad that it's on majority of the game modes that are like this, but it does happen to be my least favorite just because the premise is a little bit annoying. Because the problem is with Scavenge is that Scavenge particularly is very, very, very competitively campy. And I'm saying competitive camping as in, like, it feels like it's playing, like, Rainbow Six Siege. That's what I mean by, like, competitive camping. Because with Scavenge, your idea of trying to win is by specifically relying on the placement of the gas cans and knowing where spawns are. So, essentially, if you're playing as, like, let's say as an infected, right? Your job is to play as infected, something that will pretty much try to insta-kill, if not down somebody, and then have your teammates follow up. This would be things like a hunter waiting for a good pounce on a ledge, or a charger waiting around the corner, or a smoker trying to get his tongue around the side. And then as the survivor, you have to be uberly paranoid about every single corner you go around, because you don't know if you're going to end up getting killed by somebody essentially trying to just one-up you and jump scare you to death. Like, I've had that happen to me multiple times in Scavenge, where the infected do not come out unless I'm near a gas can. And it feels like it's this game of trying to juke each other out, because they know where the gas cans are as much as the survivors do. So if I'm playing as a survivor or an infected, it's just kind of like who's going to play chicken first. It's kind of annoying in that sense, and it's just a waiting game. And that's why I particularly don't like it. I like the idea of the premise, but the way that people play it just makes it kind of annoying. So sometimes depending on the lobby you get, you can also end up getting rage quitters. So it just kind of feels like Modern Warfare, the game mode. That's really all I can say at the end of the day. But I do respect what Scavenge does, because when it's done right, it actually is quite enjoyable. So that's where Scavenge places. Now let's move over to the next one. The next game mode that I'm going to end up having in here is going to actually be Versus Survival. This is going to be the one and only brand new game mode that they add into Left 4 Dead. And it's just a combination of Survival and Versus, which are both game modes I truly enjoy. Now, the thing is, though, is that with Versus Survival, is that it plays a little bit of the camping game, where if it's actually you as the survivor, you're going to have a little bit more fun, because you just essentially wait for all the infected to come at you. With Versus, you're forced to move in order to beat the campaign, and the good news is that the way that the infected are balanced, this is more fair towards both teams, but when they just only need to camp the whole entire time because they're trying to last as long as they want, it does make it definitely more in favor of the survivors, so the survivors will naturally enjoy this game mode more. So if you're playing as a survivor, you're going to have a jolly old time, but if you're playing as an infected, it definitely is going to take a lot of strategic stuff, and if you're not playing with a decent amount of people, and you're only playing with a lot of bots, it's unfortunately not easy to kill the survivors right away. Inevitably, they will die, because survival mode, unless someone's glitching, it's just, they're going to get overwhelmed by AI regardless. But to get a decent record, or to try to be doing it in a competitive sense, it definitely is a lot harder. So that's just where I put versus survival, because versus survival, if you happen to get the infected, it's not as fun as survival or versus would be on its own, if that makes any sense. So yeah, that's where I place that. Now we've only got a select few game modes left. So the next game mode that I'm going to be ranking in here is going to be just normal survival, because normal survival is a lot better than versus survival, just because the only people you are playing as is the survivors, and therefore you don't have to worry about rushing a camper. You are the one camping, which is more fun because you get all the supplies, you get to have them come to you, you don't have to worry about, like, the jockey 360 cranking 90s trick shot guy. I can't believe I said that even as a joke. But yeah, you don't have to worry about all that crap. And it's just very, very relaxed, very, very chill. You kill a hunter in a fun way. You end up destroying the tank. I love hiding on something like the parish bridge away from a hunter and, like, shotgunning him around the corner. Or even playing on something like the motel on Dark Carnival and running around trying to end up scavenging loot and trying to run away from a tank. Or even doing things like DugTyler, where I'm on the new versions of the maps, because they had a whole bunch of new survival maps with this update. They just gave every chapter a survival variant. And I love playing on something like DugTyler's Finale, where the room is so humongous and you have a lot to work with, that it just makes it fun to, like, almost train like COD, which is kind of funny. It's like COD Zombies. But yeah, it's very, very casual, very, very relaxed. And the fact that in the new update they added a chapter variant for a whole bunch of different survival opportunities, that's just fun to me. Like, you can play survival on any chapter pretty much in the game now, which is just great. So that's why I like survival, and I even like it more now. But there is still 2 other game modes that do eventually end up going in the number 1 and number 2 spots. And so for number 2, this is going to be versus mode. Versus mode is an absolute classic. Everyone loves playing as a hunter, jockey, smoker, not the boomer, tank. You know, I would love to say that everyone pretty much likes versus. There's not particularly anybody that I can think of off the top of my head that does not like versus mode. Versus mode is a very fun premise, and it works, because the way that it works is that you are playing as either the infected or as the survivors. But since this game is a chapter-based system, and as well, it does require you to do certain things, that, like, for example, cooperate with your team, or be able to listen to the director, and be able to have social, awareness. It just plays out very, very well. And so if you're playing as a survivor, you can expect that there's probably an infected hiding in some spot that you don't know where they are, but it's a player, and so you can expect them to act a little bit differently than the director would spawn like a normal infected, which makes the game fun because it's a different change of pace. You can sort of predict where the director is eventually going to spawn things. And by the director, for those of you guys that don't know what I mean by that term, it's basically the game or the computer putting certain things in your way, depending on whether or not that you're, like, let's say, cooperating with your team. Like, if you're a lone wolf and you're running away from your team, leaving them to die, it's going to purposely spawn shit in front of you so that way you'll die. It's basically rewarding people for sticking as a team. So that's the one thing with this game mode, is that when you have a combination of the director making it where you can't leave your teammates without basically getting yourself killed, and you can only do so much, plus also with the fact is that you're just in general being able to have a different change of pace with people playing as the infected. They'll act differently than what a director zombie would act like. They'll be in different places. They'll try to combo things differently. It makes it fun for the survivors. As the infected, it's very, very fun just to play as the infected. Who doesn't like the idea of playing as the tank and beating the crap out of somebody with a car, or playing as a hunter and getting a really cool-ass pounce, or playing as a spitter and getting those unique cheeky plays where you blow up a propane tank or a gas can with your spit and you knock somebody down, you get a wombo combo. That's fun. That really is fun, and I enjoy that about the game. And that's why Versus is where it is. Now, obviously Versus is not the number 1 mode, but it definitely is going to be my number 1 for, like, a lot of the party modes. And then coming in at number 1, obviously, is just going to be good old classic Left 4 Dead campaign. Because the funny thing is, with Left 4 Dead, I can't believe they actually combined this, because it was a little bit unnecessary. It's so weird not seeing that logo anymore, at least on the PC version. And Left 4 Dead originally had solo as its own mode, and then multiplayer campaign as its own mode. So if you guys remember way back in the day, there was the silhouette, or I guess you could say not even the silhouette, just the flat out photo or symbol rather of Ellis, and that was solo mode. And solo mode was just solo mode. It was just you playing the base campaign by yourself. And then any other variant of the campaign, like such as playing with randoms or playing with your teammates, was going to be the multiplayer version, and it had all the gang, like Rochelle, Nick, Coach, and Ellis all together. And that was their own mode. So it's kind of funny, because originally, if you're going off of that ranking system, you would actually end up having two separate categories, because I would like to believe they're not the same modes, but now they're the same modes. So if we're going to combine solo with multiplayer, then they're their own mode, which makes them number one. Because funnily enough, if solo was still its own mode, this list would actually be slightly different. Probably what would have happened is I probably would have put multiplayer campaign at number one, and then I probably would have ended up putting solo campaign maybe second or third in between verses, just because like Left 4 Dead is fun, but it's more fun when you play with friends, especially when you end up playing on like mods with your buddies. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we're once again going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. In today's Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, we are going to be ranking all the equipment that is in the game. Now, this is going to be what is in your HUD bar. So this is going to include things such as pain pills, the flashlight, the med kits, bio bombs, etc, etc, etc. So anything essentially that's in the hotbar. Now, these are going to be very interesting to rank because we have a variety of different ones, and we're going to be combining them all into one giant set. We're not going to be doing something like ranking all the health kits items or ranking all the throwable items. We're not going to be like that weird about it, but we are going to be definitely ranking in all the equipment. And in the last video, I will admit that the last video was a very interesting concept. I decided to actually rank all the game modes, but that didn't necessarily seem to hit home with you guys. So I'm pretty sure that you guys want to see more of the core gameplay stuff, such as maps, guns, and characters. But I definitely am going to still include some of the more uncon stuff, definitely. But I will try to implement some more of the more main stuff that you guys would want to see, because the last video, I'll admit, didn't necessarily do that hot, which is okay. So if you guys could do me a favor and just let me know in the comment section down below what is the next ranking video you would like to see next, just so that way I can pique your guys' interest at the right times. But in the meantime, we're going to be doing another miscellaneous, which is just going to be ranking the equipment. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, as always, please consider supporting the channel by dropping a like, comment, subscribe, ringing the notification bell, the whole entire YouTube shtick, as always, because I appreciate it and it helps my channel grow. And then that way you can tell YouTube personally, like, hey, we like this guy enough that we're willing to support him, you know, recommend his content to us more often. Because if that happens, then you guys can see more often and get more videos that benefit you, such as tips, guides, and just funny moments and stuff like that. But anyways, enough with my TED Talk / Billy Mays advertisement. Let's begin with the actual video. Okay, so coming in at the last spot, or spot number 9, this is going to be the flashlight. The flashlight is very interesting because honestly, I think a lot of people in their eyes do not count this as a piece of equipment. It's something that you will always default have in the game. It's the only piece of equipment that does spawn with you every single time you load into a game. And the only thing that this is useful for is specifically fog or dark maps. Now, that is still a benefit, don't get me wrong. I definitely still do consider the flashlight to be useful. It's not 100% useless. If you're playing Dead Center and you're playing on the first chapter and you're trying to end up getting out of the elevator during the fire, or if you're trying to play something like Hard Rain and you're playing during the dark and you just want to be able to see, the flashlight will be always there and it's still useful for you. Now, unfortunately, there is a caveat to this where, unfortunately, it's going to get you killed if you run into a witch. And some people, even including myself, have at times forgotten to turn my lights off. And I know that the characters verbally remind you, but sometimes when you're in the moment of zombie chaos, it's very, very hard to remember to turn off your flashlight. Sometimes it's just forced to have it. Plus, also, there's times where I feel like we can all juke out the witch with the flashlight, and we don't necessarily need to turn it off. We can just like run past her or something like that. But unfortunately, sometimes the witch will end up killing you if you leave your light on, so it does end up having a hindrance to you. And overall, it's just not really that useful just because you always have it. You want to get more of the uncommon stuff. So that's where I put the flashlight. I know it's talking a lot for a flashlight, but I want to give my justifications for it. So now let's move on to the actual, like, legitimate, like, first piece of equipment. Alrighty, now coming in at the next spot, these are basically neck and neck, so I'm just going to kind of do them back to back, even though they do have their own spots. This is going to be the frag rounds and the incendiary rounds. So the frag rounds and the incendiary rounds spawn in a decent amount in the game. They're in niche spots. I could say that I probably find like maybe 2 at the very least per campaign. And they definitely do serve their purpose. They are special ammo types that will allow you to end up having your guns be stronger. The incendiary rounds making it where your enemies will catch on fire, and the frag rounds basically dismember them. Now, I'm going to be ranking the incendiary rounds over the frag rounds in this instance, because the frag rounds, if you're too close to your enemy, you actually will damage yourself. Whereas the incendiary rounds, it's not nearly that bad. When you end up shooting an incendiary round into a zombie, it will actually not damage you. Now, the incendiary rounds also can end up temporarily, or sometimes permanently, depending on the infected, because of the duration of how long their health will last through it. It will temporarily set the infected on fire, which can be great in instances such as catching a special infected when they're not ready and being able to end up saving your life. Now, this is available to everybody. You end up putting this where your health kit and your defib slot would go. So unfortunately, you can't carry these around with you. Almost always, you want to end up using these just straight off the rip, which is kind of what they're meant for in instances. But they're not really that good because they only end up giving you really just one clip. I mean, like, you don't really end up having that much of use. Like, for example, like, if you end up getting, like, let's say, a decent amount of kills, you know, on a natural basis, this doesn't really need to end up helping you. This is kind of like a newbier thing. It's just being like, hey, someone's new to the game, let's give them some really powerful temporary ammo. Which is cool. But in instances like where me and my friends are like kind of like veterans at this game, it really is just kind of like a niche thing. It really is only maybe good for like 1 kill, because you can reload during incendiary or frag rounds. Like, for example, if I have, like, let's say my first full clip full of it, and I only shoot so much before I reload, it's a certain amount of bullets per. So, like, for example, let's say that I end up having a shotgun that I fill with either or. I get 10 shots. Now, if I shoot 3 and then reload, I still have 7 shots, and that's good. It means I don't waste my ammo because, like, I threw, like, let's say a special clip out. But once those special bullets are gone, they're gone, and you can't reuse them again. And then same thing for your teammates. Like, you only all get 1 magazine or 1 set full, and so once they're gone, and they're just not really useful other than that. They're very niche, but they're still better than the flashlight overall. Alrighty, now coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being the Bio Bomb. So this is one of the 3 throwable items that are in the game. And for me personally, this is my least favorite because unfortunately all it is just an escape method. Really, the Bio Bomb and the Pipe Bomb are both escape method grenades. But the thing is that the Pipe Bomb does it better because it actually deals damage, whereas the Bio Bomb does not. You can use the Bio Bomb in certain instances, such as trying to like throw it on the tank and do a septic tank and get the tank to get attacked, but the zombies do little to no damage and the tank insta-KOs them. That really all it does is slow them down. In fact, it does it just in general. Like, this whole entire idea is that it slows the zombies down. You throw it, it makes a fart cloud, and the zombies go after for a while, but then they don't die, and then later on they are going to get you. And there's really no reason to throw this unless you were on low health, so since the zombies do not die from this, if you're not constantly shooting them while running away, which is sometimes hard to do, they just come and get you later. So you better hope that something is nearby to help you in that instance. The Bio Bomb is kind of like a scapegoat piece of equipment, and really that's all it is. I personally do not like the Bio Bomb all that much, and I much rather would use something like a pipe bomb or a Molotov, or even like a pain pill bottle essentially instead. So that is where I'm ranking the Bio Bomb. Now let's move over to the next piece of equipment. Alrighty, so for the next piece of equipment, this is going to end up being the laser sights. These are actually extremely useful in the game. Laser sights actually help you increase your accuracy. Now, I believe that they slightly are different on console compared to PC. On console, they give you, I believe, a bit of aim assist on top of the fact that they end up shrinking your crosshair. Whereas I believe with the mouse and keyboard, since there is no aim assist, it just ends up giving you a tighter crosshair. Which, Yes, you do also get the visual laser, but we all have a pretty fair idea of where we need to aim, but the crosshair being shrunk down is useful game mechanics-wise because we end up having less of a spraying pattern. See, your gun, when you end up shooting it in game, the smaller your crosshair is, not only can you be more accurate, but also your bullets will be able to end up just functioning overall pretty good. Like, for example, you can have an enemy within your crosshair, of course, but the smaller the crosshair, the more pinpoint you can be with it, such as getting headshots instead of just genuinely shooting them. And the fact that you can end up getting the laser sights on everything is very, very useful. Now, this only spawns in a select few times. You'll very rarely end up finding these almost all the time. I believe you could theoretically get it once per map. I believe there always is a pair of laser sights almost in all the Left 4 Dead 2 maps. I can't guarantee Left 4 Dead 1. But you will find these very rarely in Left 4 Dead 1, if not little to none. But in Left 4 Dead 2, you can find them a fair bit. I think Left 4 Dead 2 always has at least one spot per campaign you can get laser sights. If not, it definitely spawns in at least once. So yeah, the laser sights are overall really good just because they make your gun stronger, and I definitely am incentivized to keep my gun if it's got a laser sight on it. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot. This is actually going to be another throwable, and this is, funnily enough, going to be the pipe bomb. Now, the pipe bomb is a little bit better than the bile bomb because it explodes, which causes zombie damage and therefore zombie kills. In fact, you can even use this to your advantage and combo this with a bile bomb sometimes, making it where you can get a lot of kills. But yeah, the bile bomb and the pipe bomb both are kind of like distraction abilities. They make any common infected chase, and it will make them get off your back. Now, the pipe bomb, since it does explode, like I said, it will kill the enemies. This is huge because this will allow you to get the basic common infected off your back. Now, this doesn't kill a lot. Unfortunately, you can only get so many before the pipe bomb will explode, but it has a decent chucking radius, and it will definitely end up giving you some slack to be able to focus on the special infected. It's really just slightly better than the bile bomb, but the fact that it explodes and kills things makes this significantly higher on my list. So that is the pipe bomb. Now let's move over to the next piece of equipment. Alrighty, so for the next piece of equipment, this is going to be our first bottom health item, or just bottom equipment item, and this is going to end up being the adrenaline shot. So the adrenaline shot is an okay piece of equipment, and it definitely is very useful in certain niche scenarios. The adrenaline shot allows you to not only gain temporary health, but it allows you to have increased action and movement speed. So therefore, if you're in a situation where you're playing, like, let's say, the Coldstream finale or the Parish finale, and you really need to get out of there, and you're really in a pinch, and you're starting to struggle on health, for example, you can stick yourself with an adrenaline shot and get going. This is also really good combo with melee weapons, because if you stick yourself with adrenaline and have a melee weapon, you can just hack and slash through the common infected with ease. And it does make it a very good piece of equipment in those instances. Now, unfortunately, you don't get this effect for that long. On the contrary, with like pain pills last for longer but have less effect, whereas the adrenaline shot is all at once and goes away significantly quicker. The adrenaline shot is really only useful for the first couple of seconds, and after that point you're basically slim pickings. It will have an initial burst and then it will slowly start counting down, but a lot faster than what something like the pain pills would do, therefore causing it to be only just a short burst of helpfulness to you. In my best bet, I would honestly recommend the pain pills almost every time. The adrenaline shot is really only useful on the offensive maps, such as the Parish or Coldstream finales, for example. It's useful, and it definitely has its niches. You can also end up using it in certain instances where, like, for example, like, let's say you need to heal, and you really need to heal quick, or if you need to end up defibbing somebody, that can also end up being a big clutch. Very, very useful. But at the end of the day, it can only do so much. So that is going to be the adrenaline shot. Now let's move over to the next piece of equipment. Alrighty. So now for the next piece of equipment, this is going to be our last throwable, and this is going to end up being the Molotov. The Molotov is my favorite throwing item in the game, and it's one of my overall favorite pieces of equipment inside of the game, because it's super, super useful. I always carry this because I personally play on advanced mode or expert mode, And if you run into something like, let's say, a tank, which is what I mostly use this for, and you throw it, you have a significantly higher chance of killing the tank and therefore surviving. Because the tank, if you stick him with a Molotov, he will stay on fire until he dies. Once he is on fire, he will stay on fire. Therefore, all you have to do is essentially outrun him, making it a lot easier to survive because you don't have to worry about shooting the tank 24/7, and you can more rather just clear the way and kill the horde than focusing on laying lead into the tank, especially if you're also like a teammate or two short. So I honestly really love the Molotov. It's very useful. It's not exactly too useful on anything other than the tank. It's very, very niche to the tank. I mean, you can definitely use it on other infected, don't get me wrong, but you shouldn't. But it's still definitely useful nonetheless. So it's very niche specifically the tank, but it's very useful, and I always carry it with me. So even though it's niche, you definitely should always have it on you. Alrighty, now we're getting close to the end here. Let's look at the last few. So coming in at the next spot, this is going to be our first med kit or health theme item, and this is actually going to be the defib. The defib is extremely useful. The reason why it's so high up on this list is because it brings back your teammates, obviously, because that's what a defib unit will do. But the defib unit, in this case, is very, very useful because since it can bring your teammates back to the from life from the dead instantly. You don't need to end up using the closets. And so if you're playing something like realism, you can end up using this when your teammates wouldn't normally spawn a closet, basically giving them a second chance. Plus also as well is that if you're playing something like versus or especially survival, this is extremely useful to keeping your team alive and just being able to keep the streak going. Because the more lead downstream, the more chances that you have of being able to end up killing the special infected that may be in your way. Tanks will die faster, the hunters will die faster, the smokers will die faster, etc, etc, etc. This is extremely useful in expert campaigns as well, because if you're in an expert campaign where the health kits are really only useful once you're in black and white, because you end up having one down before black and white, and then after that you need to use it right away, it is extremely clutch, especially if you end up doing the kill strategy where you kill your teammates within the safe room, so that way they spawn back in with green health and you still have both the med kit or the defib unit that you may or may not have. It makes it extremely clutch. So that's why I have the defib unit there. And then we're going to obviously have 2 spots left. Alrighty, so coming in at number 2, we are now going to be ranking the next health item, which is going to be the medkit. Good old classic medkit. The default item that you get off spawn, the default just healing item that you end up having in the Left 4 Dead series, the way that you would be able to end up healing yourself if you were in a clutch situation other than what you have as the get by items. And the med kit is extremely useful, especially in the higher difficulties where you're playing on expert and you end up having it where after one down, you end up having one more chance before you go into black and white, making this extremely beneficial to you and your team. You can also end up using this on your teammates as well. Now, I know you can also use every other healing item on your teams as well, but being able to have an instance where, like, let's say that you're all in green and, like, let's say one guy is in the red, if you end up healing him back to green, he's going to be extremely grateful. It's going to be really helpful to him, honestly. Because sure, you can end up giving him some pain pills or adrenaline or something like that, but that's only going to get him so far. If you give him all of his health back, oh boy, is he back in the game. He's ready to swing. The med kit is extremely useful. It always has been useful, and I don't think there's ever been an instance where it's not really been useful. Everything else is very, very niche. But the med kit and then the number 1 spot is pretty much always useful in my humble opinion. Alrighty, now coming in at the number 1 spot, this is going to be the classic, the meme, the pain pills. The pain pills are the best piece of equipment in Left 4 Dead because they pretty much do everything. Now, they don't do everything well per se, but they do it good enough. The pain pills would obviously go in the slot where you end up having your adrenaline shot. And the pain pills, I honestly think, are the best piece of equipment in the game, is because they allow you to be able to end up having a second chance, but at the same time spawn played in video games ever. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are doing once again another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, and this Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, we are going to be ranking all the melee weapons in Left 4 Dead from least to best. This is going to be the next video that we're going to be having in the ranking series because this is the one that you guys really wanted to see. And I also do want to address something that was kind of like something I mentioned in brief passing on one of my old ranking videos that even led to me making this video in the first place. And that's the ranking the guns video. So the ranking the guns video, there was at one point in the beginning how I ranked all the melee weapons identically because I said that they're basically all the exact same thing, and a lot of you guys, not necessarily in all bad ways, there was some also just random people too that don't watch the channel that just like left hate comments, but basically in long story short, there was some people that were saying how that the melee weapons do indeed have different stats. It's just that I didn't notice them. And I did look up some research online, and yes, if you technically go based off of things like tick rate and frames, there is some differences between the melee weapons that do make some better than others. And I know that this is a very nitpicky thing, but for me personally, in my defense, just one thing I wanted to mention is that for the longest time, I always played Left 4 Dead on console, so I never thought that something like tick rate or frame rate was something that honestly mattered. I just was like, okay, this melee weapon is cool looking, and that was the end all be all. I thought that they were all basically the exact same, but nope, lo and behold, there is some differences that make the melee weapons vastly different from each other to a lot of people, and I decided to take that into accord. So what we're going to be doing for this ranking video is that we're not just solely going based off of stats, because if we were just going solely based off of stats, it'd be very easy just to say that the fastest, the longest range, etc., all those melee weapons are superior, and therefore they're in the number, like, 3 spots. Now, I'm not going to be doing that. What I'm actually going to be doing is that I am going to be ranking all the melee weapons based off of a couple things. First thing, obviously, will be stats, of course. If it naturally is performing better, it definitely will be higher on the list, but I will also rank stuff on cosmetic personal bias. Like, for example, if the melee weapon just naturally looks cool, that is going to be an influence. And then also, as well, is just availability. Because not every single melee weapon that is on this list is available on every map and even every location of said map. So, the variety is going to be based off of, like, when it's available to you. If so, how good is it, and how cool is it just in general? And that's just pretty much how we're going to be ranking off this list. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, as always, I tremendously appreciate if you guys show your support to the channel by doing the following, which is dropping a like, comment, subscribe, all that beautiful stuff, because that way you can tell YouTube and me directly that you guys want to see a certain thing on the channel. And honestly, it's a great way just because that way it'll help grow the channel, and you can literally tell YouTube, be like, hey, we like this guy, and therefore YouTube will be like, oh, hey, they do like this guy, let's recommend his content. And therefore, I can have my content pushed out to more of you guys, and we can have more of you guys be able to join the family. So, if you guys end up enjoying the video, as always, definitely leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And let's begin with the video. Alright, so coming in at the least best melee weapon spot, this is actually going to end up being the chainsaw. The chainsaw, in my opinion, is the least good melee weapon in the whole entire series because of one reason only. It's a temporary melee weapon. The chainsaw runs off of energy instead of just being a blunt object. Now, in turn, this is actually one of the best melee weapons in the game statistically, because it does shred through a lot of hordes, it's extremely fast, really decent range, but the problem is the fact that it's temporary. When you pick this up, you're running off of the chainsaw's gas, and once the gas is done, your melee weapon will disappear and will replace with a singular pistol. Now, the reason why is because it just unfortunately is just a one-time thing. It's supposed to be like you get a really good melee weapon, but you can only use it temporarily. And I understand that, but for the sake of survival and how often that thing runs out of battery, it's just not worth your time. You're much better off even taking one of the weaker just default melee weapons because you can keep it theoretically forever. And the chainsaw being temporary, it's only a niche weapon and it's really not worth your time. So for the chainsaw personally, it's just gotta be ranked down below just because of just how weak it is. Just because once you run out of your energy, you're going back to a default pistol, which is essentially making you waste your time when you could have easily went for something like a Magnum or even just dual-wield normal pistols to begin with. Alrighty, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being one of the new melee weapons, and this is going to end up being the Pitchfork. The Pitchfork, in my opinion, is the least best normal melee weapon in the whole entire game, because of the fact that it doesn't really work well. Its range is definitely good. It's a long melee weapon, so you can definitely take out zombies from far, but the problem for me is its inconsistency. It melees in a way that it melees vertically, so it's very narrow and only really takes out the zombies directly in front of you. So it's good at taking individual zombies out, but if you're taking out a horde, you're going to have a really tough time, because it doesn't go diagonal. Even though it's a sharp melee weapon, you can't really slice through that many hordes. And overall, the Pitchfork is just not really that good. It was introduced in the Last Stand updates, so in my humble opinion, the Pitchfork really doesn't also spawn that much. In fact, actually, I can tell you guys this, is that the Pitchfork, in terms of its spawn rate, it only spawns on a select few maps. It only spawns on Swamp Fever, Hard Rain, Blood Harvest, and The Last Stand. It's literally spawning in on only 4 maps in the whole entire game. And for me personally, that's just not enough. Now, I understand that because it's a new melee weapon, they had to go back, but they didn't go back on every single map, which just kind of blows. So the fact that it's only on 4 maps, the fact that it's very bad in terms of its meleeing speed, and the fact that it also only goes vertically, it just makes it just one of the worst melee weapons in the whole entire game, and I have to rank it that spot for that reason. Alright, so coming in at the next spot, this is also going to be the other new melee weapon. This is going to end up being the Shovel. Now, the reason why I rank the Shovel a lot lower on this list, unfortunately, even though it's one of the newer melee weapons, is because, once again, it's limited to where it is. It's only available on the Passing, Swamp Fever, Hard Rain, the Parish, No Mercy, Death Toll, Blood Harvest, the Sacrifice, Coldstream, and the Last Stand. Now, that is unfortunate because this melee weapon is actually not that bad. It's a longer range melee weapon, and as far as I'm aware, even though it's not that sharp, it can do the Lickety Split achievement, or is considered a sharp melee weapon because of the way that it's positioned, the way that it's shaped on the edge of the blade. It actually is sharp enough, I believe, to cut off a smoker tongue. You can feel free to correct me if I am wrong. But the melee weapon is pretty decent. It has decent range. It's got a lot better of a melee pattern. It's pretty decently fast. It is sharp. But just the fact that it spawns in so little, it honestly just makes it not worth your time. And there's honestly a lot better melee weapons down the list. And that's just honestly what I'm going to go with for the end of the list, honestly. Alrighty, so coming in at the next melee weapon for these spots, this is going to end up being the Crowbar. The Crowbar is one of the melee weapons that I rank low, is just because the Crowbar does not have really that good of a cosmetic appeal. Now, I do admit that having the golden Crowbar definitely is really cool. I love the fact that there is the golden Crowbar and the Easter eggs for it. That definitely made it a lot of fun in the Last Stand update. But unfortunately, it's just a Crowbar. It's either silver with blood or gold with blood. And even though the golden Crowbar is the cooler one, it really does not really have that much of an appeal, because the Crowbar does not really perform that good. Now, if we want to get into something like tick rates, we're going to do that now, I guess you could say. The tick rate for the Crowbar is actually pretty decent, but it's not really that beneficial to you. The Crowbar's tick rate is 3, but the thing is, though, is that the Crowbar, in my opinion, doesn't really have that good of range and doesn't really cut the zombies that well. It's funny, the melee weapons doesn't actually have any damage differences. They're all based off of really just your refresh rates or your speed or your tick rate. To simplify tick rate for my console viewers, since a lot of you may not know what it would be, basically, in rule of thumb and vague way that I can describe is, it's essentially like DPS or fire rate. It's the amount of frames that the melee weapon takes to swing and then reset again. So if it's ticks or frames, basically, you have a certain amount of time from when you swing it to when you can swing it again, and that basically is essentially your damage, because the melee weapons all have the same amount of swing requirements to kill something. But if it can swing faster, therefore your DPS is higher, therefore I guess you could say that's your damage per second. And the Crowbar is, even though it's got a 3 tick rate, which is overall makes it one of the best in terms of its tick rate, or therefore its killing speed, its range is very poor, and it's honestly not one of the best. There are some melee weapons that do a combination better of range, swing pattern, the effectiveness, all that stuff, and the Crowbar just doesn't end up making it on the list, unfortunately. I could be very detailed and explain this a lot more, you know, thoroughly. I could get into MS, I can get into the spawn rate of every single map for every single melee weapon, I can get onto a variety of different things, I can talk about kill patterns, I could be very detailed, but the last time I made this video, because this is the second attempt, was like over a half an hour long, and I'm trying to simplify something that's not meant to be oversimplified, but a lot of people want the detail anyways, so I'm trying to make a complicated version of something that's already meant to be simple, once again simple, if that makes any sense. So that's the crowbar, let's move on to the next melee weapon. Alrighty, so coming in at the next spot for the melee weapons, this is going to end up being the frying pan. The frying pan, in my humble opinion, is a very poor melee weapon, and honestly I would rank it a lot lower than the crowbar, but the only reason why I rank it up higher is for comedic value. They essentially are basically the same. The crowbar actually is a little bit better in terms of its tick rate. The frying pan, believe it or not, is actually worse at 5 tick rate, which therefore means that it's slower. And also it has one of the shortest ranges in the game because the frying pan goes off its little handle. And the only reason why it's just somewhat ranked up higher is just because of the comedic effect. It's got the little cha-ching. And I enjoy beating up the zombies like I'm in a kid's cartoon. Like, the frying pan is the most hysterical, traditional melee weapon. And it's just really fun that way. And since the damage, honestly, is just not really that noticeable, just the cosmetic appeal makes it really fun for me. So that's where the frying pan goes. Now let's move on to the next spot. Alrighty, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being the electric guitar. The electric guitar is a pretty decent melee weapon in my opinion. In fact, I always run this if I'm playing something like the Dark Carnival finale. Just rocking out, getting immersed, and just being able to end up destroying zombies with a guitar. I just imagine just beating the crap out of zombies with a guitar being fun. The tick rate on this is actually not that bad. It's actually up to 2 ticks. And 2 ticks is pretty decent for the melee weapon. It means that it's like one of the fastest in terms of its swinging, really. But it also does have different swinging patterns, which means that it actually ends up having a slightly slower one. For example, upper right to lower left, it's actually 2 ticks. But, for example, swinging left to right is actually 5 ticks. So it actually is faster in certain swinging directions. You see how complicated this actually can be? But, yeah, basically, in simplification sentences, or simplification versions, it spawns in pretty decently. It's available on a variety of different maps. It's available on the Parish, No Mercy, Crash Course, Death Toll, Coldstream, and unfortunately it's unavailable on everything else. But the good news is, though, is that it's actually fairly decent. Actually, it says it's unavailable on things like Dark Carnival. Okay, that might be actually inaccurate. This might be an inaccurate list for specifically just the guitar, because I know it's available on Dark Carnival for the guitar. But overall, though, it does not end up cutting off smoker tongues, unfortunately. It's a blunt melee weapon. Its range is pretty decent because of the fact that it's got the giant guitar neck, so you can actually melee pretty far. It's just a decent melee weapon, and it really has no business other than the fact that it just looks cool, really. Alright, coming in at the next melee weapon spot, this is going to be the Nightstick. The Nightstick, in my opinion, is a pretty decent melee weapon, and it actually is not that bad. The melee weapon speed on the Nightstick is actually going to be, once again, a 2-tick melee weapon, or a 5-tick, depending on which direction it's swinging in. And it's actually pretty decent. It's a blunt object and only spawns in, really, if you get lucky or if you find it on the riot gear zombies. And overall, it just works a lot better than something like the guitar. It swings faster, and even though it's a blunt object, it just swings faster, therefore it's much better if you're in a horde situation. So compared to just finding one zombie, if you're surrounded, you're a lot better off, and therefore I honestly prefer the Nightstick. It's just overall a decent melee weapon in comparison to what a lot of other ones could be. Alright, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being the Cricket Bat. Now, even though the Cricket Bat is honestly not the worst melee weapon in the world, I overall just rank it just this way, just because the fact is that the only thing it really has going for it is the fact that it spawns in on a lot of maps, and also it has pretty decent range, and therefore its swinging pattern, by the way, is also really good at killing zombies if you're surrounded by a horde rather than just getting one individual zombie. If you're surrounded, you can get a swing that will get out a lot of zombies, and it's overall not that bad, even though it is 6 to 7 ticks, which therefore makes it one of the worst melee speed weapons in the game, and it's cosmetically not really that good looking. The Cricket Bat is just good for niche scenarios, but that's really all it's honestly useful for. The melee weapons in this game are really, there's such minute differences that really only, honestly, the last 3 are really worth a significant amount of time obsessing over. If you find any of the melee weapons other than pretty much the last few, they're honestly not going to be that much of a hindrance to you, but if you do get the last 3, they definitely are worth picking up if you find them over these. But these first few are not really worth switching out, honestly, if you can avoid it, just because they're basically the same, honestly, in my humble opinion. Alrighty, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the baseball bat. And as far as I'm aware, the baseball bat is the worst melee weapon in terms of the speed in the game at 6 to 7 ticks, which is honestly the slowest that I've seen, which means that the baseball bat is slow as hell melee weapon. It's a blunt object too, so you're not going to be able to get lickety-split or just the sharp melee weapon aspect. It is pretty decent in terms of its cosmetics. It looks cool, and you can get melee weapon mods where you can actually make it like like Negan's Bat Lucille or something like that, which is pretty nice. And overall, cosmetically wise, it's the best cosmetic weapon in my opinion, other than a select few. But it unfortunately is the slowest, and really all it has going for its cosmetics and range, which is the only reason why it's higher than everything else, is because some of the other melee weapons like the frying pan don't really have that much good of range, and just can only kill like one zombie, and the bat can get like at least a couple of hordes of zombies. Alright, now coming into the next spot, this is where you start to get into the decently pretty good melee weapons, I would say. This is actually going to end up being the fire axe. The Fire Axe, in my opinion, I'm going to be ranking up a lot higher because it's one of our first sharp melee weapons that's actually somewhat decent. It is 5 to 6 ticks, so it's definitely a lot slower, but the Fire Axe overall is pretty damn good because the Fire Axe spawns in on a hell of a lot more maps, first of all. It spawns on NSenr, Dark Carnival, Swamp Fever, Hard Rain, and the Passing, which is a pretty decent portion. That's actually all the default maps, I think, other than the Parish, which for some reason in my head I don't know why it's not available on the Parish. I'm pretty sure you can get the axe on the Parish, but the article does not say it is. But the article may or may not be out of date because it was saying things like the Dark Carnival map doesn't have the guitar, which I know is completely inaccurate. But I'm pretty sure the axe is available almost on every single map. The axe is one of the best sharp melee weapons, as good as taking out a lot of hordes. It allows you to get lickety-split, and overall it's just a pretty solid melee weapon, and I honestly really like it. It's quite a good melee weapon in my humble opinion. Alrighty, coming in at the next melee weapon spot, the combat knife and the ninja sword. The machete is just like almost perfect, and the only reason why it's just not number 1 is because, you can guess it, the main reason that number 1 is the combat knife. Now the combat knife actually was so good that it actually got a nerf, which I want to know when this was the case, because it means Left 4 Dead once again got another update, and I want to know when this update was. But the combat knife actually got a 10% slowdown speed increase, or basically it got nerfed by 10% speed. And that's actually kind of shocking, because apparently it's an 8-tick melee weapon, and originally it would have been better by 10%, which means it was statistically really the best melee weapon in the game, which I guess is pretty damn good, honestly, in my opinion, but now it's starting to compete with the machete once again. The machete and the knife are basically identical now. But it's the 3rd fastest melee weapon in the whole entire game, and it's pretty damn good. It has the sharpness of the swords, and it's got a pretty decent range, in my opinion, and melee weapon speed and mobility-wise. And the fact that it had to get a nerf just obviously shows that it probably was super overpowered, honestly, at one point. Now, for the combat knife, it also just has some of the best cosmetics. You can get cool mods on where you can make things like CSGO knives, your like karambits out of the combat knife. I mean, who wouldn't want that, honestly, for their melee weapon? That just overall makes it really, really cool. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, what we are going to be doing is we are going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. And this Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, we are going to be ranking all the panic events in Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. Now, if you're wondering what a panic event is, basically this is any instance that you would summon a horde. Now, there is a few technicalities. Number 1 I want to point out is that this only counts hordes that are going to show up no matter what. This isn't going to be like shooting a car and then a horde comes out of nowhere. It's specifically going to be instances in a campaign chapter where you always send a action to the computer, and it causes zombies to spawn. So for example, one of these would be like the merry-go-round on Dark Carnival or the bunker door on Coldstream. That will always spawn a horde no matter what you do in that instance, so that would be considered a panic event compared to like just shooting a car, for example. Now, before we do begin, as always, there's just a few things I would like to clarify per usual. And the 2 things I want to clarify is that number 1, that this video is mostly opinion, so if you have a different opinion, definitely feel free to put it down below in the comment section. I'm always eager to read your guys' comments and figure out what your guys' opinion is, but keep in mind, I'm not necessarily trying to give this list skill-based matchmaking and make it uberly detailed and sweaty. It's mostly just my opinion, but I definitely did take the community's opinion in mind. But definitely feel free to let me know your list down below in the comments. I would definitely really like to hear, because I put a poll out, and this is one of the videos that you want to see being ranked for another Left 4 Dead video next, so I decided to do this one. And then just the second thing is just simply just support the channel and the video if you guys want to see more stuff like this, because that way you will be able to tell me and YouTube specifically that you want to see more content like this. You know, by just simply dropping a like, a comment, or subscribing, you push me further in the algorithm. And so if there's ever a person, for example, such as your guys' self in this instance today, if you ever want to see a video like this, then my video will be recommended to you, because I'm one of the few people that are only doing Left 4 Dead content right now, since it's just such a old game. So definitely feel free to support the channel. We're on the road to 2,000 subscribers. It's a long way, but we just hit 1,300, so we're getting really close. Next is 1,400. But yeah, guys, enough with the whole YouTube shtick. Let's begin with ranking every single one of the panic events in Left 4 Dead. Alrighty, so coming in at the worst panic event spot, this is going to end up being the Hard Rain Mill Escape, or in this case, the Sugar Mill on the way back. This is the Sugar Mill step where it's actually raining, and I do not like this panic event at all. This is where you're returning on the elevator that you just took, and for me personally, I don't know why, but this always seems to be a spot that I almost always end up having issues where I'm either losing my health or I'm getting surrounded by zombies. And keep in mind is that we're ranking these not only based off of just how difficult these panic events are, but also just their uniqueness. And the problem is with this one in particular, this one is more hard than it is really fun. Like, it's not really unique because we're literally just doing the exact same thing that we did last chapter. This panic event happens twice in a row. It literally happened in the last chapter of the exact same map. So, not really unique, not really fun. And the higher the difficulty you play, for example, if you play this on expert mode, you try to get achievements, this is a very difficult panic event because of the lack of sight, and you're possibly going to have like no supplies given the fact that you survived barely in the last chapter. And speaking of the next panic event, funnily enough, is the exact same chapter, but in the daytime. This is going to end up being the hard range sugar mill, or in this case, the elevator that happened to be what we were just talking about, but in the daytime. Now, the only reason why I rank this a little bit better is because of visibility. You can see better on this, but unfortunately, it's the exact same premise. You're just waiting for an elevator, and it's very frustrating. And plus, also, this is debatably worse, just because in this chapter specifically, this is the sugar mill, so that means this is where all the witch spawn are. And the thing is with the witch spawns is that if you play on expert mode, they are walking insta-kills, and they can go from anywhere from like the beginning of the campaign on this chapter all the way up till the very end where the next safe room is. They're everywhere, and they can end up being in this building with you. So if you have a roaming witch inside of this horde step, you might be shooting the witch on accident just trying to survive. So I personally do not like this, and therefore that's why I rank it where I do on the the placements here. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is the No Mercy elevator. I don't like the No Mercy elevator just because it's very claustrophobic and it's very close quarters. Because for how small the area is and for how long you have to wait, it honestly is not really worth it. You honestly should just go into the other parts of the hospital and camp in another room and then wait and then push your way up. Just because honestly it's more worth your time. That is, unless you have a shotgun, then it's honestly okay. But other than that, it's not really worth it, like legitimately. Alright, the next spot is going to end up being the Death Toll Town. The Death Toll Town is where you end up dropping the forklift, and the forklift basically drops like a piece of concrete that allows you to start running to the safe room. Now, unfortunately, with this particular panic event, this one is very difficult. This one I had a very hard time on, even on advanced mode, because unfortunately the zombies are always coming at you, and it's a straight shot. You know, like, and unfortunately, even though it's not a straight shot in terms of direction, it's just a straight shot in general to the safe room. You just got to keep going forward. You don't have to wait. You just, you plow through. That's what I meant by straight shot. But the thing is, though, is unfortunately with the nooks and crannies where zombies can get you, and the fact that they're so relentless and they keep coming at you, and unfortunately, since it's not a literal just a straight shot, unfortunately, since it's not just a straight line, and you do have to make zigzags. I guess that was a poor choice of words on my part, but since it's unfortunately a pile of zigzags, you get these instances where you're being like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do here? Where do I go? Do I go up? Do I go down? Do I go left? Do I go right? And it can be confusing for the, non-veteran players, and I personally just don't like the Death Toll Town. I've never really had luck with it, and so maybe I just have a bias because I always seem to have trouble with it. But yeah, in general, I've never really liked the Death Toll Town, so that's why I'm putting it here where it is. Alrighty, next spot is going to be the Dead Center elevator. This is going to be on the first chapter. And with the Dead Center elevator, the reason why I'm ranking this so low is because, once again, it's down to visibility. It's not rain, but it's fog. And the problem is with the fog does the exact same premise where you just can't see anything. Now, also as well, on top of this, you are surrounded by fire. And with the fire everywhere, you are walking basically on eggshells where you don't know if you're going to be walking into a possible fire and then therefore losing your health. Especially if something like a smoker grabs you or a hunter pins you in a bad spot, you just burn to death. And the higher the difficulty, the more in turn it sucks. Now, these definitely all have their uniquenesses, but I'm just ranking them so low just because they're not fun when they're this difficult or inconvenient. Alright, the next one is going to be the No Mercy construction lift near the gas station. The reason why I rank this here is because this one doesn't really have anything special. It unfortunately doesn't even really have an easiness to it either. When you end up activating the lift, you are just essentially going up, and then you run across a roof. That's not very invigorating, and also there's a lot of risks because even though you can get up the thing with a ladder if you don't make it, unfortunately the ladder doesn't deploy right away, and zombies can get you relatively easily. And the gas station next to you has an explosion effect with a pretty dang big radius. So if it explodes near you, depending on the difficulty, it is a instant team kill, and you lose. So not very fun in that regard, and I honestly just do not like it. Alrighty, now the next spot is going to be the Coldstream bunker door. This is going to be on the first chapter where you literally just go to the bunker door and you open it and then the safe room is right there. The reason why this is ranked low is not because it's difficult or anything. In fact, this is literally one of the easiest panic events. I just rank it here because it's boring. It doesn't really give you any fun factor. It's not really that original. You're opening a door for an extra few seconds, you fall down, and then you're instantly at the door. It's not fun in that regard. I like having a little bit of difficulty, but this one's just flat out way too easy. So if we were going based off of easiness factor, this literally would be either number 1 or number 2. But it's just boring, so that's why I put it here where I did. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is the Swamp Fever Ferry. The Swamp Fever Ferry is honestly just kind of like the same thing as Coldstream's Bunker to me. It's really just boring, if anything, because it's too easy, and it just really honestly isn't that fun. You just wait for a little box to come to you, you get on, and then you use it to get across. It's pretty straightforward, and really that's all it's got going for it. And plus also, for some reason, even though it happens to be a little bit more challenging than Coldstream, it's not challenging in the way that's fun, it's just more challenging because it's inconvenient, because I don't like the way that the area is laid out, because a charger and stuff like that can easily knock you off into the water, and it's insta-kills, so it just gets frustrating more than anything. Alright, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Last Stand construction site. So with the Last Stand, this is going to be the newest map that's in the Left 4 Dead series, of course. So you might be thinking to yourself, being like, okay, well, where would this go on the list? Well, here you go, and unfortunately, it's not a really good spot. It's not very flattering to the map. The reason why I put this here is because the event itself is not that bad. I personally don't mind it. It's just that the thing is that there's two main things for me. Number one is it takes way too long to get through the whole process. So basically, you go to the construction site area, you end up activating the event, and when you activate the event, then you have to go to all individual generators. This is a pain because unfortunately it risks you dying a lot of the time, and also as well as it just takes a long time. Then you have to wait for the crane to pick up the little bunker thing that you need to get through to get to the other side. This also in turn takes a long time. Then you gotta run all the way to the safe room, and there's endless zombies coming at you, and this is not a easy jump. It's not like the bunker door where it's like right in front of you. This is a long ways away. So this whole process can take you about, depending on the difficulty, like 15 minutes. It's pretty ridiculous because Last Stand is like Crash Course where it's only 2 chapters, so in turn they make up for the little amount of content by making it extra long, which is not fun. That's not exactly a way that I condone that, and that's why I put this here, is because it takes way too long, and therefore a lot of the time it just gets you killed. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Swamp Fever plane, or the airplane. This is ranked here because I think that the Swamp Fever airplane, the event itself isn't that bad, it's just what happens right after. So right after you end up doing this event, you're probably most likely going to end up being low on supplies. Ammo, you know, maybe a Molotov or a pipe bomb was thrown, maybe even some health kits were used. So you're kind of running low on supplies, considering the fact that there's not really much area to defend. You could go back into the plane, but if you have a spitter, you're kind of screwed because there's water everywhere and it's really tight quarters. So you're better off on the plane wing. The problem is on the plane wing isn't really that big, and if you get knocked off the plane wing, you go into the swamp water, which makes you incredibly slow. And even if you go into the swamp water after you've done the panic event perfectly, the swamp water is just really slow and annoying, and there's tons of zombies that can just flank you. So where it's positioned, the panic event itself is honestly not that bad, and it's kind of cool. But the thing is, though, is that where it is on the map and the fact that you get stuck in the water very easily, it makes it where you can get screwed right after you finish it, and therefore making it where you have to do it again. So if it was on a spot where there was land rather than water, be automatically 10 times higher on the list. I can guarantee you that one. I just don't like the fact that the water slows you down. Alright, coming in at the next spot, this is also another Swamp Fever panic event, and this is going to be the drawbridge. The drawbridge is going to be the little wooden bridge that you have on the second to last chapter, where you have to lower a bridge and then get to the safe room by basically going through like a little part of the swamp town. And the thing is with this one, right, is that it's really claustrophobic, and I don't overall think it's fun. Not really any of these panic events get fun until like really later on the list, because obviously the panic events are meant to cause a challenge, and therefore if you have a challenge, it most likely will result in you getting killed. So some people do or do not like certain ones, I understand that. Some people might not even like them at all. But I would say that a good panic event is obviously going to be something that's a balance between easy and hard, but is also unique and fun. And you won't really get that until later in the list. Unfortunately, with this drawbridge, it's just boring, claustrophobic, and I just don't like it. It's just that simple. Alright, coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Sacrifice Barge, or where, in this case, what actually causes the event is the crows at the construction site gravelly area where you're about to get onto the boat. And for me personally, this event isn't honestly that bad. It's we're starting to get kind of like in the mediocre area of our panic events. But with this panic event in particular, the reason why I put this here is because it's one of the only few panic events that doesn't exactly handicap you. Because the gravel is slow, but the crows don't really chirp until you get really close to the actual, like, little construction half where you're not in the gravel anymore. So you really don't have to worry about that, and you can sort of avoid the crows. And the fact that you're kind of like in this 1-by-1 area where you only have to really shoot or melee from one direction or the other, like your left or your right, it's not that bad. And when you get to the boat, you're pretty much home free. It's just that the one reason why it's here predominantly is just because it's boring and really nothing else. Not bad, it's just boring. Coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Death Toll Drains. The Death Toll Drains is the sewer, and then this is where you actually are at the sewer and you end up making a little bridge that comes down by hitting the buttons. And for me personally, this one's okay. We're starting to get, like I said, in the more mediocre, not bad, not good, just mediocre kind of panic events, and this one's okay. I don't necessarily think that the water is a handicap just because it's at the bottom and it's not on your direct path where a lot of hordes are coming from. As long as you don't fall down or roaming around, you're fine, because a lot of people stay on top anyway. And then once you end up getting through these sewers, you're basically home free. It's pretty simple, it's straightforward, and you also have health kits and usually ammo around here, kind of like what you do in survival, so you're pretty stocked up, I'd say. So, not that bad, that's why I'm putting it here. Coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Coldstream Memorial Bridge. The Coldstream Memorial Bridge is the bridge that explodes on the second to last chapter. Now, the Memorial Bridge is not that bad. In fact, it kind of reminds me similar to the Parish. But the thing is, though, is with this, the only reason why I end up having a little bit of an issue with this is because the explosion can result in killing you. And also, the reason why it can result in killing you other than the explosion itself is because it makes a giant crater in the bridge, and the only way to get across the bridge is a narrow little 2x4 that you have to cross. So, unfortunately, it's a little bit tricky in that instance. As long as you keep your distance, you're usually fine. And then you just gotta go down respectively, and the water in Coldstream doesn't usually tend to slow you down compared to some of the other maps. So that one little niche where it sort of could potentially insta-kill you, depending on the circumstances, a little bit inconvenience, but if you're just genuinely cautious, it's not a big deal. It's honestly not that bad. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the sewers on the passing. With the passing sewers are a little bit more engaging. I personally think that even though, yes, this one is more challenging than the last couple that we may or may not have listed, I, in general, think that this is where we're starting to get more up to the fun challenge. I like the passing sewers because the passing sewers, it's got a unique feel to them. It doesn't feel too difficult, and it also doesn't feel too easy. It kind of hits that sweet spot, and no matter really what the difficulty is, it just kind of works. I mean, for me personally, it's going to be different, you know, for me, because I think that, yes, it's not that bad. Some people might think this is a really hard panic event. Some people might think this is a very easy panic event. That's where you get into subjectiveness. But I would say it hits that kind of like that sweet spot where it's a little bit easier than most, but not too easy where it ends up getting boring. Now, the overall visibility and the fact that you're slowed down is honestly a little bit sucky, but the fact that it's not that bad because of the difficulty kind of makes up for the fact that you are a little bit inconvenienced due to the lack of sight and the water. Alrighty, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Coldstream Ravine. Basically, this is a little ravine area where you explode the barrels and you unlock a path to a little ravine tunnel area. Now, unfortunately, this one's not very noob-friendly, not even really veteran-friendly either, because what happens is that the water moves and can carry you. So unless you know to take the door to your right, you eventually will just fall off of the map. And unfortunately, if you go a little bit too far, you have to then fight against the current, and it's a little bit of a pain in the ass. And plus, also, if you down in the current, you get carried in the water, and then you're basically donezo. And there's been moments where I've even been grabbed by zombies, and I've gotten down on the lip of the door where I'm not sliding, but when the bots try to revive me, they're on the water side, and they keep sliding. And I even had a bot where actually shoot one of the barrels, like, at the very beginning of the horde, and then I walked into the fence that fell, and it incapacitated me. So, not a really good start on that one, and overall, in general, this panic event is just buggy sometimes. Alright, coming in at the next spot, this is going to be Blood Harvest's Tunnels. This is basically where you end up opening up the door and the alarm sounds, and you have to end up getting up the stairs, and then you gotta get through, like, to the little tunnel area. Not that bad. This is where you're starting to get into the more better panic events, but like when I was trying to think of the panic events over, right, I never really thought about them too much. You know, I just kind of thought about them in the back of my mind, but now when I had to really think about which ones are truly better than the others, this is where I started to get like, oh, okay, so now I'm having a little bit of a hard time deciding. All the other ones were kind of like, oh yeah, that's easy, that's easy, that's easy. Now these last couple, we're starting to get to being like, oh, this is actually kind of hard to decide. Do I like this one? Do I not like this one? Do I like this one because it's easy? Do I like this one because it's hard, is unique, etc.? I would say it's easier. It's definitely one of the easiest. You can complete this in like the snap of a finger if you're really good at it, because all you gotta do is just run, and there's not really too many zombies, I feel. But overall, the thing is that unfortunately, since it lasts so little, it kind of makes it a little bit boring. We'll get into the, like I said, the really good ones later on as we just go down the list. But here we go into the slightly better ones, in my humble opinion. Alright, coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being NSenr's Mall. This is the mall step where you open up the emergency door and you have to run up the 3 flights of stairs, or the 3 floors, and you gotta turn off the alarm to the mall security. Now, for me in particular, depending on the circumstance, this is a very difficult part. In fact, this is honestly one of the most difficult parts to do on your expert campaign runs, because you have to do this to get the expert achievement. And this one, without a pipe bomb or a bile bomb, or even just good teamwork, because you have to constantly go upward, it results in a lot of time like smokers or spitters screwing you up, because they can look down and they got the high ground, they see you, and that makes it difficult. But it's fun, because when you're not playing on expert and you're not taking it so seriously, it's not that bad. It's one of the easiest if you don't play it on really high difficulties, and it's honestly kind of fun. This is where you start to get into the more fun ones. I like enjoying the idea of running just through a mall, trying to get to the end, trying to turn off the alarm. It's kind of fun for some reason to me. Coming in at the next spot is going to be the Blood Harvest Bridge. This is going to be the bridge that you make from the explosion that's caused by the train moving. And for me personally, this one's honestly not that bad. You go up the bridge and you just try to get to the safe room where the train is. It's honestly not that bad. It's very simplistic. It's very, very simple, and it's not overall too difficult. For me personally, I think it gives a variety of a challenge. I like the cool effect when the construction actually happens. I like the fact that the bridge comes down, forms kind of perfectly. I enjoy the path and the route that it takes. Not really easy to get lost. Not really easy to end up getting jammed up, but overall, it's a nice little excitement of adrenaline. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is Dead Air's construction site. So Dead Air's construction site, this is where you end up shooting the gas to try to burn down a barricade, and then you try to get to the airport. Now, for me personally, I don't really like this one all too much compared to some of the other ones, but it's definitely a lot better than the last few. I would say right now we're starting to get into the good ones. Like, we had our bad ones and we had our mediocre ones. Now the last couple have been the good ones, and this one's overall good. You know, you've got a decent amount of supplies here. You're stocked up on ammo, guns, etc. by now, and then you also get the bonus ones, so you can be able to get even more stronger. And so if you have a team of 4, you can usually get pretty dang stocked up. Everyone can usually end up getting at least one good primary weapon, and probably everyone can get either a med kit or a pipe bomb or even pain pills. Like, usually everyone ends up having a full inventory minus one thing, and that makes it a pretty overall, I would say, good inventory. So with the fact that you have an abundance of inventory on this spot, while you're just waiting for the barricade to burn, it's honestly just kind of like a walk in the park. You really don't have anything to worry about. It's kind of like mini survival mode at that point. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is the No Mercy generator room. This is one of the very first panic events that we ever saw. This is where you have to open up the generator room door and you camp on the minigun in the little, kind of like basement-y storage area of No Mercy. And I overall really like this one. It's not too difficult. In fact, this is where I think you start to get into the ones that are actually more easy. These ones don't actually end up being that difficult. Even on the higher modes, I've done this on expert mode, and it honestly was not that bad. You know, you get your health, you have the little room, and as long as you end up keeping your corner and you don't let the zombies rush you in a bad way, you're overall pretty damn good. And I would say it's honestly one of the better ones. This is where you start to get into, honestly, I think the greater ones. It's not exactly this one in particular is great, but the other ones are going to start getting better as we go along. I would say after, like, maybe this one and, like, one more, we start to get into, like, the fantastic ones. But I guess you could say, depending on the circumstance, this is where you start to get to the great ones. Coming in at the next spot, guys, this is going to end up being Dead Air's Terminal. So with Dead Air's Terminal, for me in particular, I don't necessarily think that this one is that bad. This is where you end up starting the van and you have to make a little barricade go down by crashing the van into it. Now, sometimes this one's glitchy. If you activate the van, you try to cut in front of it, it actually will block you. And that's because they don't want to run you over to try to end up preventing a death, or insta-death really for you. But the problem is, though, is that to avoid the insta-death, they basically freeze you in place if you walk into it, and this can result you in getting killed anyways. So I kind of get a little bit annoyed where I'm trying to cut in front of it and get on the right half of it, because I don't like being on the left half, because that's closer to the zombies. I kind of use the van as cover. It sometimes can jam you up and actually get you stuck. But once you get in there, the zombies only come at you from the one direction after you've cleared your way through. So it's just a straight line, and it's almost like a firing range, and you don't have to worry about zombies just necessarily getting in your way anymore. It's not really that big of a risk, and overall, it's just kind of easy peasy, lemon squeeze my nipples. Okay, this is definitely where we start to get into my personal favorites. I would say these last few panic events are fun almost all the time. Very rarely do they upset me, and overall they're very unique, and they're not honestly that bad. They're fun, and I personally like them. So coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being the Dark Carnival Barns. And for the Dark Carnival Barns, this basically is the spot where eventually you end up getting to right before the finale, and you have to end up holding out at the entrance of the stadium, and then you got to run into the safe room once the gates to the stadium open. Now, with this one, you camp out for a little bit and then you run through a straight line of zombies, and it's honestly not that long. I enjoy the feeling of this. I enjoy the feeling of Dark Carnival, and this kind of fits into it, you know, getting ready to go to a giant event, having fun, despite the zombie apocalypse. But yeah, I think overall this panic event is pretty damn good, and it's not my favorite, but it's definitely one of the better ones. I would consider this a good one, a really damn good one. Coming in at the next spot, this is going to be Parrish's Park. So with Parrish's Park, this is going to be where you end up having the CETA little containment zone area, and you have to end up turning the alarm off by going through a maze of fences, and then you end up turning the alarm off and you get to the safe room. This one is honestly not that bad. I enjoy it. I've been familiar with this for a while, and usually there's adrenaline shots in here. And with the adrenaline shots being in here, you can just kind of zigzag your way through, and then eventually you get there, making it easy, making it fun, and overall it just fits a kind of like fun, rushing, you know, get to the end before it's too late type of vibe. I like those. Alrighty guys, coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Dead Air Crane. This is going to be the crane that you end up having move your, kind of like you guys could say, containment area that allows you to end up getting the ladder, and you climb onto the ladder and you try to get over the ledge. For me personally, I've always, you know, enjoyed this one because all I do is just camp on the crane where the switch is, and then I can stand on the ladder and the zombies get their heads crushed whenever they walk underneath my feet. And so it's relatively easy for me. Special Infected almost never get me, and the Special Infected are just kind of easy pickings. And there's also gas everywhere, so I can just burn a pathway, and we're kind of fenced in almost. So the gas kind of makes it where the only way that the zombies can get us is if they burn. And usually with 4 guys laying lead into them while they're on fire, they tend to die. So it's easy to get through this, even on the higher difficulties, and I overall really like this one. I've always liked Dead Air, and I think I know why now. It's because it's got good panic events. Alrighty, now this one is probably going to be my personal favorite, but I'm not ranking it number 1 just because it's not going to be number 1 worthy. But in my eyes, this is probably my personal favorite just because of how fun it is. This is going to be Dark Carnival's roller coaster. So as you guys know, I'm a big fan of Dark Carnival. It's my favorite map in the whole entire series, and I really enjoy the carnival aspect, and the Dark Carnival coaster is no exception. You can actually end up doing something fun with this one, where if you stick yourself with an adrenaline shot and you run onto the coaster, you can ride it all the way till the very end. So as long as you don't get killed by anything or fall off, you're walking on the roller coaster to the very end. So you're essentially getting a freebie, and nothing can really kill you. It's like a fun ride. It's like a giant hoverboard. That is really fun to me, and it's probably the most unique thing you can do in Left 4 Dead. Just by simply riding a goddamn roller coaster. I mean, who wouldn't want to do that? Now, you only can do this if you have an adrenaline shot, which is understandable, and so you have to kind of just get lucky if you have an adrenaline shot by then. But yes, I overall really like the Dark Carnival roller coaster, and I personally would say it's one of my personal favorites, but we still got a few more that go up ahead of it just because they're overall a lot better. But I really love the roller coaster, I'm not gonna lie. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the train car on the Sacrifice. This one is really unique because this particular panic event will spawn in a tank, and this is the only one that I know that deliberately does this, because I know there's the thing like the Coldstream tank, but I don't think that a horde will spawn in. I think that's specifically just the tank. Because on the train car specifically, it would be like, horde incoming, yada yada. Like, usually the text is what I consider an official panic event when it blatantly tells you that a horde is coming. But I know that, there is some technicalities. It was kind of hard to make this list based off of that reason, but for the most part, though, it was pretty easy. And in my opinion, I think this is one of the best panic events is because you're in this little area where you have nothing but your guns and your wits, and you're up against a horde of zombies and a tank that you know is there. And you kind of be a little bit risky, too, is because, if you're on something like, expert mode and you open up that train car, the tank is literally inches away from you. He could bitch slap you if you want to, so yeah, that's really fun, and it kind of makes it a nice little thrill every now and again. Alrighty guys, so coming in at this next spot, this is once again another one of my personal favorites, and this is going to be the Death Toll Church. The Death Toll Church has one of the most iconic safe rooms and one of the most iconic horde summoning panic events in the whole entire series, because for those of you guys that do not remember, this is the chapter where you go to the church and then the guy that's on the other side of the door will end up saying basically that, oh, you're not trustworthy, I'm not letting you in, and he even threatens, and he eventually does ring a church bell to lure a horde to you that prevents you from getting into the safe room as soon as possible. And basically you have to fight the horde in order to end up getting to the guy on the other side of the door, but what inevitably happens is that he ends up turning into a special infected because of his bite, and either becomes a boomer, a smoker, or a hunter, and then you open the door, you kill him, and then the safe room is yours. And this is just such a cool concept in my opinion, because I've never seen this been done again, and I always now, because of this chapter, remember the quote, better safe than sorry. Alrighty guys, we've only got a few more left. Coming in at the next spot, this is going to be NSenr's gun store / grocery store, where you have to end up getting the Coca-Cola for the gun shop owner. I didn't know exactly what I wanted to call it, but I thought I would just explain basically what happens. But yes, this is where you get the cola for the gun shop owner. You end up just getting anything you want right now out of the gun store, and then you have to use that stuff to be able to get the cola for the crazy redneck that is in the gun store. And then he eventually, once you end up giving him his cola, will shoot a rocket launcher into the street, making a path for you. I mean, if that's not United States, typical redneck, I don't know what is. But that's just super fun to me. I enjoy that goofy, like, outlandish aspect. And plus also because the fact that you get everything from the gun store, other than health potentially, that's the only thing you could really nitpick. But the fact that you get whatever class of guns and weapons you want, it's just amazing to me, and that's why I rank it so high, is because it's very hard to die when you kind of theoretically have everything. I mean, like, come on. But, and plus also, rednecks and cola, so. Alrighty guys, coming in at the next spot, these are the last three, and these are really, really hard to decide between, and funnily enough, one of them is actually going to be very shocking to you. But coming in at number 3, this is going to be Dark Carnival's merry-go-round. The Dark Carnival merry-go-round, in my humble opinion, is probably one of, if not the easiest panic events in all of Left 4 Dead. Now, one of the easiest, like I said earlier, way back, was the bunker door on Coldstream, but I said that that was boring, so you may be asking, okay, well, why do I put this up here if it's really easy? Well, because it's not necessarily just open the door, fall into the safe room, you're done so. You actually have to open up the merry-go-round, run through the merry-go-round, then turn the switch off, and then you can get to the safe room. So you actually have an objective, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this objective is actually optional. I don't think any event ever requires you to fully end up doing the event in its entirety. So, like, for example, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if you do this event and you don't turn off the switch, you can still go into the safe room, close the door, and if everyone's in there, the campaign will just move you on to the next chapter. And this is one of the few that I think you can do it on reliably, because the safe room door and the switch are super close to each other. You wouldn't want to do this on, like, the Dead Center Mall, where you're trying to turn off the security after opening up the emergency exit. That wouldn't work. I don't even think that'd be worth it. But I think I've done this once before where I didn't activate the switch. And so, if you're lucky enough and you got big enough balls, it's honestly not that bad. It's kind of a fun challenge if you really think about it. So, alrighty guys, that is going to be number 3. Now we got the last 2, and this is going to be interesting because you probably weren't expecting what we got next. So normally I end up giving this campaign a lot of crap because it's my least favorite campaign, but in my opinion, it's got one of, and it was almost the best panic event in all of Left 4 Dead, and this is going to be Crash Course's Gun, or in this case, as I like to call it, Crash Course's Cannon Blaster, because literally what you do in this panic event is that you go to a bridge and you shoot a giant-ass cannonball gun, and the bridge explodes. That's just so fun to me, and I love that. You literally get a old, classic, good old America, hell yeah, explosion gun, you know, and you end up shooting the bridge, clearing a pathway for you in a pile of fire and flames. This is the most stereotypical definition of cool guys don't look at explosions crap. And you also get a minigun on the same truck that has the cannon on it, so you can also lay into the zombies with a minigun, and you get, you know, a ability to basically be your ultimate zombie killer in the systems. I mean, come on, who wouldn't want to do this? Now, usually this area is also pretty populated with loot in the building next door, and you're on a truck, so you're usually pretty covered, and you don't have to worry about zombies getting at you. Overall, Crash Course doesn't really have a lot of stuff going for it, but this panic event, man, ooh, this panic event is nice. Alrighty guys, so coming in at the number 1 spot, you may or may not have been expecting this. If you've been keeping along with the list, then you probably would have known this by now, but if you just kind of listen casually, this might be something kind of a surprise to you. But in my humble opinion, I feel like that this panic event is not only one of the easiest, but yet not boring. I also think this is one of the most unique in general panic events in Left 4 Dead, and so this, for me, in my humble opinion, as the best panic event in the game, is going to be the Parish Tractor, or the little ferry that is at the one of the last chapters in the game where it has the little music. I personally think that this is the best panic event in the game. You basically don't have to end up even doing this event. What happens is that when you end up doing this event, you end up going to a little tractor or a little ferry, and you end up moving a piece of wood or a piece of plywood into a certain ledge pathway so you can get across and therefore get to the safe room. Now the thing is though, is that the way that this is positioned is that once it's about halfway, you can run and make a jump and then make another run and jump, and then you actually can get to the other side halfway through the whole entire panic event. You can wait the whole way, but if you want to, you can theoretically cheese it. So you're doing half of a panic event, and therefore you have the choice of making this extremely easy or making this a little bit harder on yourself. That's cool in my opinion. It's not like the bunker door on Coldstream easy, but it's also not like Hard Rain's elevator difficult. It's in between, and you decide it, which I think is honestly fun, because that gives you variety, which is what we were also looking for, which gives you a different variety of gameplay. Plus also, the music at the end of the day is just very fun to listen to. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 700. laid out. So when you get to the finale, you're going to end up basically being in an area that is dark and confusingly laid out, and plus also, like I said, difficult. So long story short, with Crash Course, it's not even really about the immersion anymore with the finale. It's just like, okay, I'm going to hurry up just so I can get this done. It's like you're waiting to get it done, but not in a good way. It's like you don't want to play the game because it's that frustrating, that type of bad. So that's why I don't like Crash Course, and I think a lot of you would agree with me on that, just because of those reasons alone. I don't know anybody that legitimately likes Crash Course, but there's probably some weirdo out there that does. So let me know if you're that weirdo. Alright, so coming in at the next spot, and then you guys were probably expecting this one too, but, I mean, like I said, you know, with the Crash Course campaign, why were you not expecting this? This is going to end up being the Hard Rain Burger Tank finale. So, Hard Rain, here's the thing, is that Hard Rain is a little bit better than Crash Course, but not by much. And that's also the case with the finale. So, let me explain. So with Hard Rain, if you don't know the way the story works, is that from Swamp Fever to the Parish, you are getting assisted by Virgil, the boat driver that is basically taking you and the crew around trying to help you survive. In between Swamp Fever and the Parish, you play on Hard Rain. Now, Hard Rain, the premise is that you're trying to get gasoline for the boat, so that way you can continue sailing. Now, the thing is, though, is that what you're doing is that as you proceed throughout the map, it's getting progressively more rainy, you know, hence the name Hard Rain. And so while you're trying to get this gas, not only are you going through an area that is hard to see eventually, but it's also the exact same area, making it boring. So when you spawn right off the bat, the finale is right there with you. You spawn at the burger tank, and you might be thinking in hindsight, being like, oh, that's cool, you know, like, I get a familiar layout with the finale, I already know what to expect if this is my first time, and all that stuff. And oh, also, by the way, should I also mention that all the finale stuff is right there at the bat, so you get a whole bunch of loot. You get pipe bombs, Molotovs, bio bombs, you get guns, you get health kits, everything. Everything is just straight off the spawn for you. The unfortunate thing with that is that you do not get the stuff back. So if you're playing with bots, which obviously you would be, or you're playing with randoms that don't know any better and they just waste everything, you're going to have nothing for the finale. On top of the fact that you also just can't see. You will be playing on a finale where you have basically nothing unless you are able to manage your wealth, and also as well, like I said, with the rain and the fog everywhere, it's impossible to see. So you need to make sure that you're playing your cards correctly, because otherwise Hard Rain is really, really difficult, especially if you do not have a good team or if the bots are just stupid, which it always seems like they are. So for me in particular, Hard Rain, it loses its novelty because I experienced it right away. I don't like the idea that I'm losing my loot because of AI or bad players. And also as well, it's just the fact that if it was a little bit brighter, it'd be a lot better. I enjoy it with the daylight, but the fact that there's the rain and you know, the fog and everything, it just kind of kills it for me. It honestly does. Alrighty, now coming in at the next spot. Now, I don't really have a problem with the rest of the map's finales onwards. Really just Crash Course and Hard Rain. So when I say this, don't necessarily think of it as a bad finale. It's just mediocre, if anything. This is going to end up being Blood Harvest at the farmhouse. Now, with Blood Harvest, here's the thing, is that this map is under average, in my opinion. I don't hate Blood Harvest, but I don't like Blood Harvest. Blood Harvest is just forgettable. Blood Harvest is the last stock map on Left 4 Dead 1 on the disc. So, for example, if you're playing Left 4 Dead for the first time, but you never get any of the DLC, and you play from beginning to end, Blood Harvest is supposed to be like the grand finale, the end-all, be-all map for Left 4 Dead 1. You might be thinking, oh, well, that's cool, then it'll probably be an amazing map, and probably have a really cool ending, right? Well, unfortunately, not really. Here's the thing with Blood Harvest, that kind of throughout the whole entire campaign, it's just boring. There's nothing really spooky so much, anything about it anymore. I mean, like, after Death Toll, I mean, maybe Dead Air, depending on what type of personality you are, you might really just not honestly have that scare factor anymore. You kind of gotten used to it by now, so there's nothing really scary about Blood Harvest. And also, as well, on top of that, when you are trying to get quote-unquote rescued from the military, it's not like this big extravagant event. All you do is just have your normal radio the guy, and you just happen to be picked up in some sort of cool military truck. That's really all it is. Honestly, I mean, even for 2008, it would be cool if back in the day they made it where the military get out of the truck and they're shooting the zombies for you to defend yourselves, or there's a giant a giant, loud, big dude that's screaming in your ears like, "Get the fuck in the truck, you goddamn son of a..." Like, you know, so like screaming intense over the top, like making you feel like you're on edge the whole entire time. Like, that would be fun. But it's just a random truck that picks you up and then you get out. It's just like, I mean, what's exhilarating or fun about that? So, Blood Harvest, I don't have a problem with you, dude. It's just that you're boring. So, I mean, step up your game, Blood Harvest. Alrighty, coming into the next spot, this is the Death Toll Boathouse. The Death Toll Boathouse is a little bit better than Blood Harvest because Death Toll is the second map in Left 4 Dead 1 on disc. So, naturally, you're instinctively going to be having a little bit more tension because you're not quite used to the game yet. Death Toll is also a little bit more spooky. I kind of enjoy the vibe of Death Toll. I enjoy the crazy church guy at the location with the safe house. I enjoy the fact that it's kind of like an abandoned small town with kind of like ambient noises and more rather than zombies. Like, just that sometimes when there's nothing going on, it's honestly more creepy than being attacked by something. And just you feel like you're alone in the map, like more than No Mercy did, because No Mercy was like an abandoned city, and I can understand why that might feel like empty. But for some reason, a abandoned small town, like a backwoods town, feels creepier to me than a abandoned city. I don't know why. It just, maybe it's the fact that because for some reason I think in my head that sure the city's gonna be having zombies, but there's also probably a fair amount of people. Or also in the same time with the city, you know, the zombies, you know, I can expect them. But just something about Death Toll and having nothing happening with just the ambient sound and just being in your own thoughts really kind of screws with you. And I think that complements the map. And the fact that Death Toll in general just plays well, I enjoy the fact that the Boathouse, you know, finale is easy, it's not too difficult. It's dark, so obviously it's a little bit harder to see than day, but all the Left 4 Dead 1 maps were in the dark, except for technically at bits the Sacrifice, but, you know, you're used to it. You can see it's not annoying like Hard Rain, it's not long and tedious like Crash Course. It's honestly starting to get a little bit better, and I feel like the ambience helps. But if we're ranking it just purely based off the functionality, because we're ranking this not only off of functionality, but ambience too as well, just like the vibe and like how fun it is and replayable, but I would say overall, we're getting to the average route here. We're starting to get pretty average. Alright, now we're going to be doing the next one, and the next one is going to be the Passing Port. So, with the Passing finale, here's the thing, is that the Passing finale, I don't hate. But like I said, with all the previous maps, I don't love them either. You're not really in that territory yet where we're starting to get above average or really great finales yet. We're kind of just in average. Maybe depending on like the way you look at them, you might look at them as slightly better, slightly worse. But for me, the Passing is kind of like middle tier. It doesn't really have that much, I guess you could say, substance to it. Because here's the thing, is that the port of the Passing is kind of a carbon copy of the Sacrifice, which if you played that before, it kind of feels repetitive. It's not like Hard Rain repetitive, where like a decent portion of the campaign you've played before, and it's not even on the same map even, but the fact that you've played it before, like, you know, I mean, sure, there's a little bit of nostalgia, and I also enjoy the fact that there's Zoe and Lewis and Francis, and the, you know, Bill being in the corner with his M16. That's cool. I enjoy the symbiotic, the cinematic, rather, a vibe of the map. I really, really do. But it's a carbon copy, essentially, of, you know, Sacrifice. I mean, the only difference really is instead of turning on the 3 generators, you're filling them up with gas, which is, yes, slightly different, and the map layout is also slightly different. Some areas are open now that used to be closed, and vice versa. But the Passing, other than the novelty of seeing the old crew again for nostalgia purposes, it's essentially the same finale as the Sacrifice. So you can't really rank it the same way. And the Sacrifice in general, even though it plays better, it plays the exact same rather, it has a much better vibe about it. The Sacrifice has a significantly better vibe about it than the Passing does, because there was more on the line and you knew what was going to happen. So that is honestly what I rank the Passing as, and now we're going to be moving on to the next spot. Alright, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Dead Center Mall. The Dead Center Mall, this is a fun one, because the Dead Center Mall is the first Left 4 Dead 2 campaign, therefore the Dead Center Mall is going to be your first finale. Now, with the Dead Center Mall is honestly not that bad. I actually like this. This is where we're starting to get to average/above average. It's fun. You know, you have to go around the map, and you have to end up collecting gasoline cans to try to end up filling Jimmy Gibbs' stock car, who's been the running gag, you know, throughout the whole entire campaign. And Ellis with his funny quotes also helps too. And essentially, what you're doing is you're trying to end up getting away in this and it's just too funny to not address the meme. I mean, the meme kind of overrides the gameplay to me, and I think that's kind of how you guys may or may not feel, but at the end of the day, that's just how I feel. Now we can move on to the number 1 spot. Alright, so coming into the number 1 spot, this is going to end up being the Fallen Survivor. So the Fallen Survivor is very similar to Jimmy Gibbs in terms of his OP-ness. I just realized how bad that sounds. Okay, but I'm going to roll with it anyway. And, he has 1,000 HP just like Jimmy Gibbs Jr., so he is really, really strong. But for him, it makes a little bit more sense just because he has a whole bunch of body armor on him based off his cosmetics. And he also does happen to be immune to flames. He has high bulletproof helmets and high health in general, so he's very, very hard to kill with your gun, your melees, pretty much everything you can think of. He is not going to be able to be easily killed because of this thing. And also as well, he can drop you the best rewards out of every single uncommon infected. He can drop first aid kits, pipe bombs, Molotovs, and pain pills. And that is really, really good. Sometimes he can also have more than one at once. So sometimes you can find him and you can get like a Molotov and a med kit, which are like crucial to your main loadout. And this guy, unfortunately, is only really available truly on the passing, the most of all. That's where I find a lot of these guys. You can find them on other maps. They're not just on the passing, but that is where 99.9% of them always will spawn. You're more likely to find a Fallen Survivor in the passing more rather than anything. I think sometimes you can find them if you're lucky enough on Coldstream, but the thing is, though, is that you're most likely going to find them on the passing, like I said. So even though they are just as strong as Jimmy Gibbs, they definitely give a lot better rewards, and even though there's no meme material to them, overall, you want to end up going with what just makes you strong, despite his OP-ness. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. And today's video, we are doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. And this Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, we are going to be ranking all the special infected music in Left 4 Dead. I thought this would be a really fun and interesting one because we already have done all the special infected, and we did take into account to the creepiness factor. But I never really stressed how important that the special infected music is. And I honestly think that it was deserving enough actually of its own category for a ranking video. So that is what we were doing here today. So back-to-back ranking videos essentially, but I hope you guys end up enjoying this nonetheless. If you guys end up enjoying this video at all, any point, please consider dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. That way you guys can tell YouTube, hey, we like this guy and we want to see more of his content, and then they'll be like, okay, here's some more content. And then that way they will recommend me to you guys in the future. Plus also that way if anybody's looking for this particular type of content, I'll be there able to end up helping out who's looking for it. But yeah, guys, so we're going to be ranking all these special infected music in Left 4 Dead. This one's a very interesting one, and hopefully I do not get copyrighted because music on YouTube is finicky, so please bear with me that this might end up having a little bit of a hard time being in your sub box due to possible copyright, but hopefully it will not. But anyways, guys, let's begin with the ranking. Alright, so a lot of these pieces of music are going to be based off of just sheer creepiness factor and just the immersion that they give you, because obviously they're meant to be scary. So this is why I'm ranking the way I do. So coming in at the last spot, this is going to be the Boomer when he ends up vomiting on you. Now keep in mind, as I'm ranking the music based off of when they're near you and when they're attacking you, because there's different music per infected and also depending on what they're doing. So this is when the Boomer specifically vomits on you, and here's even a sample of all the music that are going to be throughout the video. So here is the Boomer vomiting on you and its music. So it's not necessarily the creepiest music. In fact, it's not even necessarily that creepy to begin with. I mean, it's just kind of a little bit ominous, you know, the do-no-do-no-do. I mean, the Boomer really is honestly not that threatening, so maybe it's just the fact that it's just because it's the Boomer. But honestly, it's not that bad. It's not the worst that could be. There's definitely going to be a lot better spots, though, as we go on. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is also going to be the Boomer's music, and this is going to be specifically when the Boomer is near you. To be honest, I think that the Boomer being near you has much creepier music than when he actually vomits on you, but that is personally just me. Who knows whether or not that the special infected in like Back 4 Blood, for example, are going to end up having music like this. I actually genuinely hope that, because Back 4 Blood never had any special infected music. So here's hoping that's not like the boomer, but more something like, let's say, the special effects that are going to be later throughout the video, because music is everything. Alrighty, now coming in at the next spot, this is going to be the Spitter's music when she is near you. Go ahead and take a listen. See, I feel like, honestly, if you're accustomed to the game, you kind of lose the scariness factor when it comes to the special infected. But I will admit that for somebody that's new, this can definitely be scary for them, especially if they don't know what the Spitter is. And speaking of better as going on, here is the next one, which is going to be the Spitter when she actually has vomit on you or her spit. This set of music in particular is a lot more threatening and honestly fits more of the Spitter. I would say like the first couple of the pieces of music that we have are just going to be kind of eh, but here on out they're going to start to get really good, especially the last few, because the very last ones, we all know why they're creepy. Alrighty, so coming in at the next spot, as much as I don't want to do this, because this is such a great song, both of these really are, but they're just not as scary as the other ones, and they just have to end up being somewhere. But this is going to end up being the Last Stand version of the Tank theme, and then right after is going to be the original Tank theme. I love these songs, especially the Last Stand one, because it's nice to end up having a different song for the Tank for once. But unfortunately, they're not as ominous, so I'm going to be playing them back to back for you, and just let you guys take a listen. Alrighty, coming in now at the next spot, this is going to end up being the Smoker when he is near you. This honestly is a lot more creepier than the Tank. The Tank is just kind of menacing and just like badass, but the Smoker honestly ends up having some pretty creepy music. This is where you're starting to get into the music where it's like, you're starting to get uncomfortable if you just listen to it. Like, I get a little bit of a chill when I end up hearing the Smoker music. Not fully, there is some that definitely get me like a lot worse, but I will admit it is definitely pretty creepy just hearing that ominous buzzing humming sound. Alright, now the next one's going to be when the Smoker has actually grabbed you with his tongue. Yeah, you can see that we're starting to get into some much more creepier music. I mean, these ones like would actually end up genuinely creeping me out still this day when I would end up hearing them sometimes, especially if I'm like not paying attention. And I can definitely see how this would creep out like a little kid. I'm curious, guys. Let me know in the comment section down below by the time that the end of the video happens. Let me know what you end up thinking is the creepiest set of music. I'm just genuinely curious what creeps you out the most in this game. Alrighty, coming in for the next spot, this is going to end up being the Hunter's music for when he's near you. Like, hearing that actually again now while making this video actually makes me really uncomfortable, especially because I'm, like, making this at, like, 4 a.m. in the morning. Like, not gonna lie, hearing that just off-key, high-pitched piano is just super off-putting. Like, hearing that if you were, like, alone by yourself would just freak you out. Like, can you imagine hearing this music out of context, like, not playing the game or anything? Like, you're just playing the game and you get used to it, sure. But can you imagine just, like, being out in public or even being by yourself and, like, let's say, I don't know, like, there's a YouTube video on autoplay and for some reason, whatever, this plays and you just hear it out of nowhere? That's the type of unsettling feeling I would get. Alright, now the next music is going to be when the hunter has got you. Okay, now these last three Special Infected in particular, I believe end up having not only the creepiest music in the game, but just the creepiest music that I've heard from anything ever. The way that the artists end up making the songs for Left 4 Dead, these last three Infected, they're just so off-putting and they're so eerie that they genuinely actually scare me. And that's why that they are what they are. So it was really hard to decide, and I honestly am kind of torn. But just trust me, when I rank these here, it's not because one of them's worse than the other, it's just because I had to by the list. They're all equally as creepy in my eyes. But coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being the Charger's music for when he is near you. Like, it's funny, in human psychology, we are naturally just, like, on edge from distinct sounds for literally no reason, just by default. And I don't know if this is a psychology thing or whatever, but just hearing that music just makes me feel unsafe. It's like, there's no way that I can listen to that and feel remotely comfortable. Alright, now coming in at the next spot, this is the Charger when he has grabbed you. Take a listen. It's just like so when he is near you. And now for the worst part is when he grabs you. Alright, so we've only got 3 more left, and these last 3 belong to just one more Special Infected. And this Special Infected not only has one of the creepiest sets of music in all history of gaming, but also in general it's just so iconic. So coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being the Crying Witch. And now we've got the witch when she's attacking you. Alrighty guys, now coming in at the #1 spot, this last piece of music is the creepiest shit you will ever hear in your life if you have not heard already. If you guys are a true Left 4 Dead fan, you will know what this is. But this is going to end up being the witch when she is wandering around in the daylight. And if you haven't heard it, prepare to shit your pants. You could be hung like a donkey, but you'd be lying to yourself right now if you told me that that didn't freak you out. Because that music in particular is just so creepy, especially if you play and you wander into the witch. If you're playing on expert mode and you walk into her, it's gonna be all over. Just the music alone is enough for a man to want to like just end his own life, just being like, sorry, witch, you're not killing me, I'm gonna kill myself before you can, because I just shat myself. And especially another thing also well with this music is that, I don't know if you guys knew this, but when you get closer to the witch, this gets louder and more frequent, and it's just even more creepy. It's the same music, but it's just kind of like amplified, but I'll let you figure that out on your own. So do yourself a favor and run into the witch, see what happens. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 709 actually cool to me, and I really want to kind of like have more elements like that in future games where the NPC like gets changed into another one. And that's just a cool concept to me. The fact that he goes from, you know, just person that's just like shit talking and everything to eventually becoming a infected person, and then also end up being someone that actually dies and becomes a zombie himself. I thought that was actually kind of cool because they gave him the storyline. Like, you know, it's just a little chapter, and you only talk to him for like 5 minutes, not even. And you see a little storyline taking place within those 5 minutes just by itself. It's kind of a cool concept. You never see him again, obviously, because he dies, but I like how he goes from lunatic to dead to zombie. It's just a cool concept to me, and I, like I said, wish to see it more. Now, fun fact, by the way, since this was originally in Left 4 Dead 1, you will only end up seeing him become the following 3, Smoker, Boomer, and Hunter, but he never does become a Charger, a Jockey, or even a Tank. I think that'd be kind of funny if you actually got a tank in the room. I don't know why that in my head that I think that would be realistic, but that would be legitimately cool if he became a tank, like last second boss fight, question mark. But yeah, so I thought that was kind of interesting. I've always liked the church guy. He's one of my favorite just chapters in general because of the fact that he's there. But yeah, guys, at the end of the day, he's still not #1. We've got someone better, and you know who it is at the end of the day. It's going to be the man, the myth, the legend, Virgil the Virgin from Virginia. Virgil is a classic NPC. You see him on Swamp Fever, Hard Rain, and last but not least, The Parish. This guy is basically your buddy throughout most of the Left 4 Dead 2 campaign. You never see him on NSenr, Passing, or Dark Carnival, but you see him on the other half. He's in half the game as a NPC that rescues you and transports you, basically. Like, the only time that you ever don't see him is at the beginning of the games, and then technically at the very end of The Parish and Coldstream. But legitimately, though, he's in a good majority of all the Left 4 Dead 2 campaigns. He's enjoyable, he's kind, he's even got a little bit of a sense of humor, and plus also that southern twang just kind of makes it easy to make fun of him. But yeah, guys, at the end of the day, Virgil is the best NPC that is in all of Left 4 Dead 2, and I would love for one day if we ever actually be able to see him, because technically, he's just a floating boat. There's no NPC model for Virgil as far as I'm aware, unless you get a custom one by a fan, but I don't think there's technically a official one by Valve. You guys can feel free to let me know in the comment section down below if that's right. But yeah, I don't know what Virgil looks like, so if you genuinely know if there's a real model of him, feel free to let me know where I can find it, because I really want to know. Because right now in my head, he's just a talking boat. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are once again going to be doing another Left 4 Dead ranking video, but this video is going to be slightly different than the normal Left 4 Dead ranking videos. So let me explain. There's a couple things I need to point out. Number one is that this is going to be a Left 4 Dead ranking based off of custom maps. So this is not going to be based off of any of the official Left 4 Dead content. This is just going to be on fan content. So that is going to have probably a little bit of a different ranking system, honestly, than usual. But I'll explain that later throughout the video. And the other thing I also want to point out, by the way, is that this list, obviously, I cannot cover 100% every single custom map. And that's going to be the case for any other mod-based ranking videos I end up doing. There's always going to be stuff being added, and there also might even be stuff that gets removed. So this is going to be personally just based off of custom maps that I have only played. I am not factoring in anything I have not played before. So you guys have seen all the gameplay for all these maps on my channel at some point. The videos are going to be available on my channel if you ever want to check them out. But yeah, guys, we're going to be ranking all the custom maps in Left 4 Dead that I have specifically played. I'm going to be ranking this off of my personal experience and how I think that the map is unique / fun, how difficult it is, and also in general how long or short the campaign is. Because obviously if it's going to end up having those factors involved, I'm pretty sure that makes it a fair list in my humble opinion. If you guys end up enjoying this video, as always with all my Left 4 Dead ranking videos, please show your guys' support at the end, of course, by dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. Obviously do it at the end when you've seen the whole thing, but I just want to give it a friendly reminder. But anyways, guys, let's rank all the Left 4 Dead custom maps that I have personally played from worst to best. Alrighty, so there's going to be 13 maps on this list. So coming in the number 13 spot, or at the very dead last spot, this is going to be Indy's Road Rash Christmas Edition, which is the gameplay that you are seeing on screen. So this is the Christmas map that I played for you guys back at the end of last year. And this map, in my particular opinion, is the worst one that I played. Now, I can guarantee you this, there's probably a worse map out there. In fact, I have played worse. But I personally just don't really care for this particular custom map. This map was extremely prone to bugs, even in the 1.3 version that this guy clarifies that it is, which makes me wonder how buggy the originals were. And I will say this guy definitely makes a map much better than I could. I haven't done any custom maps before. I've messed with code once or twice before in my free time, and trust me, it's a lot harder than you may think it is. So I'm not just blindly talking crap. This is definitely a lot better than personally what I would do. But however though, this map definitely is completely and utterly filled with bugs and glitches and still needs to be looked at. So I'm not saying that the map is 100% trash, but it definitely, because of the bugs, ruined the map honestly for me. And the one chapter was honestly confusing as hell because it was just reused assets all over the place, so you can never really tell where you're trying to go and felt like a maze. So if I had to rank this map in my humble opinion, I would probably say from 1 being the worst, 10 being the best, I probably would give it like a 3. It's really, really buggy, and it personally wasn't able to keep my attention, but that's just particularly me. You guys can check out the video for yourself and be the judge of that. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being the campaign called Damn It. So, for Damn It, this is supposedly supposed to be a cut map from Left 4 Dead 1. I believe that I remember a subscriber saying that this is supposed to be a map that takes place in between Dead Air and Blood Harvest. And if this is genuinely a cut map that was made into a modded map, I'm glad they cut it. Because to be perfectly frank with you, I don't like it. I understand that this might disappoint some of you guys, disappoint some of my subs in general that may or may not like this map, but for me personally, it's not my cup of tea. I don't like the way it's laid out. I don't like the fact that there is still bugs on this version. It might have been just the specific developer that ported it over or maybe made the thing, but it felt very difficult. It felt extremely buggy, and for me personally, I just don't like it. It has no character to it. You know, like with all the other Left 4 Dead 1 maps, you've got No Mercy, which is spooky as hell and ominous. Death Toll still has that same vibe. Dead Air, personally, it didn't really have that much of a spooky vibe, but the map was in general very fun. But Blood Harvest is a very good example of a map that can relate to this. If this map was in Left 4 Dead 1, it would be very similar to Blood Harvest, where it just doesn't have a character and it's just boring, and I don't particularly like it. Not to say that the map isn't good or anything, it definitely has its moments. I think that there is moments that is good in every single custom map, but for the majority of the campaign, I was mostly bored is the word, and disappointed I probably would say is a second. I went into it expecting something and I didn't get that, so that unfortunately was kind of a buzzkill for me, but at the end of the day, there's always room for improvement. There's nothing stopping somebody from making this map better. And I have seen different versions of it before, and there is a worse version out there, trust me. So this one's a lot better. But yeah, guys, I'm personally going to rank it down here. Let me know what you think. Alrighty, coming in at the next spot, this is going to be a map that I've played recently, and this is going to end up being a Lockdown. So for Lockdown, this is the second newest map that I made a video on, and I personally just think it's okay. I played this map before in the past. You only remember comments from me in the video talked about how I was like, oh, this seems familiar, or I must have played this before, and I did. And so this was my second time playing the map that you saw in the video. And I will say this, is that you thought I was confused in the video. Imagine when I played this map for the very first time. There was times in this specific campaign where I would be on a certain chapter, and I would be lost for like literally an hour. I tried looking up videos, and unfortunately, since custom maps aren't as well known as official content, there's no guarantee that you will find a sufficable guide where you actually know what you're doing. So for me personally, the map was complicated to figure out at first. It gets better over time once you know it, but it still is a tad confusing at times, which just generally gets annoying. It's like I feel like I'm always getting lost, especially if I haven't played the map in a while. So I'm worried that if I don't play it, then I'm losing it, but the problem is, though, is I don't want to play it because it's boring. So, like, the map is boring enough that I don't want to keep playing it, even though it does have its moments. I like how there's the Left 4 Dead 1 crew walking and following you around, helping you throughout the campaign, but that's really all it's going for. It is a mixture finale, you are on Alcatraz Island, and when you're at the prison, you're trying to fill up a generator or like an area to get a helicopter to be able to escort you off the roof. But you're trying to get gas cans from prison cells where there's actually witches spawning. And you have to sometimes get them from the cells with the witch in them. So this is very difficult. The bots will tend to piss the witches off a lot, therefore getting them killed a lot of the time. And therefore you're going to be doing this majority of the time by yourself. So this is a pretty solid map. I love the vibe. I love the way it paces. And the ending is fun, although it be difficult. But I'm not going to beat up on it too hard, just because if I complained every time that was difficult, then we would never end up having a list. But yeah, guys, I love this map. Let's move on to the next one. Alrighty, we're starting to get close to the end, guys. So coming into the next spot, this is Urban Flight. So Urban Flight was the one map that we ended up playing, where we ended up having the Witch Room. And if you guys know what I'm talking about, then you're a true OG, because that means you watched all my previous Left 4 Dead videos. And if you haven't gotten that reference, then definitely go check that out. But anyways, guys, basically this is the map with that crazy Witch Room. This is the map that ends up having the Gnome Depot. I love that running gag that was throughout the whole entire map. This map is very solid. It was very, very fun. It was nice and paced, and it was actually very enjoyable to play, and I definitely would play it again. It's on par with, I say, like, I want to say it feels a lot like what Death Toll kind of did. It felt like a nice city map, and it was honestly a little bit better than Death Toll. I personally would say that this map was a lot better than some of the Left 4 Dead 1 or Left 4 Dead 2 maps, like the crappy ones, and I would definitely love to have it fill in as a substitute. There's some maps in Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 that I just truly don't like, you know, and I personally wouldn't mind if this was like a Left 4 Dead 1 map and replaced, like, let's say, something like Crash Course, or if this was a Left 4 Dead 2 map and replaced something like Hard Rain. It's honestly very, very good, and I definitely put it very high up there on my list. Alrighty, guys, coming in at the number 2 spot, this is Suicide Blitz 2. Funnily enough, 2 goes at number 2. But yes, guys, this originally was one of my favorite, and probably was at the time my favorite custom map I ever played. This map is extremely well done. You end up playing on a map where your main goal is to end up getting to a giant football stadium, and that's how you escape. You try to plow through the football stadium and try to end up escaping with the military. It's extremely well done. There's custom weapons such as a foam finger melee weapon. I mean, like, come on, that's like extremely funny. And then when you end up getting to the end, the tanks are dressed up in football gear. That's super sick as hell. I enjoy the difficulty of the map, the pacing of the map, how long the map is in general, and plus also, if you go to the finale, if you do everything right, there is a completely full-on-fledged Portal 2 Easter egg that is extremely well done. It's so well done that you will think that this is a actual full-on Easter egg that was in here by Valve themselves. You cannot make this up. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go look it up, because I didn't personally do it, but I might do it again in the future, where I end up playing Suicide Blitz 2 and try that Easter egg for the very first time. But yes, guys, I love Suicide Blitz 2, but I now have a new favorite number 1 map, which we just played recently, and you're going to get a big kick out of. Alrighty, guys, coming in at the number 1 spot, this is Crash Bandicoot 2020. This map was so much fun. I'm so glad we played this recently, and I always love it when something tops my previous list. It's very rare that I end up having something that I truly end up enjoying get overthrown by something, especially if I don't know what it is. But that's the fun and beauty about it, is that it's always great to experience something for the very first time and be like, wow, this is so amazing, and then you look back on it being like, wow, that was so good, I'm already feeling nostalgic about it. You know, and it's especially also good when you play something and you know you're going to be nostalgic about it. That's how I felt about Crash Bandicoot. I was keeping my hopes somewhat in the I'm not sure zone, because I didn't know if I was going to be disappointed in case they had like a crappy finale or something like that. But I will say this, the Crash Bandicoot 2020 map that I played was extremely well done. Apparently it's based off of the 2013 edition, but I've not played that one. But the 2021 version is so well done. It's extremely, really fun. It feels like Crash Bandicoot, the game within Left 4 Dead. It feels like literally its own entity. It doesn't feel like I'm playing Left 4 Dead. It feels like I'm playing Crash Bandicoot. But obviously with Left 4 Dead elements. And it's fun. I enjoy that. I enjoy the fact that I can essentially play another video game for free through this guy's mod. It's amazing, it's extremely well done, and if you guys have not played this map or checked out any of the videos for any of these maps that I've listed so far, please do. You're doing yourself a justice by actually ending up going checking these maps out for yourself, and I highly recommend that you do so. But yeah, guys, this is basically going to be it for today's video. I truly hope you guys ended up enjoying. If you did, please consider dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. I do apologize if I wasn't necessarily too peppy today. I am not sure if I am coming down sick or if I just have really bad allergies right now because my throat's been sore and I've been feeling kind of tired lately, but I want to make sure that I busted my ass to make sure you guys got your daily double uploads because you guys are important to me more than any illness would be. But yeah, guys, I hope you ended up enjoying. If you guys did, once again, just please leave a like, comment, subscribe, support the channel. It goes a lot more than you think it does, and I forever am grateful. But yes, guys, I hope you ended up enjoying, and if you guys want to see more Left 4 Dead 2 custom maps, just let me know in the comments and tell me which one you would like to see. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are once again going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, and this Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, we're going to be doing a fun one. We're going to be ranking all the jukebox songs in Left 4 Dead. So this is actually going to be very similar to the premise behind the Special Infected Songs video, where we're trying to look at these songs separately from what they're associated with. So instead of ranking the songs based off of when they play, we're basing the songs literally just from the jukebox. So that's what we're going to be ranking here today. If you guys end up enjoying this video and you guys do want to see more Left 4 Dead ranking videos, please show your support as always by dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. And yeah, guys, let's rank all the Left 4 Dead jukebox songs. Alright, now there only is a select few songs. There's really not that many on the jukebox, so this may be a short list, but I'll try to give you guys some samples, actually, so that way you can hear the song for yourself, rather than just hearing my opinion, because I know that music is subjective, and I feel like that music is a big part in any form of social media. So, I'm going to let you guys listen to the songs for yourself when they come up. But yeah, guys, coming in at the first spot, or my least favorite song out of the bunch, this is going to end up being the parade song that is from the float on the parish, but the official name for it actually is going to end up being called The Saints Will Never Come. See, the one thing with this song for me is that there's not really a novelty to it, because unfortunately a good majority of these songs that are on here, like more than half of them, are songs that you'll hear in-game from certain finales or certain horde summoning steps, or just certain background songs in general. And so there's not necessarily a uniqueness, which unfortunately does hinder a lot of these songs. But the thing is, though, is there's just real novelty to the song in general. Like, the song is just background noise, and there's no lyrics, there's no real meaning behind it. I mean, it's an upbeat song, but it always definitely could have had more if they just put a little more oomph into it. Alrighty, guys, coming in at the next spot, and I believe you can only access this one on the jukebox. I've never heard it anywhere else. But this is actually going to be a song called Your Brains, or when it comes up on my captions, Re Your Brains, although I might believe that that's a typo. But it's either Re Your Brains or Your Brains. But this is the song.
Hey, Tom, it's Bob from the office down the hall. It's good to see you, buddy. How have you been? Things have been okay for me, except that I'm a zombie now. I really wish you'd let us in. I think I speak for all of us when I say I understand why you folks might hesitate to submit to our demand. But here's an FYI, you're all gonna die screaming. Get ready!
See, the funny thing is about this song is that it's supposed to be kind of like a gag. It's just meant to really just be there for comedic value. If you pay attention to the way that the lyrics are in the song, essentially the guy that is talking or singing in this song is becoming a zombie and he's trying to get revenge on his buddy. And it's ironic because it does actually end up happening kind of like that. I mean, we're not playing in the perspective of the friend, we're only just listening to the one dude and listening from the perspective of a third-party person. But it is kind of funny, though, how that as soon as he ends up saying you're all gonna die, that zombies rush you, because the jukebox does attract zombies every time, but it's specifically at that moment for that song, which makes it a little bit funny and comedic. But yeah, guys, that's going to be that song. And now we've got, honestly, my personal favorite 3. The other ones were just okay. I think that 5 is just standard, 4 is a little bit better, but these 3 are my favorites, so... Alrighty, guys. So this is going to be the number 3 spot. It's our classic, good old hit, One Man Band. Now, I'm trying to look at the songs just based off the songs alone and nothing else, but every single time I end up listening to anything with that song, I just automatically think of the Dark Carnival finale because that event is nuts. But the thing is, though, is that I'm judging it based off the song alone and not necessarily the event. Although, I will say this, is that I definitely was tempted to, but I am controlling myself and I'm just looking at the song by itself. And even though I love myself some rock and roll, they're still not at the number 1 spot. So, coming in at the number 2 spot, though, this is going to be the classic good old song, Midnight Ride. I will never tire of that song. I really do love that song, personally. It's one of my favorites. And now, guys, you might be thinking to yourself, being like, John, so what is the number 1 spot? That was all the songs that were on the jukebox. Well, you would be slightly right about that, my friend. See, the thing is with the jukebox, right, is that there's a little bit of an Easter egg with it. There is one final 5th song that you can get at random, because if you look at the jukebox on the very right, there will end up being a 5th song that you can only end up getting with a certain percentage. But this song in itself is an Easter egg, which is pretty cool, and that's one of the reasons why it's actually going to be number 1 on this list, is because even though it's not the type of song that I personally would listen to, because I listen to like rock and roll stuff, so you might think that the Midnight Rider songs would end up being at the number 1 and 2 spots, but I just put this song just a little bit higher because of the fact that it's an Easter egg, and it's also a cool reference. But yes, guys, this last song is a crossover reference to Portal 2 because it's the song Still Alive. But yeah, guys, that's going to be basically it for today's video. I think that that Portal Easter egg song honestly deserves to be #1, even though I've never played Portal, just because the fact that they actually took the effort to put a relatively good song for a game that I've never played before yet, and actually just implement it into the game, because it's a secret. It's also something for the fans, because everyone that plays Left 4 Dead has probably played other Valve games before, and I'm assuming therefore they have played Portal then. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are once again going to be doing another Like, it's just that cool. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we're once again going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. And for this topic, this is going to be one recommended by you guys. And I thought this was fairly interesting for the sake of a video, so I decided to do this as the next one. And this one, we're going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead 2 Coach Cheeseburger quotes. So coming in at number 1 is when Coach mentions the word cheeseburger. Alright, I hope you guys end up enjoying. No, I'm just kidding. But in all seriousness, guys, welcome back to another video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that little sarcastic bit there at the beginning. But yeah, guys, welcome back to another Left 4 Dead ranking video. And this one, we are going to be doing a topic that was recommended by one of you guys, although it's not the Coach Cheeseburger quotes. But if you want to see that for an April Fool's video next year, let me know. But yeah, guys, for this one, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be ranking all the throwable items that are in Left 4 Dead. And this is not going to include things like pipe bombs and Molotovs. This is going to be things like propane and gasoline tanks. So this list is going to be awfully short. It's only going to be 6 items throughout the whole entire thing, but you guys will enjoy it nonetheless, that I promise you. So what do you say, guys, that we end up ranking all the Left 4 Dead throwable items, shall we? Alrighty, let's begin. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at the first spot here, this is going to end up being the Coke from NSenr. So the Coca-Cola from NSenr, you might be wondering yourself why I'm considering this as a throwable. The reason why is because this thing is really niche, and to have its own list or its whole entire category would just be downright ridiculous because there's only one other item that's going to be very similar to this that exists in Left 4 Dead, so to have its own list would just be ridiculous. So I thought I would include it in the throwables ranking. And for this particular item, it's really not that important. It only just contributes to one specific niche scenario, and that being a horde summoning step in one particular campaign. It's not really that interesting. It's not really that crazy of involved type of step here. So specifically for the Coke, I'm just going to be putting it at the last spot just because it really doesn't need to be anywhere else. And it really doesn't even deserve its own list other than just technically being a part of this one. Alrighty, guys, coming in at the next spot here, this is going to be a little bit more of a positive outlook on the same type of item, basically, but this is going to end up being the Noam Chomsky doll. The Noam Chomsky doll is essentially like the Coke, where it doesn't do anything and serves only a very niche purpose, but this one is for an achievement, and the doll itself is basically an Easter egg because this doll has been in a whole bunch of other Valve titles. I personally really like the Noam Chomsky doll. It always keeps resurfacing. Even in the Last Stand update, it resurfaced. So it definitely is kind of like an inside joke to the community with this doll in particular. So for the Noam Chomsky doll, it has really no purpose other than, like I said, for being niche, for an achievement, and kind of like an Easter egg. It really can't do anything. You just lug it around, and it's basically the most useless melee weapon other than basically beating an enemy to death with your fists. But if you decide to do this, it is pretty fun, it is pretty niche, and overall, even though it doesn't really serve any practical purpose, it still is at least more fun than the Coke is. Alrighty, guys, coming in at the next spot here, this is going to end up being the oxygen tanks. So for the oxygen tanks, I'm just going to be perfectly honest, I don't like these things, they serve no purpose to me, and literally the only reason why I'm putting them up higher than the Coke and the Gnome is because it can kill things when you explode them. They have no purpose for practicality in my eyes. If I'm going to be using something such as these, I'm going to rather use a propane tank or a gas can, because the oxygen tanks literally are really, really impractical, and they don't even spawn on that many maps to begin with. So unless you're playing on trolling, they are not worth your time. Alrighty, guys, coming in at the next spot here, this is going to be one item that is particularly niche to a specific campaign again, but this one is a little bit of a fun one. These can kill things, and they're very fun to use. So coming into the next spot here, this is going to end up being the Dark Carnival fireworks. You can find these on the Dark Carnival finale at the concert, and they're in a little box, and there's a set of 5 of them. They are only ever found here unless you're playing custom maps. And I personally think that these are very fun to use. If you are playing in the atmosphere and you get immersed into the Dark Carnival finale, these are very fun to use. You place them down on the stage, you end up lighting them ablaze, and they just have sparks and flames everywhere. These things are extremely strong, they look very, very appealing, and there's nothing really wrong with them being on one particular chapter. If these were everywhere, they would have probably no use. But because they're themed after around the carnival, that's honestly why I like them, and that's why I put them where they are. Alrighty guys, we only got 2 more things left on here to rank, so for the number 2 spot, this is going to end up being the oxygen tank. Now for the oxygen tank, we're not going to be grilling any food or anything, but it does serve a purpose, and this purpose is to kill things. This thing does explode, this thing has an extremely big blast radius, and is useful at killing zombies. I probably would say that other than one more item, this probably is the best. I like the oxygen tank for the purpose of killing, other than the nicheness of like the fireworks, and obviously the goofing around with the oxygen tank. But for the propane tank, it's quick. If you shoot it, it will explode instantly, unlike the oxygen tank, which has a little bit of a delay. But the oxygen tank... Ladies and gentlemen, he said the wrong thing 3 fucking times in a row. Woohoo! Is boom. It's kind of like almost like an instantaneous pipe bomb that you can control when it detonates. So you throw it, it detonates, boom, you automatically get a whole bunch of kills, and that's why I like it. It's practical, and it's not annoying, like, for example, the oxygen tanks. I hate how those things end up having a delay, because they go off at personally the worst timing. Now, with propane, because it is instantaneously, you can have a problem where if it goes off next to, like, let's say a gasoline can, it can screw you up, but the good news is, though, is that if you have smart enough teammates, they will never mix these two and have that issue in the first place. So yeah, guys, that is number 2, and you can obviously tell what number 1 is. Number 1 is end up going to being the gasoline tank. So for the gasoline tank, I rank this number 1 because this has the most practical use, and it's probably the most efficient in terms of just the way that Left 4 Dead is. And by that, I mean just like the vibe. So there's nothing more awesome, in my opinion, than having a gasoline can and shooting it and lighting a whole entire path ablaze and just having every single infected catch fire. These things last an extremely long time, and they don't really end up incapacitating you or your teammates, like such as the oxygen tanks and the propane, and they also don't stun block you, which I'm very, very glad. If you don't know what stun blocking is, basically it's when you end up getting shoulder bumped or an explosion goes off near you and your character can't shoot and you're kind of discombobulated. The explosives a lot of the times in this game will end up doing that to you, but not the gas can. The gas can, if you shoot it, you'll be completely 100% fine, and you can see, you can shoot, you can walk. And for that, that's really good for situations such as survival, and allowing you to be able to end up surviving and getting a long survival time. Personally, this is what allowed me to get 10 minutes on all these survival maps for the new set of achievements. I just stockpiled these and put them in niche spots, and then when I found them useful, I would light tanks ablaze, and then I would be able to end up getting good records and getting gold all the time. I really, really do like myself the gas cans, and I think that that's why they're deserving of being number 1. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video. In today's video, we are once again going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. And this Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, we are going to be ranking all the cut content from the Left 4 Dead series. So that poll I put out a while back saying what you guys want me to rank next, the second winner of that, or in this case second place, was the scrapped content idea. So I decided to do that next, and this one's very fun because we're ranking content that technically doesn't exist. Although a lot of these things that are in this list here, some of them, but not all of them, are actually reincarnated in some form or fashion in other Left 4 Dead games, such as Back 4 Blood, which we will talk about later. So that's pretty cool. So not everything technically is cut, but it's not exactly in Left 4 Dead 2. But at the end of the day, this is still fun, because this is basically looking at what could have been for Left 4 Dead, and how it could have been a very, very different game. So that's why I'm really going to be enjoying making this list here today. If you guys end up enjoying this video, by the end, I would definitely appreciate if you guys could show your support by dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. I definitely appreciate any support that you guys can give, because I know you guys love this series. If we can break somewhere around... I would say 10 likes, that'd be very appreciated. I normally don't go for a like goal, but I would definitely appreciate it, guys. Let's see if we can end up hitting 10 likes. But yeah, guys, let's rank all the scrap content in Left 4 Dead. Now keep in mind that what I'm ranking here is based off of scrapped info that I already know about. I'm actually going back over my scrapped content video, which if you guys haven't seen that before, I'll leave a link for it down below in the description. But basically, I don't know every single little thing that was scrapped, so I'm just going to be ranking what I already know. So, just want to let you guys know. But coming in at our very first spot here, this is going to end up being that originally the jockey was supposed to be naked. Let that sink in for a second. So, like, I'm going to give you some imagery, okay? Imagine Patrick from SpongeBob, and then you give him a little bit of crystal meth, and then there you go. And I don't want to imagine Patrick on crystal meth dragging his ball sack across the top of my neck, so I'm very glad that this was scrapped, and that this was nowhere to be seen. I don't know if there's going to be a mod for it on the Steam Workshop, or if there already is one, and if you are, I'm going to be questioning your mental health. But, yeah, so Left 4 Dead originally was going to have the jockey be naked. Thank God Valve never went through with that decision. Alrighty guys, so coming in at the next spot here, this is going to end up being a spot that involves the witch. So for this particular scrap piece of content, this is going to be a mechanic that the witch originally used to do. So back in Left 4 Dead 1, when it was first being developed, originally the witch, when it was startled, instead of going after one person, or in this case the particular person that startled her, she would originally kill everybody. She would just freak the hell out, and she would go and murder every single survivor. And I have exactly one thought as soon as I hear that. I am very glad that this is not in the game. Because can you imagine how common there would be team wipes if the witch was able to kill everybody? Because remember, she incapacitates people in one hit and kills them on expert in one hit. So if you're playing and you have like a whole bunch of morons, I can't even imagine how horrible that would be to end up trying to go through a campaign and just constantly getting screwed by something that's just out of your hands, because you can get killed by essentially your teammates screwing up, and that is always the worst feeling in video games, when you die and it's not even your fault. So I'm very glad that they nerfed the witch and made it where she only targets that specific person, because then they only punch the person that was blatantly ending up being their fault. So I'm very glad that it doesn't affect anybody else. Alright, coming into the next spot here, this is going to be a scrapped mechanic for the tank, or in this case, 2 scrap mechanics. So the tank originally, just like the witch, was also overpowered as hell, and the tank originally, what he was meant to do, and this carried over to Left 4 Dead 2, by the way, is that the tank originally was able to not only throw multiple rocks at survivors, but significantly faster. So the rocks that the tank throws, we all know, is kind of like a long-range attack, and it's very slow. The tank, and you can find old footage of this, trust me, it exists on the internet. You just look up tank old rock throw, and he will throw these rocks super fast. It's almost like in the blink of an eye fast. It's ridiculous. Now, the idea behind it was that it doesn't throw as far. It was supposed to be kind of like a close range attack, or more of like a medium one. It wasn't necessarily meant to snipe like it currently does. So you would throw it really fast, but it would be kind of low to the ground and really wouldn't get that much distance. But the thing is, though, is that the fact that you're able to throw multiple rocks and kind of do like a 1-2 punch, even from a distance, that is extremely difficult to avoid. But imagine that, but at lightning speed. Like I said, look up the gameplay. I don't have the gameplay for the sake of the fact that I don't want to keep copying other YouTubers' gameplays. But seriously, look it up one day. It's extremely overpowered watching what the tank originally was capable of doing, and I'm so glad that they removed it. Not everything in here I'm disappointed about. I'm actually kind of glad some of these things got removed. Alrighty, now coming in at another spot here, which is going to be a little bit less ridiculous. This is going to be an old mechanic that involved the bile bomb. So the bile bomb, we all know, is basically like a distraction device. You throw it, and these, the zombies go after it, and they will leave you alone for the duration. You can also use this to throw it on special infected and get them to attack them, such as like with the septic tank achievement. But did you know that originally that the bile bomb was also meant to work that way on your teammates? So if you were to originally throw a bile bomb on your teammates, at one point in time, it would be like the septic tank, where you would end up making your teammates have a bile bomb effect on them, kind of like how the boomer does now, and zombies would go after them. This was removed for griefing reasons, but it is kind of interesting to know that Valve had that in mind. Maybe they just didn't want people just blindly throwing the bile bomb and being just careless, kind of like how you don't want to throw a pipe bomb at our teammates and make them explode. But I'm very glad, though, that this doesn't exist, because I can see people deliberately doing this to just mess with people, and it would just get annoying really fast. And now within that same vein, now we get to talk about scrap content revolving the pipe bomb. So originally the pipe bomb did not attract infected. It would just blow up the way it normally does, and almost kind of act like a hand grenade. Now, the pipe bomb in particular, I almost never use, because I honestly prefer the Molotov. But with the pipe bomb, if it did end up having this be the original state it was and just got left this way, I definitely would consider using the Molotov even more. Because I'll admit, I love the Molotov, but I will use a pipe bomb and a bile bomb if I have the option to. And the thing is, though, is that if the pipe bomb only was just like a hand grenade, kind of just like what it is like in CSGO. I can see that being useful, but not really. It would be very niche and circumstantial. You could just be like, okay, I'm gonna chuck this and use it to like stun the enemy and maybe get him to back off a little bit. If it was like an insta-kill and did a lot of damage so that way you could kill like special infected, that'd be different. But if it had no attraction effect and it kind of just did the same damage, really all you're gonna do is just stun things. not one, and I really, really wish that there was, because we had the Left 4 Dead Last Stand update, and I understand that that update was really, really good and definitely deserves a lot of credit, but I really, really wish they would have pulled out just one more thing, such as making a new Special Infected or something, because that would have been huge. I mean, it was going to be PC anyways, so why not end up using the hardware to be able to make it? That would just honestly been really fun to me. But that's just my opinion at the end of the day. And everything at the end of the day is just my opinion. But let me know what your opinion is in the comment section down below, guys. Would you want to see any of these Special Infected be implemented? Or do you think that's just being better left in the past as kind of what could have been type of logic? But let me know. I'm just curious. Anyways, guys, that is going to be it here for today's video. I truly hope you guys ended up enjoying. If you did, please consider dropping a like, comment, and subscribe and all that beautiful stuff. Let me know your thoughts about all this scrap content down below in the comments. And if there's any other scrap content that exists that I don't know about but you know about, let me know about it, and maybe we can compare and contrast to do a list in the comments. Hey, what's up everybody? Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's video, we're doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. And this Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, we're going to be ranking all the dynamic events that are in Left 4 Dead 2. Now, I don't want this to be confused with the scenario or the panic events, because those are a separate thing which I've ranked before in the past. And if you guys want to see those rankings, there's a link for that video down below in the description. So let's talk about this. So what is considered a dynamic event in Left 4 Dead? Well, to make sure there's no confusion, like I said, between that and panic or scenario events, let me explain. The way that I am ranking them for the sake of this video, a scenario event or a panic event is anytime that you summon a horde, but however though, when it comes to a dynamic event does not require it, but sometimes it can happen. I will elaborate on this more as we go along, but I just want to let you guys know that just straight off the bat, so you guys don't think that this is just essentially a duplicate video of my scenarios ranking video. But yeah, guys, so in this video, like I said, we're going to be ranking all the dynamic events that are in Left 4 Dead. If you guys end up enjoying this video, and you guys do want to support the channel to show that you guys love me and that I love you, and you guys want to see more Left 4 Dead videos in general, please show your support by dropping a like, comment, subscribe, share the video with your friends, maybe your dog or your hobo behind your local 7-Eleven will end up enjoying. And anyways, guys, let's end up ranking all of the dynamic events that are in Left 4 Dead. Alrighty guys, so coming in at our very first spot, this is going to end up being the rainstorms that show up on Hard Rain and also the passing. Now, I have read your guys' comments, I always read your guys' comments, and I heard that some of you guys like Hard Rain for this specific element. A lot of you guys like the challenge that Hard Rain provides, and you guys enjoy the immersion and the realism that in turn comes with the rain on these maps. Now, I'm not saying that I blame you, I definitely can respect that opinion, but however though, that's just simply not my opinion, so hopefully you guys can respect that back at me. But yeah, guys, I really could care less about the rain. I don't necessarily go to a game for realism. I know some people like live and breathe realism when it comes to their video games, their movies, everything. But it does not matter to me. I mean, it's a zombies game, and the way I look at it is that I just want the zombies game to be fun, so I can just go without the rain. Alrighty guys, coming in at the next spot here, this is going to be the most recognizable dynamic event, and that's going to end up being the car alarms. Now, the car alarms are on pretty much every single location in Left 4 Dead. I was going to say map, but I was going to be like, there's at least one per chapter, it feels, of every single campaign. Like, Valve always found a way to throw this thing in there. It's the easiest to do, and it does immerse you within the gameplay while still being at a, I would say, more fair / also less annoying approach of going about things. Take the rain, for example, on Hard Rain. I can respect how people enjoy the immersion and the challenge when it comes to that, but the way you guys feel about that, I feel more about the cars, especially since it doesn't impair my eyesight and, you know, my hearing as much. It makes it just more fun and enjoyable. Plus, also, it just looks better on YouTube. I don't know about you guys, but like when I try to record gameplay, if I'm playing on Hard Rain, there's rain everywhere. It's just annoying. It looks ugly. But, yeah, like, I think the car alarm is a classic. It's one of my favorites just because it's super basic. It's obviously just don't shoot the car and there's nothing that's going to happen to you. If you shoot the car, though, you'll suffer the consequences. Pretty straightforward. I can appreciate that, and that's why I like it. Just a little bit better than the other ones. Alrighty, guys, coming in at our next spot here, this is going to end up being the Fier on NSenr, specifically the very first chapter. Now, with NSenr's Fier, this isn't exactly per se something that you trigger as a event. It's just something that just is naturally already there. It's a part of the story narrative. You already know the building's on fire, you must escape. So you don't exactly trigger it. I feel like, for example, the scenario events can also be applied with this logic, where I feel like that a lot of you guys might be like, okay, how is this count as an event if it's just kind of almost like a piece of the map and you're not exactly triggering anything, it's just kind of always there. The way I look at this is that anything that is a part of the environment, regardless of whether or not the player triggers it or not, if it is a means to either end up killing the player, or if it's a means to end up handicapping the player in some way, or also lastly is a means to be immersive or like cinematic, that's kind of like the three things I'm looking for. Is basically immersion, and if it like makes the gameplay any like more immersive or challenging. And with the fire, it definitely throws in those elements. You have to be very careful going through the building and trying not to get yourself burned, because otherwise it can very much kill you. And if you're playing on the higher difficulties, there is that sense of tension because you know one wrong move and you can light yourself, you can light a fire under your ass essentially. So you want to make sure you're careful. And I definitely like this because it feels good. It feels like a reasonable challenge, and it doesn't feel too tedious at the end of the day. Alrighty guys, coming in at our next spot here, this is going to end up being the crows on Blood Harvest, and also the sacrifice. I've noticed that some of these get reused, unlike the scenario events, where they're usually just for the most part on one map. Some get reused, but not always. But it seems like with the dynamic events, they are on multiple maps. And hell, it's even going to be in Back 4 Blood. If you guys remember all those freaking crows that were everywhere in Back 4 Blood, they really wanted to test out those crows. So yeah, in Back 4 Blood, I'm hoping that those eventually get, a little bit like less severe, because in Back 4 Blood they were really overpowered, and luckily in Left 4 Dead they're not that extreme. With Left 4 Dead's crows, the Left 4 Dead crows still function the same. They do attract zombies to you because they, they caw and they alert zombies, but they're very far and few in between. You'll very rarely run into these things. They're on like one part of the Sacrifice and one part of Blood Harvest, being the second chapter of Sacrifice and the finale of Blood Harvest. You can see these in custom maps sometimes too, and very rarely do you also see people take advantage of like placing these everywhere also as well. A lot of people realize that they don't want to go overkill with these things. But yeah, when it comes to the crows, it definitely gives that Edgar Allan Poe sense of imagery where it's a zombie apocalypse, there's death looming, because the crows are usually associated with death other than vultures as a means to a story bit. But yeah, that's basically where I put the crows. Alrighty guys, coming in at the next spot here, this is going to end up being the jukebox. Now I know exactly what you guys are thinking. You're thinking to yourselves and asking the question is, John, have you lost your goddamn mind, and why the hell are you putting this in here in the video? You just know that this is filler and you're trying to get the video to be longer. Well, first of all, I just want to reply to the very first question being like, yes, I am goddamn crazy. I'm surprised you guys have just now caught on to this. Have you seen some of my most recent videos? Second of all, when it comes to this, the reason why I'm putting this in here is not necessarily to fill in the time, although definitely that helps, but the reason why I put it in here at the end of the day, guys, is because of the fact that it summons zombies. So let me explain. All these dynamic events, whether it be, like, let's say, the military bombings, or whether it end up being the crows or whatever, all these are meant, like I said, to immerse the player and sometimes end up challenging them with the gameplay. Now, when it comes to the jukebox is supposed to be just something that the player can mess around with, discover Easter eggs if they really want to, and just fight zombies. I'm primarily focusing on the fact that you can summon zombies with this thing. That's what I'm leading with, because why else would this thing be here? It's not cosmetic. You can interact with it. It's meant to be there. It's got secrets. It's got a element to the game, and it's meant to be there for specifically a reason. And I consider this a dynamic event in my eyes because it allows you to fight zombies. When it comes to the horde summoning steps with the scenario events, you're also fighting zombies. So why is this any different? I mean, I'm labeling it different, yes, because it's not deliberately a scenario event, like technically or officially, but it functions almost certainly the same. So that's why I decided to put it on here, but you can let me know in the comments otherwise. But yeah, that's just my opinion at the end of the day, guys. Alrighty guys, this next spot is actually going to be within the same vein as the last one, and for this spot, this is going to end up being the wedding song on The Passing. So when it comes to The Passing, on the very first chapter, we know that there is the witch in the bridesmaid's outfit, and the witch got left, when she was a human by, I'm assuming her, husband at the time, and she ended up becoming a witch during the apocalypse. Now, if you go up to the one radio that's at the wedding itself, and you end up playing it, you're going to piss off the witch and she will automatically attack you. You don't have to do anything to provoke her other than just play the music of a bad memory, and therefore she will attack. It's kind of funny. I guess that means that the story, unless this is literally just for the sake of gameplay purposes, but that means that the story means that the witch or any of the infected can recall their old memories, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, guys, that's where I'm ranking this. Alrighty, guys, the next spot that I've got here is going to be the military bombing explosions from the Parish and also Coldstream. Now, I decided to, chunk a lot of these together in this video because they're essentially the exact same thing. They're just reused assets. They're not really that different map to map. So yeah, I'm ranking the Parish and Coldstreams together. Anytime the military explosions happen, it definitely will give you that sense of realism. It will give you that sense of immersion. They're never going to end up being really a threat to you other than, like, for example, with Coldstream where, like, the debris can end up happening to land on you, or if you ended up having a zombie, getting alerted by you. But that's really the only thing. This will very rarely get you killed. This will very rarely get you in trouble. But it's just cool that it's there. I'm just glad that it exists. Now see, this is actually a perfect example about why I had this become a separate list from the scenario or panic events video. Take the gas station on No Mercy. You can shoot the gas cans, or just anywhere on the gas station at No Mercy, and the whole entire thing is going to explode. It's going to, like, burst into embers and flames, and the whole thing will literally blow up. Now, funnily enough, this doesn't summon the horde that is within this chapter. It's actually the giant little window cleaner scaffolding thing that's right next to it, and for some reason, even though that has little to no noise in comparison to the giant explosion that you just made, this is somehow the thing that summons the zombies. It's so stupid. I always point this out to my friends and be like, dude, how the hell is a gas station explosion not give you away? But as soon as I decide to, use the windshield wiper thing, or the window cleaner thing, I'm automatically alerted to every single zombie within the whole entire goddamn world. It just makes no sense. Alrighty, guys, we're down to our last two. So coming in at number 2, this is going to end up being the tank that is summoned on the second chapter of Coldstream. The one where he ends up jumping off of the hill and onto the highway and throwing a rock at you guys. Now, this could just be any ordinary tank fight, kind of similar to the one with the train car tank on the Sacrifice, but I'm classifying him in this on his own list, for the Coldstream one at least, is because he throws the rock, and it's so intentionally meant to end up being a dynamic event. You can tell from the setup alone. The way that this is meant is to make the player realize that, oh shit, this just got real moment. And that's exactly what it feels like every single time. And I remember the moment that I played this for the very first time, that's exactly what happened to me, and that's why I love it so much. But guys, there's still one more event left that is near and dear to my heart. It's my absolute favorite dynamic event of all time because I love the cinematic of this. And you can already see that it's loading up. But I'm just going to let the actions and just let it speak for itself by me just showing you the clip outright and explaining it afterward. That is one of my all-time favorite cinematics, and I think it's one of the best ever in video game history, period. The dead air plane flying around already gives you this sense of immersion and everything, but seeing it go from the very beginning to the very, very end where you see the journey of the thing flying around, and eventually you end up seeing it and you're at the airport and you got this beacon of hope, this like, oh crap, we're actually going to make it out of here, and then you just look and you see it coming in, and it's not slowing down, and it's arching, and it's leaning, and it's skidding on the ground. It goes face up, and then boom, explosion, and there's nothing left. No survivors at all. No one survived. It's just wow. That is like a wow. This shit just got real moment again. But it's not like it is with Coldstream. You don't have to attack the player to prove this point. You just simply just show them a beacon of hope, and then you take it away in a very, very Michael Bay style fashion, and that definitely shows throughout this. It's like my ultimate guy dream to see this explosion happen in real life, obviously with no one getting hurt, obviously. But, like, that was like a cool guys don't look at explosions moment, but I just can't help but to look at it. It's not like you can look away from something like that. That's such a big deal. Like, what that means to the survivors is just like, shit, what do we do now? You know, it's like wow, like that was completely something that you just do not expect. When you play that game, when you play Left 4 Dead 1, when you play Dead Air for the very first time, and then that happens to you, it's just like, God damn, was I not expecting that? Because here's the thing, is that we've known about all those other dynamic events, like, that happen off camera, like the No Mercy helicopter guy turns into a zombie, he crashes. Same thing with the Dark Carnival one, he ends up turning and then they crash. But this time you actually get to see it. And that when you actually get to see it, it just hits different, man. It just absolutely hits different compared to just knowing about it in the background. And that's why it's the all-time #1. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. And today's Left 4 Dead 2 video, we're going to be doing another Left 4 Dead ranking video. In this ranking video, we're going to be doing something really fun, because you guys probably were never expecting me to rank this, actually. So this will be a fun video just for this topic alone. But yeah, guys, you have seen the title, you have seen the thumbnail. We're going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead comic books. Now, you might be wondering what I'm talking about. There is a Left 4 Dead comic, you may be asking? Well, yes, my friends, there actually is a pair of Left 4 Dead comics. Now, I do want to clarify things that this is one Gigundo story, but they are in 4 parts. And since they are 4 parts and they are separate PDFs, therefore I am considering them as separate comics, even though it's technically one story. So that's why we're able to make a ranking video, because otherwise it would only end up being just the one comic, and then technically you wouldn't be able to rank just the one comic, because then the #1 spot would be every single other spot, so... But yeah, guys, we're going to be ranking the Left 4 Dead comics. There is technically 4 of them, or in this case, 4 parts, and I'm predominantly going to be ranking them based off of the character backstories, because this is a Sacrifice comic based off of the Left 4 Dead Sacrifice campaign, and in the parts... the most noticeable thing about each individual chapter, or each individual part, is that every single one of these parts gives a background and actually some information on all the original Left 4 Dead 1 characters. Part 1 being on Lewis, Part 2 being on Zoe, Part 3 being on Francis, and then Part 4 finally being on Bill. So, the idea behind how I want to end up doing this video is that I'm going to be having all the parts count as their own category, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to make a ranking video out of this. In addition, secondly, I just want to let you guys know is that I'm predominantly going to be ranking this mostly on the character backstories, because that is where it has the most meat on its bones, and it almost makes the parts more individualized, because if we were not necessarily ranking them on the characters alone, and we're just ranking them for just the story as the whole, I feel like it would be kind of boring, because it would be like, in part 1, Bill shoots this particular thing over this particular thing, and there happens to be a flashback in here at some point. I feel like that would just be kind of boring. If you guys would, for whatever reason, like me to go back over this again, then I definitely would be able to, for sure. But I'm treating them in accordance to the character backstories. I have plans on making a separate video in the future, just ranking character backstories in general based off of the lore, and not this alone, because this only has Left 4 Dead 1. There is no Left 4 Dead 2 crew comics officially posted by Valve, and I hope they do that one day, because right now there's only fan-made ones. So yeah, guys, I have the intention on making a future video where I'm ranking all the characters' backstories in accordance to just the characters in general. But this, I'm technically ranking them in the form of comic books, even though it predominantly is based off of character stories, because that's where the meat is in this, this ranking. So yeah, guys, I hope you understand, and I understand that it is kind of convoluted the way I word that, but I just want to let you guys know what I'm actively thinking. So yeah, guys, we're going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead 2 comic books from worst to best. If you guys end up enjoying this video, and you guys do want to see more Left 4 Dead 2 ranking videos, please show your support by dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. But yeah, guys, let's rank all the stories. And by the way, before we get into the very first spot, this is the spoiler warning right now. If you do not want to see any spoilers for this comic book, do not proceed with the video until you have read them in full, because this is where the spoilers come, just in case you guys want to read them. I will provide a link down below in the description. Alrighty guys, so coming in at the very first spot here, this is going to end up being part 2 of the Sacrifice comics, and this is going to revolve around Zoe's backstory. Now, I'm going to be showing the backstory on screen right here. If you guys want to read the actual dialogue, you can pause the video accordingly from when I skip over the pieces. I will show you the full entire thing about the backstory, at least, by, scrolling through, but I'm not going to be showing you the rest of the comic. But if you, like I said, want to read the whole entire thing, there's a link down below. If you want to pause the video, you can also do that too. But yeah, let's get into Zoe's backstory. So the way that they handle Zoe's backstory is that she's having a dinner with her mom and dad, and talking basically about stuff that's upsetting her parents. They're talking about basically how that Zoe wasn't doing so hot in school, and basically all that she did was just slack off and just watch horror movies. So she was basically being a stereotypical college girl, just, basically not caring for her academics, and just messing around and just having fun with her friends. Now, because of this, her parents kind of get into a heated debate where they're starting to argue about this, and eventually what happens is that in the middle of their argument, a zombie walks into their apartment. Now, the zombie, however, though, since this is only 2 days in the apocalypse, nobody realizes that this is truly a zombie. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is because they just think it's just a normal sick, like, homeless person, Zoe's dad tries to point a gun at him and threaten him to leave, obviously not knowing that the zombie's not going to care because it has no control over anything other than its instincts. Now, unfortunately, what Zoe's dad does next results in someone dying. Basically, what he ends up doing is he tries to warn the guy that he's going to shoot him while he's proceeding to get his handgun, but unfortunately, doing so results in Zoe's mom getting bit. She gets bit on the face. There is no way that they can amputate this even if they want to, and this results in the mom end up severely injured, and they all start panicking, and as Zoe's dad is telling Zoe to go call 911 while the dad is monitoring her, basically what happens is that Zoe, while she's calling 911, her mother ends up actually coming back to life as a zombie already within a matter of like a few seconds. It's pretty ridiculous. It's probably under a minute. And ends up biting now Zoe's dad, severely injuring him. This ends up resulting in Zoe having to kill her own zombified mother alongside with her dad. Even though her dad is the one that pulls the trigger, it still probably traumatized Zoe just as much. And then what happens is that as Zoe's trying to take care of her dad knows that, he's kaput. He knows that he's not going to be getting out of this anytime soon, and unfortunately this is his end, and he tries to bond with his daughter one last time over one of the things that she truly loves, which is horror movies. And he does make a little joke right before his very last moments talking about how that Zoe would always end up being disappointed in horror movies where someone would have to put down someone that they love, hinting at that what Zoe's dad's last request is. And then we end up getting a Walking Dead Clementine-esque type of ending to this story where Zoe has to shoot her dad. This is a very sad story, and it's definitely the most upsetting out of the four. Zoe's story doesn't really have any humor to it or anything particularly uplifting. It's just sad kind of from the get-go. All it is just her parents arguing up until they end up dying. And that's just sad. That's literally all it is. This ending and this whole entire story behind Zoe is sad. But however, though, this is what makes Zoe Zoe. Because of what happens to her parents and how the zombie apocalypse affected her life, it made her into the badass woman she is today. It made her more caring, it made her want to try to save as many people as she can, and it made her the zombie survivor that we know her as, because she knew right off the bat that what this really was. It wasn't some sort of flu, this was life and death. And she knew that she had to protect the ones that she loved, so that is why throughout the whole entire story of Left 4 Dead, she cares so much about Francis, Lewis, and Bill. And that's how we ended up getting Zoe. Now, even though, yes, like I said, the ending and the whole entire story behind it is sad, without the character development, we wouldn't get who we end up having today for our crew. So even though some can't be perfect endings, at least the good news is, though, is that it didn't end up being as bad as it could be, because it always can be worse in my eyes. Alrighty, guys, coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being Lewis for part 1 of the sacrifice. Now, with Lewis's story takes place when he is at work at his office job, and he's just trying to get his one friend Ray on the phone to come into work because he does not want to due to the virus that is being spread everywhere. He is very, very cautious, he doesn't want to get infected, and he very much worries. Now, Lewis is trying to reassure him, basically telling him, hey, you don't gotta worry about it, man. You're more likely to end up getting, hurt or infected not coming to work than you are coming to work. And so he's trying to be that good guy friend. Or, in this case, he's trying to be the responsible one, but what ends up happening is when he goes to the restroom to end up taking a bathroom break. He's finishing up his phone call and just messing around on his phone using the restroom, and then this one guy is in the bathroom with him, messing around with him, trying to get his attention, and Lewis is starting to get peeved off. And eventually what happens is that blood's everywhere inside the restroom all of a sudden, and Lewis ends up realizing that the person that was in the restroom with him was somebody that was sick and ended up becoming a zombie, and the zombie ends up biting Lewis. And now this next part is really, really fun to read, because what ends up happening is that Lewis ends up growing a massive schlong.
I have several questions.
I legitimately had no idea how bad that sounded until I'm watching the video while editing. I am so sorry if any of you walked in on that. If YouTube demonetizes me, it wouldn't surprise me. YouTube, I wouldn't blame you on that one. I'm not even joking you. He gets like some cojones right here. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting around that one. And he ends up brutally murdering this zombie. Like, hand-to-hand combat, he bashes the zombie's skull in with the paper towel dispenser, and it's just blood everywhere. It is demonetizable worthy. It is ridiculous. And the thing is, though, is that we never end up getting this from Lewis almost ever in the game. Because Lewis is that one fun, uplifting guy, and more of the, calmer type in the group, rather like someone like, let's say, Francis, who you would expect to do something like this. But when you see this from Lewis, it's just like, wow, damn, Lewis, I got some respect for you. You got some balls. Like, instead of wussing out and, like, screaming like a little bitch, he just destroys the zombie. It's almost, like, completely opposite of his personality to suddenly just become, like, this just destroying machine. I don't know why, but for some reason seeing Lewis smash a zombie's skull in right after he just got bit while trying to take a massive dump, that's just cool to me. I don't know why. And then eventually what ends up happening is that he ends up going to the busted open window of his office, which wasn't there originally, so I'm guessing that the whole office had a breakout of zombies. And he just sits down and he just listens to his answering machine while he's just thinking about what the hell just happened. Very, very great story. A lot more uplifting or more action-y in general, more rather than, like, let's say, Zoe's story. So that's why I gotta put it at number 2. So that is Lewis's story. Now let's rank the last 2. Alright guys, now coming in at the number 2 spot, this is going to end up being part 3 of the Sacrifice comics, and this is going to be Francis's backstory. Now, with this particular backstory, or this particular comic rather, we end up getting the backstory of how Francis ended up basically becoming the badass, funny, smartass zombie killer that we know him as today. Essentially what happens is that he's ending up robbing a place to try to get a TV, and he ends up getting busted by the cops. Now, there's this kind of this funny dialogue just straight out the rip about him just teasing the cop and joking around saying that he's a cop, which I think is really funny because it is in smartass Francis fashion. And then eventually somehow he ends up going back to his buddies. I don't know if he like escaped or got on bail. It says in the story that he ran away, so I'm assuming that he only ran away. I can't imagine that he got arrested and then let go. So yeah, he's talking to his buddies, and then after a while just socializing with him, he's going to end up trying to sleeping with this one girl called Sandra. And what happens is that when he's starting to get down and freaky with her, she ends up becoming extremely freaky and starts turning into a zombie. I've noticed a trend with zombies either running into these characters or they end up turning into a zombie. So yeah, the girl ends up turning into a zombie and bites Francis on the neck, which I'm surprised that honestly that did not kill him, because even though Francis is technically immune, if you get like a chomp on your neck, that could really, really screw you over. That could really kill you fast. So I'm surprised that he lived, but luckily that is a good thing, because otherwise we wouldn't have one of my favorite characters. And yeah, essentially what happens is that from that point onward, his buddies end up killing her, and they're all debating about what to do, and then there's conspiracy theories for some reason at some point in the next piece of dialogue with his buddies. And then what happens is that Francis decides, you know what, hey, I was expecting, to end up going to jail anyways, I've got nothing else left to lose, I'm just going to end up having some fun. So he realizes that despite the zombie apocalypse, he's going to end up enjoying himself, and he's going to tell his buddies to end up getting a jukebox, bring it up onto the roof of the building that they're in, he's going to grab a sniper rifle, and he's going to pop some zombie heads until he has cleared out a horde that is down below beneath him. That is really, really good. This is one of my favorite stories. But you guys know, one of my favorite characters has got his story still yet to come up, so let's talk about it. Alrighty guys, coming in at the #1 spot, this is going to be the Sacrifice Comic Part 4 with Bill's backstory. Now, this particular backstory, Bill is in a veterans hospital undergoing a surgery. Now, I don't know what surgery he would be getting. I mean, Bill's really old, but I've never heard anything in the game about him having any particular illness, so maybe it's just never said, because I never find it in the comic, and I never find it in the in-game dialogue. But you guys can let me know if he's got any particular problem other than just being old for something. But yeah, he's going to try to get some sort of surgery because he's going to be put under. He's actually on anesthetics. But what happens is those right before he's about to go to sleep, literally right before Bill blacks out, he's able to notice what's going on around him, and he has just enough of his wit left to be able to fight back against the now turned zombie staff. Now, I don't know about you guys, I don't know about you, but particular for me, this is my experience with anesthetics. When you are on, like, sleeping gas, that stuff is strong. That stuff will knock you flat on your ass. I have only ever had it once for my own medical needs, but I will tell you this, dudes, that resisting it or not, that stuff is strong, and you will fall asleep unless you've got, like, a really strong will to live. I gotta assume that it's a mixture of fear and adrenaline on Bill's half, because I don't know how the hell he would be able to power through it. Because even though he only ended up having it for like 2 seconds, 2 seconds on this thing is pretty damn strong with sleeping gas. But he's able to get by just enough that he's able to retreat and end up finding a set of weapons and his veteran clothes. And then what happens is that he ends up getting home, getting into his gear, and getting all set up. And then eventually the story now transitions to the current time where Bill is the badass zombie-killing old man that we know him as today. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. And today's Left 4 Dead 2 video, we're going to be ranking all the mods that are in Left 4 Dead. Well, technically not, but I'll get into that in a second. So, let's talk about this video and how we're going to be going about it. So, in this video, guys, like I said, we're going to be ranking Left 4 Dead mods, but we're not ranking every single mod in existence. This is going to be similar to the rules that we did when we ranked custom maps. There is so many mods and so many custom maps in Left 4 Dead that to go over every single one would mean that we would have to end up updating the list every single day because there's being mods being made every single day. So, I am only going to be counting the mods that I personally own and mods that I also have personally used, because I also do have some mods that I've just yet to use, and I'm not going to be ranking something that I've yet to even try. In addition to that, I also want to let you guys know that some of these mods are almost carbon copies of each other, or very similar. So for the sake of the list and the sake of simplicity, I'm going to be compiling some of them into groups or into bundles. Because, for example, there is some character mods that end up having the exact same character mod for every single individual survivor, such as, like, let's say an Among Us mod where everyone's a different Among Us survivor. There's one for Nick where, like, let's say he's yellow, and then there's one for Zoe, like, let's say she's pink. And other than subjectiveness based off of favorite color, they're basically the same skin. You get what I'm getting at here? So, yeah, some things are going to be classified as bundles because they're essentially the exact same thing. And then lastly, to make sure that we are crystal clear on how we are ranking this, also I want to let you guys know is that for some of these mods, I have only used them for one time, for like the sake of a video, or I just have yet to use them. So I am going to be ranking only mods that I have used thus far, mods that I personally own. I'm ranking them in my favorite order. Normally I end up taking the community into effect, but I don't know if the community has even used some of the mods that I have. So I'm going to be going solely just off of my opinion alone this time. And lastly, I'm going to be ranking some of them into bundles and just ranking some of them in just to their own individual things if they stand out enough. But it's not the same for every single individual mod. So I just want to let you guys know that, and that's how we're going to be treating the video here today. If you guys end up enjoying this video, and you guys do want to see more Left 4 Dead ranking videos, please show your guys' support by dropping a like, comment, and subscribe, and all that beautiful stuff. But anyways, guys, let's rank all the mods in Left 4 Dead 2. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at our very first spot here, this is going to end up being the finger gun for the Magnum. Now, the finger gun mod I have used before, and you guys have seen it before previously in a video. It is a mod that makes it so that way your hand is your gun. Your Magnum is literally just you making a gun out of your fingers. Now, you may be wondering how the heck would you find this on the map and pick it up if it's just your hand. Well, it's kind of funny. You literally just pick up a severed hand lying around the map, and then once you pick it up, it's now your actual hand. But in the third person, it's still just a severed hand. It's a very simplistic mod, but it's just funny. It's just one of those mods that's so stupid that's enjoyable. I really like it, and that's why I'm putting it on the list. But trust me, if you guys think that this mod is pretty simplistic, you should see some of the other ones that aren't even on the list to begin with. Alrighty guys, coming in at the next spot here, this is going to end up being the Left 4 Dead 1 M1911 pistol mod. This is a mod that brings back the classic Left 4 Dead 1 pistols because they are the only gun from Left 4 Dead 1 that has not returned into Left 4 Dead 2. Everything else is here, but for some reason those pistols never returned. I do not know why. Maybe for some reason they thought they could only end up having one, but it wouldn't surprise me, though, if they were just deciding, hey, you know what, these are pretty simplistic, nobody really asked for these, let's just exclude them. But to be perfectly honest, guys, I would really like to see the Left 4 Dead 1 pistols come back. They're the only gun that's never returned, and I like them over the Left 4 Dead 2 pistol, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, my favorite's the Magnum, and the Magnum would be superior in terms of pistols for everything else. But to be able to have the option, at least, would still be fun. I've requested that these come back if Left 4 Dead ever did get another update again, and I really would like to see these return. But in the meantime, we at least got the mod, and that's pretty nice. Alrighty guys, so coming in at the next spot here, or in this case the next 3 spots, back to back to back, this is going to be Halo guns, Apex Legends guns, and then Call of Duty guns, because these are games that I enjoy using their guns in, and to be able to use them in Left 4 Dead is really, really fun. My favorite one is the COD guns, because I still do play Call of Duty quite a fair amount, even though I'm not particularly interested in some of the newer ones, such as Cold War. But it's funny because some of these guns that are in Left 4 Dead are some of the guns from the unpopular Call of Duties, most notably Ghosts. I don't know why, but a lot of Left 4 Dead mods are themed after Call of Duty Ghosts. I don't know why. It's not my favorite COD game. I mean, Ghosts never really was a truly bad COD game, but it wasn't my favorite, so it's kind of funny how that one of my least favorite games is a very plentiful and one of my most favorite games. But yeah, I just thought I would just point that out. As for the Apex Legends, and then also the Halo guns, those are some of my favorites too, but I haven't used them in a while. There is a assault rifle mod for the M16 where you can make it into the normal Halo assault rifle, and there's a mod where you can make the Magnum, I believe, into the Halo pistol. There's some Apex Legends mods where you can end up getting things like such as the Peacekeeper, the RE45 pistol, and then the R301 assault rifle. And I really do enjoy these mods because it's always fun when you can merge your games into the same universe technically. And I just love them, to be honest, so that's why I'm going to be compiling them all back to back to back to back. And there's no really particular gun in those bundles I like. I mean, yes, there is technically, but I mean, they're all the exact same types of guns from the exact same types of games. So really, the only thing I could end up saying is being like, I prefer the Peacekeeper because it's a shotgun, or I prefer the R301 because it's for the AK-47, which the AK-47 I prefer over the shotgun mod because the shotgun mod is for the model shotgun, and I prefer the AK better. You know, stuff like that. It just sounds a little bit silly, so that's why I'm just kind of compiling them all together. Alrighty guys, coming in at the next spots here, this is going to end up being the silly melee weapons and the glowing melee weapons. These are melee weapons where essentially the only thing that changes is just their looks. There's nothing really too different about their functionality. Now, obviously these are cosmetic mods, but some cosmetic mods change the way that the gun model moves and feels. But these melee weapon mods really don't change too much. There's some mods that end up giving you neon glowing swords. There's some mods that end up giving you ridiculous melee weapons where, like, the machete becomes a 3D printed brick. I mean, there's just some mods that end up making some ridiculous models for these particular melee weapons. And I enjoy the fact that I can just beat the zombies over the head with something pretty crazy. My favorite being is the Genji sword mod, where you can essentially get Genji's ultimate, because when you pull out the sword every single frickin' time, and you guys have seen this before also in a video, it's just Genji going, I don't speak Japanese, but he's just, you know, shouting his ultimate over and over and over again, and the animation of the dragon comes out every single time you use the scroll wheel and flick the sword out. It is just super detailed, and I really do like it a lot. And that's why I'm ranking these just all kind of in their own bundles, because even though I do like melee weapon mods, none of them particular stand out to make their own particular spot, but they do all end up getting respect in my eyes. Alrighty guys, so I'm going to be hitting you guys with some other mods just kind of just back to back to back to back because they're all super simplistic, and other than just saying that they look cool, there's nothing really else to go off of, but I do use these mods on a quite a regular basis if I can. This is going to end up being the Cheeseburger Pain Pills, because the Cheeseburger Pain Pills are a funny joke hinting at Coach. The Chakra Trees, which just makes every single piece of the trees in the shrubbery pink. They're kind of themed after the cherry blossom trees, if you will, from Japan. There's going to be the Thick Booty and the Keemstar Gnomes for Gnome Chomsky, which I think is kind of funny because of reasons. There is going to end up being the Roblox and the Fall Guys mods, which I really like because this makes the Infected and the Special Infected themed after Roblox and the Fall Guys characters. This is being the Fall Guys being the Common Infected, and then the Roblox mods being for the Charger and the Tank, where they're extremely buff Roblox characters for some reason, and they end up attacking you towards the Fall Guys and Roblox themes music accordingly, depending on which ones you pick. I enjoy these games. It's just funny, goofy games, especially Fall Guys, and that's why I'm putting these on the list back to back to back to back, basically. Alrighty guys, now coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being Back 4 Blood mods. Unfortunately, Back 4 Blood is very, very hard to end up getting mods to come over here so far for Left 4 Dead, because Warner Bros. Is being extremely strict on whether or not players will be able to end up getting any access to the game code or the models or whatever have you for the purpose of mods. The Left 4 Dead community really enjoys making mods, and we would love to end up making Back 4 Blood mods. There is some that already exist, but however, though, they're very, very minute and far and few in between. There's nothing like, let's say, bringing over the Back 4 Blood character models for the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, or bringing over the Back 4 Blood guns in their entirety. Unfortunately, there's a limited amount of them. I have made a video on Back 4 Blood mods before, also in the past, and they're just simplistic so far, like the player icons, or sometimes you can end up getting gun models where you can end up making the guns look like Back 4 Blood guns. That's the most significant mod. You can also end up getting certain sound effects. You can end up getting lobby and lobby theme music and icons, which is pretty cool, but that's really as far as it goes, and it can't really get that nitty-gritty into the detail. So unfortunately, it ends up being kind of just down a peg because they're kind of just bare. But I really hope that eventually, as the game ends up coming out, and maybe we can end up getting some more stuff leaked, that we can end up being able to use these for the purpose of mods. Alrighty guys, so for the next spot here, this is going to end up being the Left 4 Dead 1 gun animations mods. These are mods that end up making it so that way the original pump shotgun, the mini Uzi, the M16, the original model shotgun, the hunting rifle, and also the Left 4 Dead 1 pistols, and the Spaz 12 from Left 4 Dead 2, funnily enough, all have Left 4 Dead 1 themed gun animations, where the character is going to be holding them in such a way that it looks like it's the Left 4 Dead 1 models. Now, the Left 4 Dead 1 guns did come back in the Left 4 Dead 2, but as we know, the characters hold them differently and use them differently. But these mods make it so that way all the guns that are from Left 4 Dead 1, and even some from Left 4 Dead 2, hold in a certain way that they look like the Left 4 Dead 1 variants. And these are cool because it's just a little attention to detail where it's just like, wow, there was just so much attention to detail there, it feels even more immersive than it already once did before. I like that, and I get a big kick out of it. And I use these on quite a regular basis as long as the mods don't contradict, because some mods can't end up working together. play with the Left 4 Dead models and infected. There's going to be the Ultimate Testing Ground mod, which allows you to be able to look at your gun models, your character models in the third person by seeing them as like standing entities. This allows you to be able to look at the nitty-gritty detail of every single thing that you may or may not want to take a mod and look at. And then there's also the achievement mods that allow you to be able to load up maps that are oriented around getting you certain achievements, such as the achievement that allows you to be able to practice for lickety-split for the cutting off the smoker tongue. There's another one that allows you to be able to end up getting the witch achievement where you try to crown her on expert mode. There's so many different types of sandboxes that just allow you to be able to do certain things that you may or may not need to do. Now, albeit though, the achievement ones, you may or may not only end up using them once, but they're still great to have because trying to get the achievement that you may or may not be struggling on by just loading up a custom map is so nice. Now, even though it doesn't feel necessarily as rewarding, it is nice when you have the at least option of being able to go through the easy route. Alrighty guys, so for this next mod, this is going to end up being the Free Roam Mutations mod. This is going to make it so that way there's a mutation in your mutations list called the Free Roam. You just explore the map with this. There's nothing attacking you, and you can just explore the map to your heart's content. You can do whatever you want. Now, I understand that you can do this via console commands, and having it up here on the list you might think is silly or kind of foolish, but I don't think so because there's so many people that just don't know how to navigate the console commands at all. I still don't even know how to access the console commands and remember them all into their nitty-gritty detail. Because you have to be able to remember how to type them in exactly, and then you also have to know how to undo them exactly. Because with Left 4 Dead, every console command you input, you also have to do another console command to undo what you just did. So if you only want to do something temporarily and you don't want to end up keeping it, you need to know how to do the opposite command. And sometimes it's hard to find the command that is the opposite of what you just did. And I don't recommend doing a command you can't undo. So being able to just have this free roam mod that allows you to be able to load up via mutations, because you can disable this very easily and just get rid of it, I recommend going about this route instead, especially if you're not familiar with how to navigate the Left 4 Dead console, because I don't want you guys to break your games. Alrighty guys, now this mod right here is one of my absolute favorites, and I run this every single time I play Left 4 Dead, and this is going to end up being the Team Health Counter mod. This mod is super valuable. Let me explain. This allows you to be able to see every single person's HP on your team. And it allows you to be able to see exactly what they're on. You can see if they're at 100, 30, or 1 HP. And it's super clutch when you need to be able to heal somebody and you don't know how low they are, but you know they are getting low. And it allows them to have the exact same HP counter as you. So you know who to heal, when to heal, and how to heal them. I recommend installing this mod, guys, because this will be valid to you at all times. There is no time that this mod ever needs to be removed, and luckily, you can use this on custom maps, or you can end up using this on online, and it's not even remotely handicapping. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's any particular game mode you cannot use this on, because some mods won't allow you to be able to end up using them on certain game modes, which is understandable, but you can almost use this in every single scenario, and it's valuable to you in every single scenario, so why not rock the mod, you know what I mean? Alrighty guys, now for this next set of mods, they're going to be compiled up into a set of groups again, and this is going to be Survivor Skin mods. Now, for Survivor Skin mods, there is so many. Survivor Skin mods are the most plentiful skin mod out there other than for guns. And these skin mods are really, really cool. I truly do enjoy a lot of these ones. Now, the thing is, though, is that because there's so many plentiful ones, and there's some that are also similar, some that I don't use anymore, and some that are kind of hard to run because they can only end up running, let's say, a single player. You can't run them online or anything. It's kind of hard to just rank them. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be ranking them based off of the particular plentifulness. So, such as example, I'm going to be saying that if a character has more mods available to them and more fun mods available than, let's say, another character, that ends up getting them bumped up. So I'm going to be ranking them in this order, from least to best in terms of how I like to end up rocking the character skin mods. It's going to be Ellis, Rochelle, Francis, Lewis, Bill, Coach, Nick, and then Zoe, from worst to best. I rank them that way because for the characters that I use and for the mods that are available for them for their skin mods, certain characters have more than others and certain characters have better skins than others. Like, for example, Zoe's one of my favorite characters and she has a lot of great skins. Where unfortunately with Ellis, because he's one of my favorite characters and he has the least amount of skins that I end up rocking, I just don't rock them as much. Somebody like Nick or Coach or even Rochelle have better mods for their character skins than some of my other favorite characters. It's ridiculous. And so, even though I like the character, we're basing these off of individual mods. So, somebody like Ellis, even though they're one of my favorite characters, I'm putting them lower out of the groups of survivors because there's just not enough skins that I like rocking for him, because they're just kind of iffy. They're just skins that are like okay and mediocre at best. So that's why I'm ranking them the way they are. Now I am going to give some examples of some character mods that I like to run. This is an example of some of them, but it's not limiting to just these ones in particular. So for Ellis, the only mod that I really have fun rocking at the moment is going to be the Supreme Goku skin. This is literally just Goku from Dragon Ball with a Supreme hoodie on. It's simplistic, but it's the most fun mod that I end up rocking with Ellis in particular. And then for another set of skins, there's also going to end up being things such as the dinosaurs, the Aftermath skins, the Halo mod for him where he becomes Master Chief, and there's also another one in particular for him where it's got this Back for Blood type of merchandise skin, which is some of the stuff that I just like for Ellis. Then coming in for Rochelle, there's going to end up being Cocktail Dress, there's going to end up being Rochelle as Zoe, so I can be able to end up having Zoe without needing Rochelle all the time. There's also another one that ends up having Rochelle with a paper bag on her face, which I think is just kind of a funny inside joke. Then we move on to the other survivors. For the other survivors with Francis, there is Francis as Trevor from GTA. There is him as a Cyberpunk skin, which I think is pretty cool, ends up looking like Keanu's character, which I like. There's also another one where he's just got a big old beard and mustache. You know, he ends up looking more badass than he already does. Then for Lewis, there is one where Lewis has got a goatee, which ends up more fitting for him if I'm going to be frank. And there's going to be ones where he's a UK-style police officer or cop. Now for Bill, there's ones like Grandpa Bill, there's ones like Bill without a hat on, which even though it's a minor detail, I enjoy rocking them. For Coach, there's things such as the Resident Evil police skin. There's going to end up being a vacation shirt skin for Coach where he's dressed in the stereotypical dad Hawaiian shirt. Nick ends up having a whole bunch of them. Nick and Zoe are probably my two favorite characters to end up getting mods for because they have the most plentiful and best looking ones. Nick ends up having one where he's wearing a black suit which just looks clean. There's one where he is a mafia boss. And then my favorite one is going to be Irresistible Nick. Now, even though I believe Irresistible Nick is meant for either the female fans or for the gay community, which I don't have a problem with, by the way, just want to make that clear. I don't mind if you happen to be gay or straight. But whether this is for the female fans or for the gay community, this mod in particular, I don't rock it for that purpose. I just rock it just because it looks cool. I like the idea of how they're trying to portray Nick in this outfit that he's got. He's got a cool, badass black leather jacket, and he's got the nice beard that he's got. I respect anybody with a beard. If someone ends up having like a Viking beard, I give you props, because if a man ends up having a beard, it makes him just like much more cooler in my eyes. And yeah, that's where I rank the Nick one. And then lastly, we've got the Zoe mods. Now, trust me, there is plentiful amount of Zoe mods out there, but some of my favorites are, but are not limited to, Zoe with longer hair, Zoe with Ellis's hat, and then my favorite, which you have seen in videos before for sure, is the Zoe all geared up skin, where she's like a secret agent. Alrighty guys, but we're not done yet. That was just a few examples of some of the skins that I end up enjoying rocking in Left 4 Dead 2, but that was for individual specific skins. This is going to end up being my favorite skins, which is going to end up being the skins that are kind of compilations just in their own right. These are going to be things such as skins that end up making the characters into knights, skins that make the characters into dinosaurs, which I know you guys have seen before, and then my favorite ones is the Aftermath skins. The Aftermath skins are skins themed after the idea of what happened to the crews or the Left 4 Dead survivors after the events of Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. So in this case, for Left 4 Dead 1's characters, it would be what would happen after the passing, and Left 4 Dead 2's crew after what happened on the parish. And it shows them with new looks, new attitudes, new character traits. Some characters end up having longer or shorter hair. Some characters have a much more meaner look to them, and some have a more friendly look, and some of them definitely end up having much more attention to detail, such as a change of clothing or even additional gear that they're rocking. I really do like these because this makes me think about what would happen if Left 4 Dead 3 ever did come out and they decide to end up remastering the Left 4 Dead 1, 2, and Cruise skins rather than just bringing over the exact same models from what we had in the past. And that's why I like these and I'm ranking them a lot higher on the list. Alrighty guys, we are down to the last 2 mods. So coming in at number 2, this is going to be the Ions Vocalizer mod. This allows you to be able to end up getting access to the voice lines for the characters in Left 4 Dead without needing to end up going into the game files. Now I understand a lot of you guys end up going to the game files just so you have the abundance of them, you know, just at your disposal whenever you want. But I have not gotten around to doing that, and I'm just always trying to be careful with game files because I don't want to end up corrupting any of my data. I will learn eventually. But in the meantime, I'm putting this up on one of my favorites because until I do learn, this mod is extremely useful because whether you're playing solo or whether you're playing online with others, you can end up getting access to quick and immediate voice lines such as group up, get over here, you know, I'm healing, stuff like that. And it allows you to be able to communicate with your team without ever needing to text or without ever needing to use your microphone. It's just very, very easy to be able to just go like, okay, group up, or okay, I'm going this way. It's kind of like the Overwatch one. I enjoyed using that a lot in Overwatch because there's times I just did not want to talk and I would just say, you know, hey, group up or I'm over here. I like doing the exact same premise in Left 4 Dead, and that's why I put it at number 2, because I also can see a lot of you guys getting use out of this just because some people just like to end up being able to just go, boop, I'm doing this, and just nothing else. Alrighty guys, so here we are, the very last set of mods. Now, once again, this is going to be compiled into a group again, but however though, they're all very, very fun to use, and they're no different from each other at all, trust me. This is going to end up being the golden mods. These are mods that make everything into gold. This is going to be anywhere from your guns, to your Molotovs, to even the propane, oxygen, and gasoline tanks. Everything is just encrusted in 4K gold, and I love that. This makes it so that way the guns feel much more clean and crisp. And it makes me excited for 2 things. Number 1, this makes me excited at the idea of Back 4 Blood, because I know that in Back 4 Blood we are going to be able to get the option of getting golden guns, which is going to be cool. And this reminds me of the old games I used to play where I used to grind camos, such as Call of Duty, where I could get golden guns for playing with them for a certain amount of time. So if I want my favorite gun to be encrusted into gold, and if I want to be able to end up using it, I can. And that's just fun to me. And being able to end up having the gun feel more rewarding, because it makes it like, you know, okay, I can play imagination here, where it's like, I use this gun a lot, so therefore I earn gold camo. Oh, now look at that, I got gold camo. It's simplistic in the sense that, yeah, there's nothing really too much to the mod. You guys might be thinking that number 1 was going to be something more out there. But I really do like this, and I rock this every single time. Alrighty guys, so that is going to be it here for today's video. I hope you guys ended up enjoying, and if you did, please consider dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. If there's any particular mod that you saw throughout this video that you thought was extremely cool, feel free to let me know. I would love to end up seeing what you guys thought of this list. Would you have ranked them differently? Was there any particular mod that stood out to you and made you want to go and download it? Let me know, because I will provide links for every single one of the mods that I have listed, and probably even some bonus ones via the description. So that way, if there's any particular mod that you want to get, you can download them accordingly. And then guys, also before we do take off, if you guys want to follow me on any of my other social medias, I highly recommend doing so. They are also linked down below in the description. I've got Instagram, Twitter, Patreon, Discord, all that beautiful stuff. I recommend following me at least one of those, so that way you can keep up to date with me outside of YouTube. And then lastly, guys, is that if you guys could also please use code BLACKNINJA797 in all caps in the Fortnite and Epic Games item shops, that'd be very much appreciated, because Epic is now my very first sponsor, and they're sponsoring this video. But yeah, guys, I hope you ended up enjoying another YouTube video for the most unique YouTuber you guys are ever going to see. Thank you for watching, guys, and peace out.